Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1227 Looting. The other disciples of the medicine pill sect also took out their own defensive secret treasures to protect the whole body at the moment Li Yunan made a move. They obviously had discussed something long ago, otherwise their movements would not be so neat and unified. This bizarre behavior of the Yaodan sect stunned all the martial artists who saw it, and they didn't know why they looked like they were facing a big enemy. Even though they don't understand, everyone knows that it's not good. Li Yunan obviously didn't tell them something, and there might be some danger in the future, otherwise why would they act like this? No need to be reminded by others, all the warriors who saw Li Yunan and others' actions also learned and practiced, and sacrificed their own defensive secret treasures. On the side of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Gucheng let out a cold snort, and the surging Saint Yuan burst out from within his body, and a layer of pitch-black light curtain wrapped the entire hill, and within that light curtain, there were red lightning flashes. Dong Xuaner took out a token-shaped thing, and after pouring holy yuan into it, the token suddenly turned into a stream of light, flying around the crowd. And Dai Yuan still sacrificed the secret treasure called Likai Pa, and a cloud of pink aura surrounded the mountain likewise. The only one who didn't move was Yang Kai. He seemed to be still immersed in his own perception, he didn't need to take any action, it was enough to have Wei Gucheng 3 guards. And the disciple of the Star Emperor sect didn't get such good treatment. He was always alone and monopolized a mountain. After he noticed the strange behavior of everyone, he immediately opened his eyes and stared at the red sun in the sky indifferently. At this moment, thousands of red lights seemed to explode, shot out from the red sun, and struck in all directions. The red lights were full of power and extremely fast, and they came to everyone in the blink of an eye, shaking the guardians made by those warriors for a while, and the sound of clanging was endless. Only then did everyone understand why those people from the Yaodan sect took defensive actions in advance. Seeing this, the indifferent warrior from the Star Emperor sect couldn't help but frown. He waved his fist and punched it. This punch seemed to disturb some laws between heaven and earth. When the wind of the fist touched it, all the red light disappeared invisible. Let the faces of Wei Gucheng and others who secretly paid attention to him change. This kind of punch seems to be calm, but everyone can see the tyranny of this Star Emperor sect warrior. The 10,000 red lights came and went quickly, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye, because everyone was prepared, and except for a few people who were unprepared and injured, everyone else was safe and sound. Seeing this, Li Yunan couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, knowing that his actions just now were a bit big, which made everyone vigilant. If it wasn't for this, those few people must have been injured. But soon, Li Yunan smiled wryly because all the warriors present glared at him, obviously blaming him for not speaking clearly, and actually wanting to use this situation to blackmail people. It is really unpredictable. Li Yunan didn't bother to distinguish, he didn't have the need or responsibility to tell others about the various visions of the red candle fruit before it matured, it was only for his own benefit, and it was most normal to conceal some information. He believed that those people would not be stupid enough to question himself for such a trivial matter. Sure enough, everyone just stared at him and didn't say anything more. In fact, no one had the time to tangle with him, because when the thousands of red lights shot out, the only red sun in the sky suddenly and quickly turned to the sky, falling towards the valley. In just a short span of 10 or so breaths, the red sun fell into a certain place in the valley, disappeared without a trace in a flash. Ready, Dai Yuan suddenly shouted, and pointed her hand, and the pink mist turned into a colorful handkerchief again, and she took it back in her hand, while her beautiful eyes stared closely at the bottom of the valley. Do you want to wake up senior brother Yang? Dong Xuaner bit her red lips, looking at Yang Kai with some confusion. The holy yuan in Yang Kai's body has been tumbling non-stop. They didn't disturb him before, for fear of interrupting his perception, but now the red candle fruit is about to surface, and Dong Xuaner doesn't know whether to remind Yang Kai not to miss such a grand event. Up. Wei Gucheng frowned slightly, shook his head and said, No need, Brother Yang must know the situation outside. If he is willing to participate in the fight, he will definitely make a move, let's not bother him. Dong's honor nodded slightly. As soon as Wei Gucheng's voice fell, there was a crackling sound from the bottom of the valley, as if the earth was splitting open. Everyone was unable to stand still, and the hills where they were located were falling down with clods. The extremely rich red energy spread out from the cracks under the valley, filling the entire valley at once, making it impossible for people to see the situation inside. But faintly, at the place where the red sun fell, something is slowly rising, revealing a little red light. The light is like a candle in the wind and rain, which can be extinguished at any time, but no matter how the outside world blows and rains, it is always swaying and still firm. After a while, under the close attention of everyone, this candle-like light finally surfaced. It was a fist-sized bright red spiritual fruit. It looked thin and tender, extremely delicious, and its shape was very strange, like a lit candle. Energy is swimming like a little snake. Red candle fruit. Seeing this, Li Yunan couldn't bear it any longer, and shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a ribbon-like secret treasure had already flown from a certain mountain. The ribbon was extremely agile, like a woman's arm, stretching out to a length of more than 10 feet, and rolled up to the top of the red candle fruit. As soon as he saw it, he got involved in this heaven-defying spiritual fruit. Yin Sudi made a move. After waiting for several days, she finally waited until the spiritual fruit matured and was born. She couldn't hold back anymore, so she was the first to do it. Almost at the same time, a lightning arc suddenly struck from the side, accompanied by a crackling sound, hitting the colored ribbon, deflecting the colored ribbon a little to the side, and letting it roll into the air. Yin Sudi let out a soft cry, biting her red lips lightly, glared at Fang Tianzhong who made the move with resentment and annoyance, stomped her foot and said, "Senior brother Fang." Fang Tianzhong's expression was indifferent, and the lightning arc between his hands was constantly waving, and lightning bolts fell downwards, blocking all the methods used by those who tried to snatch the red candle fruit, and ignored Yin Sudi's coquettishness. A hint of annoyance flashed across the face of Luluman, the proud girl of the heavens, and her heart was full of hatred. She didn't care about continuing to entangle with Fang Tianzhong, and continued to drive the ribbon-like secret treasure to join the looting. Dozens of warriors on more than a dozen hills shot together almost instantly, all targeting the ripe red candle fruit. At this moment, almost all of these rising stars on the gloomy star showed their housekeeping skills. For a moment, the light of the martial arts secret treasure blazed brightly, illuminating half of the sky as bright as day, and the battle in the valley became extremely hot in an instant. But no matter who it is, they are very careful when they make a move, not daring to hurt the red candle fruit at all, and try to control the battle within a foot away from the red candle fruit. On the one hand, they want to prevent others from snatching the red candle fruit, and on the other hand, they have to work hard to snatch it by themselves. The warriors of each faction are almost as if they have been discussed in advance, and they are divided into two groups at once, and they work together. Forces with a small number of people will undoubtedly suffer a lot, and this is the case with Shadow Moon Palace. Although Dai Yuan came with Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner, she did it alone, and had no plans to join forces with Wei Gucheng and the two, because everyone knew that this kind of heaven-defying spiritual fruit could not be owned by herself. When you go back, you have to hand it over to the sect, and the sect decides who belongs to it. Dai Yuan and Dong Xuaner have a very good personal relationship, but when it comes to the interests of the sect, they don't dare to go beyond anything, they can only do not become enemies with each other, this is the limit of what they can do. After removing Dai Yuan, only Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner were left at the Shadow Moon Hall, one was blocking and the other was robbing, and it was quite difficult to deal with it. On the contrary, it was the indifferent man from the Star Emperor sect. Every time he made a move, he was shocking and imposing, which made everyone secretly shocked, and couldn't help but cast a lot of attention on him. This guy probably left Xingdi Mountain for experience for the first time, and he didn't understand the principle of Mushu Yulin. Soon, he frowned, because whenever he made a move, there would be at least a dozen or so roads in all directions. The attack came to stop him, but the others didn't have this treatment at all. It seems that everyone has reached a unified opinion invisibly, that is, this guy must be stopped, and the rest will use their own methods. This time, the pressure on the indifferent warriors of the Star Emperor sect doubled. No matter how amazing his strength was, he could not compete with so many elites present, and he was extremely embarrassed for a while. Turning from embarrassment into anger, the indifferent man let out a cold snort, and stomped his feet on the ground. The ferocious force seemed to make the ground tremble slightly, and an astonishing energy fluctuation emanated from him immediately. The fighters of the dozen or so factions who stayed here all looked at him in shock, and all they could see was that he slowly swung a punch, but in front of that fist, a naked eye shot out violently. Visible huge energy column. No, stop this guy, he's crazy. Li Yunan yelled again in horror, his clothes were instantly wet with sweat, and his face turned pale. The opponent's punch actually went straight for the red candle fruit. If such an attack really hit the red candle fruit, then this sky-defying spiritual fruit would be crushed into powder in an instant and disappear. How could Li Yunan not be in a hurry? While speaking, he launched a fierce attack first, blocking the huge energy column of the Star Emperor sect disciple. Others did not need him to remind them, they shot one after another. Boom boom boom. A violent sound came out, and the huge energy column was blocked and weakened by one attack after another on the way forward, but it was extremely shocking that the energy column did not disappear, and still hit the red candle. Fruit front. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at C-Cent A Diaresis AA Micro. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1228 Red Candlestick. Li Yunan's face was ashen, he almost sat down on the ground, he thought that Hongjuguo was doomed and would be poisoned by tea. At this moment, a bolt of lightning strikes, and the power of the energy column has weakened a lot in the blink of an electric spark, but it still has not been completely eliminated. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the energy column bombarded the red candle fruit. This time, everyone was taken aback. Call out A. The red candle fruit, which had not been affected by the fighting, flew straight out of the valley under the impact of that energy. Contrary to everyone's expectations, this looks a bit fragile. The thin and tender spirit fruit against the sky was unscathed by that blow. Everyone was overjoyed, and they started their movements one after another, and rushed out of the valley, and a more dangerous battle began. The red candle fruit was under the valley just now, and the red energy was pervasive. Everyone just stood at the hillside and tried their best to collect the spiritual fruit. They haven't had much confrontation yet, but now, the red candle fruit has left the valley, making the scene more complicated. The chaos is getting worse, with so many elite sects colliding together, there is bound to be a battle between dragons and tigers. On the side of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Gucheng glanced at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai didn't intend to open his eyes until now, which made him very depressed. Just when he was thinking whether Dong Xuaner should stay to protect the law, Yang Kai suddenly said, "The three go ahead, don't worry about me." Hearing this, Wei Gucheng was overjoyed, nodded slightly, and Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan also shot out. As long as Yang Kai is not immersed in that deep-level perception, there is no need to worry that he will be attacked and encounter accidents. After the three of Wei Gucheng left, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and the eyes were shining brightly, overflowing with light, and occasionally a glimmer of joy flashed away. He finally cleared up his vague thoughts at the last moment before the red candle fruit ripened. Although he felt that his control over Shengyuan had improved, it was not a good time to verify it. Turning his head and looked a few dozen feet away, Yang Kai had seen strong winds and waves, and he couldn't help frowning at the scene he saw. Dozens of elite fighters from the third level of the Holy King are desperately displaying their martial skills, urging the secret treasures to fight in groups of 3 or 4 over there. But in every faction, almost 1 or 2 people paid attention to the situation of the red candle fruit. It is also very strange to say that since the red candle fruit was blasted out of the valley by the warriors of the Star Emperor Gate, it has not fallen until now. Whenever it falls to a certain warrior, there will always be some subtle energy fluctuations. Sweep it aside at the right time, and let it continue to fly around in midair. And the performance of that indifferent warrior from Xingdimen is particularly eye-catching. Fang Tianzhong, Wei Gucheng and Ku Chengfeng are in the shape of horns, restricting him to death, and he is not allowed to intervene in the matter of Hongjuguo, and this guy it is also a great display of supernatural power. With 1 against 3, there is no disadvantage. Although this is not a battle of life and death, it is amazing to be able to fight against such a rising star of the 3 futures with one's own strength. Yang Kai looked secretly startled and immediately understood that this guy who came out of the Star Emperor Gate was definitely not someone to mess with. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai knew that if there were no accidents, this red candle fruit could not be determined in a short time. Might settle the dust. But in the end, it's really hard to say who will win. It's not that Yang Kai is not interested in red candle fruit. After all, this heaven-defying spiritual fruit is a Void King level top grade 1, and even he has never seen it before. If you use it to refine alchemy, it will definitely be of great benefit to the growth of your own alchemy. After being made into a pill, it can also help warriors returning to the third level of the Void King realm to break through. If a spiritual fruit such as the promotion to the Void King realm is in the hands of a suitable person, it may create at least 4 or 5 Void King realm powerhouses. But that fight scene was too chaotic. Yang Kai pays himself that even if he breaks in by himself, he is less than 10% sure of snatching the red candle fruit. It is really not worthwhile not to eat the mutton and make a fuss. What's more, this thing is also a hot potato, except for those dozens of elites who can snatch it away. If the red candle fruit falls into his hands without a huge backstage, it will only bring disaster. So he had already made up his mind not to get involved in the fight for the red candle fruit, and it was precisely because of this idea of staying out of it that he kept feeling there, without the slightest intention of being tempted. Buddha, although he didn't want to get involved in the fight for the red candle fruit, it didn't mean that Yang Kai had no other plans. Glancing at the valley full of red energy, Yang Kai grinned silently and secretly. While everyone's attention was attracted by the red candle fruit, his figure quietly swayed, slipped directly into the valley, and disappeared in the valley. The red energy disappeared. Red candle fruit is precious and rare, but the rhizome that gave birth to it is also a rare treasure. The rhizome of the red candle fruit is called the red candlestick. If it can be placed in a place with rich aura, it can absorb the aura, and then bear a spiritual fruit similar to the red candle fruit on the top. Of course, the fruit produced in this way is not the real red candle fruit, and it does not have the effect that the red candle fruit can help the void returning realm warrior break through the realm, but it does have the ability to help the warrior refine the physical body. And what Yang Kai likes is the ability of the spirit fruit. The benefits of a strong physical body are self-evident. His physical body is countless times stronger than warriors of the same level. Even ordinary void return realm warriors cannot compare with him in terms of physical strength. With the improvement of strength and the level of warriors he came into contact with, Yang Kai found that his physical strength was a little bit behind him, and he was injured many times these days, which was enough to make him vigilant. Moreover, after he exerted the power to tear apart the space, he also needed an extremely powerful physical body as a backing, otherwise, he would not be able to resist the strangling force of the space crack at all. It would be perfect if he could have a red candlestick and take one of those spiritual fruits from time to temper his body. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to increase the strength of his body again. At that time, whether it is fighting with people or tearing apart the space, it will be extremely convenient. He won't be able to use Hong Zuguo for the time being, and he believes that with his own ability, combined with everything he has now, it shouldn't be a problem to break through and advance to the Void King realm. What is lacking is the accumulation of time. But the red candlestick is what he needs right now, so he will not participate in the scramble for the red candle fruit, and is going to sneak away the red candlestick. Yang Kai made wishful thinking, but he didn't want someone to think of going with him. When he sneaked into the valley and searched for the red candlesticks in the place full of red energy, he saw a vague figure happily putting something into his space ring. Who is this person? Yang Kai doesn't know, but he knows that the other party took it away. It is definitely a red candlestick. Being able to stay and collect the red candle holder at this time shows that this person has a very deep understanding of the red candle fruit. Dai Yuan was fighting outside, and Li Yunan from the medicine pill sect was also fighting outside. It couldn't be these two people. Then the people who stay here are very likely to be members of the Yaodan sect, and they probably have received Li Yunan's instructions a long time ago, so they deliberately stay here. When Yang Kai found him, he obviously also found Yang Kai. Under the shock, the Saint Yuan surged violently, but before he could display any ultimate move, there was a loud sound, and a sudden sound came from the mouth. Its brief screaming sound immediately disappeared. A bloody smell permeated the air. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, and spread out the wind and thunder wings behind him, and rushed to the person who took away the red candle fruit. Before he had time to think about it, he directly snatched the other party's space ring, and then quickly back off. Yang Kai's movements were extremely fast, and with the help of that moment, he saw a creepy scene. The person who took away the red candlestick was indeed a disciple of the medicine pill sect. Yang Kai guessed it right, but there was an arm protruding from his chest, and that big hand was still holding the heart of the medicine pill sect disciple. Dong Dong beats vigorously. Moreover, this arm is very unusual. It looks very dry, like a piece of dead wood, but it can suck the blood essence of the disciple of the medicine pill sect. Before Yang Kai retreated, he clearly saw the corpse of the disciple of the medicine pill sect quickly withered and turned into a mummy. There is a third person. No matter who this third person is, it is absolutely different for him to be able to sneak attack and kill a third-layer Saint King warrior in an instant, and he uses such a strange method. Almost at the moment when he snatched the space ring away, the other hand also touched it, but it was empty, and a light sigh came out immediately. Puffa! There was a sound of something exploding, and in front of Yang Kai, the corpses of the Yaoden sect disciples scattered, but behind him was no one, and the third person who Jisu killed him disappeared strangely, as if completely integrate into the surrounding environment. In this valley filled with red energy, the line of sight is obstructed and in the eyes, nothing can be seen beyond 3 feet. Yang Kai released his own spiritual power without hesitation, strands of untraceable threads of thought, and laid a net around his side, not letting go of any space, any corner, but what shocked him was, the third person really disappeared, and even his powerful spiritual sense couldn't detect the slightest bit. But he knew that the other party never left. Since he stayed here, it must be the idea of AA playing the red candlestick. Now that the red candlestick is in his hands, if the other party wants it, he will definitely come to him. Yudi, a ray of thought threads all over Yang Kai's body, came out with some undetectable movements. Normally, Yang Kai would not pay attention to it, but at this moment, all the hairs on his body stood on end. Turned around quickly, a group of flaming magic flames rolled on the fist, and slammed a certain place in the void with great force. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at Offending People as Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1229 The Art of Controlling Elements. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the jet black magic flame wrapped in Yang Kai's fist suddenly scattered in all directions, and his whole body was also sent flying backwards by a strong force. And somewhere in the void that was originally empty, a faint figure appeared strangely. Just as Yang Kai retreated, there was a sound of bone breaking, and the man groaned, seemingly annoyed. "It's you." Yang Kai snorted, fought with him, and instantly recognized who the person who attacked him was. It was actually that Luyun Valley Luyi who had left long ago. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that he left this valley and went away quickly, but he didn't know what method the other party used to stay here secretly, and he hadn't been noticed by anyone. Afterwards, he even lurked into the valley, staring at the red candlestick just like him. Don't think too much, that Yaoden sect disciple must have been killed by the opponent too. While Yang Kai was shocked by the other party's methods, Lu Yi seemed a little puzzled. The faint figure did not disappear this time, but stood in the red mist to observe Yang Kai, and after a while he said, "You are a little bit eccentric." Yang Kai sneered, "You are also very weird." Lu Yi never thought that a Saint King first-level martial artist could survive his sneak attack, and even fight him unscathed. Yang Kai also didn't expect that Lu Yi's method was so secretive. It was simply shocking. People are hard to defend against. If it wasn't for his spiritual sense being different from ordinary people, he would definitely end up no better than that killed Yaoden sect disciple. At this moment, both of them had a little fear of each other, which increased their determination to kill each other. "I haven't offended Luyun Valley, have I? And I haven't offended you, why did you stare at me?" Yang Kai asked the doubts in his heart, provoking such an enemy for no reason, although he was not afraid of him, but Yang Kai also very want to figure out why. HMPH, Flowing Cloud Valley. Lu Yi snorted coldly, and there was a hint of disdain in his tone, which made Yang Kai stunned for a while, and he didn't say much, but said coldly, "It's only your fault that you took it. Something you shouldn't have. If it weren't for this, you would be a good man, much better than those vulgar people outside." Yang Kai's expression was weird, and he felt that this guy's tone was louder than the sky. The feeling that this Lu Yi gave him was completely different from Dai Yuan's previous description. He was like a completely different person. Moreover, he didn't know what was in him that made the other party miss him so much. In the flowing flame sand field, he got a lot of good things. On top of that, but the other party didn't even fight for the red candle fruit. Obviously he didn't need that god-defying panacea. What could make him so interested to target him again and again? But Yang Kai didn't intend to ask, because even if he asked, the other party would definitely not answer him due to the importance of that thing to him. Now in this valley filled with red mist, there are only two people, he and Lu Yi. There will be a fight. Chi-chi. A slight sound came from behind, and Yang Kai's hair stood on end. He was mentally prepared, and he was shocked by this unpredictable sneak attack. He didn't expect that a layer of magic flames burned quickly outside his body. At the same time, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. In the red mist, a vague figure appeared strangely, with a big hand like a dead wood stabbing at him secretly like a sharp sword. The tumbling long sword of the magic flame appeared suddenly, and Yang Kai struck the Xuantian sword, and the sword glow touched the dead wood hand, which shattered in response, and even the blurred figure disappeared, but Zantian the sword light also collapsed. Your Saint Yuan is very interesting. It actually has such power. I never imagined that there is a Saint King realm like you in this world. Lu Yi's voice came from behind again, with a hint of mockery, and Yang Kai shrank his eyes. Turning around again, I was surprised to see that the other party had been standing there without moving, as if the big dead wood hand and blurry figure that had sneaked up on him just now were not the other party. What means? Yang Kai was startled, and he didn't dare to be sloppy anymore. Just as he was about to take the initiative to launch an attack, countless blurred figures that he had seen before suddenly appeared in all directions. The figures were generally identical, as if they were in the same mold. It was engraved, and all directions rushed towards Yang Kai, and during the attack, a powerful martial skill burst out, and they all rushed towards Yang Kai. Every move of martial arts is a real attack, without the slightest sense of illusion. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, he took out the purple shield directly, and guarded it by his side. At the same time, a series of shocking sword lights slashed out, forming an airtight defense net on his side. Chi chi chi. As the sword light passed, the blurred figures disappeared one by one, and all the attacking moves were blocked, but the blurred figures around seemed to be inexhaustible, endless, and kept coming one after another. It made Yang Kai tired of coping and felt a headache. He had never seen such a weird method, so he couldn't find any way to crack it for a while. But after fighting against each other for a while, Yang Kai also faintly sensed something was wrong. Those blurred figures, each of which has the aura of Lu Yi, is not someone else. It looks like an afterimage of Lu Yi's body, and it seems to be his clone, which is elusive and elusive. Once again, he slashed out a sword beam to stop those blurry figures from approaching. Yang Kai pulled out a gap, stretched out his hand to enter, bit his index finger, a drop of golden blood oozed out, and was quickly wiped on his left eye by Yang Kai. The world-exterminating demon eye reappeared, and an invisible majesty slowly opened up. The place Yang Kai looked at with his left eye was finally not as hazy as before. He instantly penetrated the blockade of the red mist and saw everything in the red mist clearly. The blurry figures around him also became clear at this moment. It's definitely Lu Yi, everyone is Lu Yi, but under the supernatural power of the Mishi demon eye that can break through all falsehoods, these figures all have an abnormal faint red light. There is only one figure in the distance, always as usual. Yang Kai's eyes fixed on this figure in an instant. If as expected, this is Lu Yi's real body. Those figures before were created by him through some special means. Hey, you're so talented. A look of shock and anger appeared on Lu Yi's face, and he stared at Yang Kai's left eye, as if he had found something incredible, but his face showed extreme greed. Look. Based on his knowledge and experience, it is natural to see that Yang Kai's left eye is not produced by practicing any technique or secret technique, but is born like this. This kind of natural supernatural power is extremely rare, even for him. Never had. That golden pupil, narrow and slender eyes looked good at first glance, but instead of looking at each other for a moment, Lu Yi felt that his soul was turbulent in the sea of AA consciousness, and there was a faint illusion of being sucked away. In a panic, he quickly calmed down. Keeping your mind, it was hard to calm down the turbulence of the sea of AA consciousness. At the same time that he was very afraid in his heart, his expression became excited. If he could take away Yang Kai's left eye, it would definitely be like a tiger with wings added to him. He really didn't expect that this first-level Holy King warrior would give him so many surprises. Moreover, this eye of the other party seems to be able to see through reality. In this way, my original plan could not be carried out. With a thought, all the phantoms scattered outside shook for a while, and turned into a stream of light, returning his body. The next moment, a sensational power of consciousness erupted from Lu Yi's side, turning into a sharp long thorn, piercing Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness. Yang Kai only felt that at this moment, the defense of his own sea of AA consciousness was about to be broken. Under the shock, he didn't dare to hold anything back, and the power of his consciousness came out, dangerously blocking the opponent's attack. One-hit onslaught. Although he was able to stop him, Yang Kai still felt a little dizzy, and his consciousness was slightly injured in an instant. It seems that before the red candle fruit matured, when Lu Yi attacked him, he didn't use all his strength. This guy's cultivation of spiritual consciousness is even higher than his own. At the moment of dizziness, Yang Kai knew that the situation was not good, and quickly swung his sword, and a group of magic flames shot around, breaking through the blockade of the red mist, and hitting the void. Under the hood of a red curtain, there is a thick evil spirit and evil atmosphere in the red curtain. Lu Yeji's strange laughter rang in Yang Kai's ears, making people feel blood rolling when they heard it. He unexpectedly I want to take advantage of Yang Kai's unpreparedness to capture him in one fell swoop, and then dig out all the mysteries hidden in Yang Kai's body. How could Yang Kai do what he wished? With a thought, he shot out clusters of demonic flames that leisurely turned into jet black beams, like arrows leaving the string, all gathered towards a certain point of the red light curtain. The art of controlling Yuan. Lu Yi's face darkened, becoming cloudy and uncertain. Yang Kai's performance always makes him feel amazing. It doesn't matter if he is talented, his Saint Yuan, spiritual power, everything is different from ordinary people, and now he can display the Yuan control technique. It is really amazing. It was beyond Lu Yi's expectation. Although the opponent's Yuan controlling technique looks a bit rough, it seems that he just comprehended it, but it is not a skill that warriors of the Saint King realm can master at all. This is only possible after awareness. Even so, there are extremely few Void Returning Realm experts who can continue to control the Saint Yuan's body. Each of them is a talented and brilliant generation, and there will definitely be a huge prospect in the future. The so-called element control technique that Lu Yi spoke of was exactly what Yang Kai learned through hard work in the past few days. Previously, his use of Sheng Yuan was based on some martial arts foundations. Sometimes, Sheng Yuan would hit the target as soon as it hit. But in the few days before the red candle fruit matured, Yang Kai realized the deeper control of the Saint Yuan, which not only requires a deep understanding of the Saint Yuan, but also needs a strong spiritual power as the backing, otherwise the control Yuan the technique is a joke. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first ACENT to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 12:30 Short. One of the foundations of performing the Yuan control technique is naturally not difficult for Yang Kai. This time against Lu Yi, Yang Kai also had the intention to try the results of the past few days, but after a try, he really gave him a surprise. The flaming black fireballs turned into sharp arrows under the control of Yang Kai's thoughts, gathered at one point, and directly broke a hole in the red curtain covering the sky and sheltering the earth, rushing to the depths of the sky, and the soaring evil spirit and the evil spirit seemed to be vented out because of the appearance of this hole, and its power was greatly reduced. Yang Kai grinned, the sound of wind and thunder behind him. Before Lu Yi could react, he swayed in front of him, and the magic flame long sword drew a beautiful arc, slashing straight at Lu Yi. Lu Yi has seen the terrifying power of the magic flame for a long time. Although he will not be possessed by the magic flame and burned to death, if he can avoid contact with it, he will naturally try to avoid it as much as possible. Kai, at the same time, continuously squeezed inexplicable formulas between his hands, and immediately the red curtain that broke a hole changed and squirmed, and turned into a huge red hand, facing Yang Kai as a hood. He actually knows the art of manipulating the element, and the degree of subtlety in manipulating it is not inferior to Yang Kai, who has just comprehended this supernatural power, and even still surpasses it. The moment the red hand took the shot, it seemed that even the world was blocked, making people's breathing stagnate, and Yang Kai's movements even froze slightly. Yang Kai let out a muffled snort, crazily mobilizing the Saint Yuan in his body, and broke free from the quagmire-like feeling. Without looking back, he pushed it out with a palm. The same big hand that covered the sky and the earth appeared, and the sky-covering hand of the nine heavens' divine skill met Lu Yi's big red hand. When the two palms met, the energy of the sky and the earth rolled and vibrated, and the entire valley was cracked in landslides. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai has already rushed forward. A magic flame long sword was danced airtightly, and groups of pitch-black flames, under his element control technique, transformed into various attacks. Frantically he greeted Lu Yi. He could see that this Lu Yi was stronger than himself in terms of cultivation of spiritual consciousness, but his strength was limited. As long as he was vigilant enough, he would not be able to pose too much threat to his spiritual consciousness. Yuan is not as pure and powerful as himself, and his physical strength is far inferior to his own. That's why Yang Kai chose to fight melee, which is also his greatest strength. Not only that, in order to prevent this Lu Yi from escaping, Yang Kai also urged Saint Yuan to pour into his purple shield. After the purple shield absorbed enough Saint Yuan, it immediately filled with a layer of earthy yellow breath, and the valley instantly suddenly, a huge sandstorm formed. This is a kind of power contained in the purple shield, and it is the first time Yang Kai has used it. The purple shield was forged from the tortoise shell of the red-tailed purple armored scorpion. Yang Yan deliberately integrated the inner alchemy of this 9th-level monster into it, and the shield possessed a certain ability of the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion during its lifetime. Sandstorm is the ability attached to the shield. The sand and dust rolled up, and Yang Kai's figure was erratic, making it more and more difficult to figure out, but under the violent sand and dust, Lu Yi had to use part of his mind to resist this strange attack and was suddenly caught by Yang Kai. It is mainly against customers, and the suppressed ones are exhausted. Lu Yi was annoyed. He never expected that after tens of thousands of years, he regained his freedom and came out of the mountain again. The first enemy he encountered was so powerful, and it was not an existence he could manipulate at will in his imagination. This made him feel ashamed, and a little bit annoyed. There is almost no difference in the Yuan control skills of the two. Yang Kai is because he has just comprehended it and cannot be perfect yet, while Lu Yi is because the Saint Yuan in his body is not strong enough to exert its full strength. The controlling Saint Yuan was always at a disadvantage when fighting with Yang Kai's demon flame. Sheng Yuan was at a disadvantage, his spiritual power could not suppress the opponent, and his physical body was not stronger than the opponent. After fighting for a while, Lu Yi was covered with scars and seemed to be exhausted. Yang Kai didn't say a word, just suppressed the opponent crazily, and the magic flame sword in his hand caused some damage to the opponent from time to time, but what made Yang Kai extremely depressed was that even if his omnipotent magic flame was contaminated on the opponent, it would still be destroyed. A ray of blue light flashed from the opponent's body was extinguished, and the blue light didn't know what it was, but it actually restrained his own magic flame. The damage to him was only a flesh wound, and it didn't hurt the root at all. Since he made up his mind to kill this inexplicable enemy, Yang Kai naturally couldn't hold back. He didn't use the space power. The self-created space blade has not yet been completed, and it is the best choice to use it for a surprise attack. If it misses a hit and makes the opponent have defenses, it will have no effect. He was looking for a suitable opportunity and was going to give Lu Yi a big surprise. As long as he was hit by his space blade once, this Lu Yi would be seriously injured even if he did not die. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's crazy suppression also aroused Lu Yi's shocking anger. After another physical injury, Lu Yi let out a low voice, "Junior, you are courting death." Saying this, Lu Yi suddenly spat out a pool of dark blood. The smell of the blood was so pungent that it made people want to vomit. It contained extremely terrifying power, and it seemed to be his blood essence. The blood essence turned into a blood mist, and suddenly condensed into a point and burst. Immediately after Lu Yi raised his hand, a short black ruler suddenly appeared in his hand. The short ruler is only 2 palms long, thick in one hand, seemingly inconspicuous, but when this thing appeared, Yang's heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He rarely has such a feeling, but whenever this feeling is born, it means that unimaginable danger is coming. A ferocious smile appeared on Lu Yi's face, and the holy yuan was poured into the pitch-black short ruler frantically, and in an instant, the world was darkened. It seemed that all the light was absorbed by the short ruler, making Yang Kai no longer able to see the surrounding scene. Even with the world-exterminating demon eye, he couldn't see anything clearly. And the sandstorm that had been filling the valley was suddenly interrupted, the shimmering sand drifted down, and the sound of the gust of wind stopped abruptly. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. At this moment, he realized that the Saint Yuan in his body was not working well. No matter how he drove it, he couldn't use much power, and even the sea of AAAA consciousness was blocked. In the darkness, something seemed to smash over, and a breath of death rushed towards him. It was a breath of extinction, which made people feel creepy. Can't handle it. I can't stop it. At this moment, various methods and thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, knowing that no matter whether he used the power of Saint Yuan or divine consciousness, he could not block this shocking and mysterious blow. When his power was fully suppressed, he couldn't move, let alone tear the space. In the blink of an eye, a drop of golden blood condensed from Yang Kai's fingertips, a shocking wave of vitality and chi and blood permeated the air, and immediately that drop of golden blood turned into golden light, piercing into the darkness. The auras of vitality and annihilation collided with each other. Unexpectedly, there was no sound, only the golden light and the black light clashed in the valley, and for a moment they were evenly matched. How is it possible? Lu Yi finally changed his expression. Although he was suppressed by Yang Kai in various ways before, he paid his own way and did not panic. Now that he has used such a powerful secret treasure, he has saved a certain kill. With Yang Kai's determination, he believed that with Yang Kai's ability, he couldn't block his blow. Contrary to his expectation, when he smashed down with one foot, the scene of flying flesh and blood did not appear as he had imagined, but a surging force of chi and blood was born, which actually blocked his attack. This person must be killed as soon as possible. A thought flashed in Lu Yi's mind, and his face became extremely hideous. Just a warrior at the first level of the Holy King can actually compete with him. If he grows up again, won't he be invincible in the world? Nipping all dangers in the bud is Lu Yi's tens of thousands of years of experience, and it is also his code of conduct. At this moment, he really regarded Yang Kai as a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh, and he couldn't get rid of it soon. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, another mouthful of blood spurted out, competing with the golden light. The comparable black light suddenly rose in momentum, covering up the golden light, and it was about to sweep around Yang Kai. It swallows it. With a flick of Yang Kai's fingers, another drop of golden blood splashed out, and the golden light was once again ferocious, shining in all directions, piercing through the blockade of the black light. Ah! Lu Yi cried out in surprise, and immediately the black light collapsed inch by inch, and the light reappeared in the world. In the valley, both Yang Kai and Lu Yi were standing in place, but at this moment Lu Yi's body was staggering, his face was extremely pale, as if his vitality had been seriously injured. Although Yang Kai's expression was ugly, he was unscathed and still full of energy. Through the red mist, Yang Kai stared at Lu Yi. The cold light in his eyes was like the new wind blowing from the snow-capped mountains, icy cold and piercing. Lu Yi couldn't help but shiver. A pitch-black blade-like attack suddenly struck from the front, and before Lu Yi could take precautions, it attacked in front of him. In panic, Lu Yi hurriedly twisted his body to avoid the vital position, but at the same time, a slight stabbing pain suddenly came from his left arm. Turning his head to look, Lu Yi's soul was filled with ghosts. He found that one of his arms had been cut off by the attack just now. What kind of attack was it, that he didn't even notice it, didn't have any breath, but was so powerful? And what made Lu Yi terrified was that the broken arm that fell on the ground was obviously less, and it couldn't fit perfectly with the wound at all, and he didn't know what happened. Just as he was terrified, Yang Kai on the opposite side was already killing him like a tide, and when he was about to kill him in one fell swoop, Lu Yi's figure flickered, suddenly turned into a red light, and left quickly. I don't know what secret technique he used, and when Yang Kai's spiritual sense noticed his presence, the other party was already 3 or 5 miles away. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1231. In the flowing flame sand field where he could not fly, he could run for 3 or 5 miles in an instant. This kind of secret technique was quite impressive, and before it was over, Lu Yi's breath flickered, and he ran for more than 3 miles. Yang Kai's face turned violent, and while he was shocked by the opponent's endless secretive methods, he was also very afraid in his heart. I even used the blade of space, but I failed to cut the opponent in two, but he escaped with his life. What's more, the Black Ruler doesn't know what kind of secret treasure it is, but it just waved it casually, and it needs 2 drops of golden blood to counter it. Void-level secret treasures do not have such powerful power. The only explanation is that the Black Ruler in the opponent's hand is a void-level secret treasure. Luyun Valley actually has a King Void secret treasure. And it was carried by this Lu Yi. Although he didn't understand why Lu Yonggu made such a choice, he had already made up his mind that he must kill Lu Yi immediately when he was seriously injured, or else it would not be so easy to kill him after he recovered. Easy. Thinking this way in his heart, when Yang Kai was about to use his wind and thunder wings to go after him, there were countless people yelling in his ears, and there was a trace of panic and inexplicable panic in that voice. It was sent by the group of elites who were scrambling for the red candle fruit. Ku Changfeng's angry shout, Fang Tianzhong's obstruction, Wei Guchang's exclamation, and Yin Sudi's coquettish cry, all rang out almost in an instant. Obviously something terrible happened there. Immediately, Yang Kai heard a light pop, as if something had shattered, and then a red light flew straight towards the valley from the place of battle, and the direction of its flight was unexpectedly "It's here for me." Yang Kai didn't think much about it. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, because he could feel that the energy in this red light was astonishing, but it wasn't an attack. It was warm in the hand, and a strong fruity aroma immediately lingered on the tip of the nose. Yang Kai raised his brows, carefully looked at the object he was grasping and exclaimed, "Red candle fruit." It never occurred to him that he had no idea of picking up the red candle fruit, but this heaven-defying spiritual fruit was knocked into his hands during the scramble of the crowd. But now, the red candle fruit is not complete, as if it has been cut by some sharp weapon, and what Yang Kai is holding is only 1/6 the size of a whole red candle fruit. The fresh and tender flesh was exposed, and the rich fruit fragrance permeated, and Yang Kai froze in place for a moment. Immediately, he turned pale with fright, and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the movement of other people. Soon Yang Kai relaxed, and he found that the elites who were scrambling for the red candle fruit before were still scrambling at the moment, but it is no longer possible to get a whole piece of spiritual fruit, but a group of a dozen people, staring at a part of the fruit. How dare you! Ku Chengfeng yelled angrily. Before he finished speaking, he was beaten shut by an attack. Immediately, the indifferent man from the Star Emperor's sect made a feint and retreated before everyone was shocked. Under the angry gaze, he left calmly and quickly disappeared. Unexpectedly, no one has the idea of keeping him. Firstly, there are still a few petals of flesh that have not yet been determined, and secondly, this person is too strong. In the past, 1 or 2 people could not keep him. Would you do such a thankless thing? All of them turned their attention to the sliced flesh. Another chaotic looting. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was heartbroken for the loss of the effect of the red candle fruit, and at the same time, he quickly searched in his space ring. This kind of heaven-defying spiritual fruit cannot be stored in an ordinary jade box. If you want to maintain its medicinal effect, you must use a wood-type box. Fortunately, Yang Kai's space ring has such wood attribute materials. After a while, he found a piece of green spirit wood, and then used the holy yuan to make a simple wooden box, and then put the candle pulp inside and close the lid, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known that such a situation would happen, he would have prepared the wooden box long ago, and he would not have been so flustered when it happened. Although the wooden box made by Qinglingmu is not bad, but if it is put down for a long time, the medicinal effect in the flesh of the red candle will definitely disappear. Yang Kai must find time to deal with it simply, in order to avoid this kind of thing occur. But right now he doesn't have the time to do these things, so he can only make do with it and wait until he frees his hands. Moreover, after such a delay, he had to give up his plan to hunt down and kill Lu Yi. The other party had already escaped from the coverage of his divine sense, and he didn't know where to hide. And outside the valley, those few petals of red candle flesh that didn't belong to them ended up in a few families in a chaotic fight. The few elites who got the red candle pulp were all overjoyed, and those who didn't get it all beat their chests and sighed constantly, with a fierce look in their eyes and a flicker of eagerness to move, and there were 7 or 8 corpses left in the original battlefield. Each of these corpses died in an extremely miserable manner, and it is unknown who killed them during the snatching process. The scene was so chaotic just now, all kinds of secret treasures and martial arts were released, everyone put out all their strength, and had no intention of paying attention to other people's situation, so the power of the dead knew that the enemy was in front of them, but they couldn't be sure. The target didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only knock down his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, and the bitterness in his heart was stuffed into Coptus chinensis. After the few petals of red candle flesh were taken into the space ring by the person who snatched them, everyone rushed towards the valley at the same time. It seemed that they had noticed that a piece of red candle pulp flew here just now, and they didn't pull out their hands until this time to continue fighting. But the valley is filled with red mist, and it is basically invisible to the naked eye in it. After the spiritual sense is released, various spiritual senses converge, and there are 1 or 2 muffled humming sounds from time to time, which makes everyone dare not take the divine sense consciousness as released too far. After searching for a long time, until the red mist in the valley gradually dissipated, no one found the piece of red candle pulp that flew in. They only looked at the others suspiciously, and secretly felt that apart from themselves, everyone else it is possible that all the forces got the last piece of red candle pulp, but they didn't say anything. Yang Kai felt secretly refreshed. He was still thinking about how to get out after getting the red candle pulp, but he didn't expect that the red mist covering the sky in this valley would help him a lot. Now all the people who are still alive are gathered here, he can easily fish in troubled waters. Dai Yuan secretly glanced at Yang Kai, frowning secretly. She remembered that Yang Kai was still in the process of scrambling for the red candle fruit, and if the red candle fruit flew towards this side, Yang Kai would undoubtedly be the one most likely to get it. However, she didn't have conclusive evidence, and it was even more impossible to betray Yang Kai, so she just looked back and stood there with her usual expression. Dai Yuan is not the only one who has such doubts, but they are all like Dai Yuan, unable to determine the truth of the matter. Although they intend to ask Yang Kai to inquire, Yang Kai is with Wei Gucheng after all, and those who doubt it's not good to act rashly. Everybody. Li Yunan from the Yaodan sect suddenly stood up with a bitter smile on his face. clasped his fists in all directions, and said, "Everyone, listen to what Li said." Everyone looked at him indifferently. The forces that got the red candle pulp looked wary, and the forces that didn't get the benefits looked indifferent, but they all wanted to know what Li Yunan was going to say now, so the scene was very quiet. "Everyone, the red candle fruit is different from other spiritual fruits. It cannot be placed in the jade box, and now the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces by that bastard, and it cannot be placed in the jade box. Once this is done, the medicine the effect will disappear quickly. I am afraid that before you leave the flowing flame sand field, these heaven-defying spiritual fruits will lose their effect and become a pile of waste. Can't put it in the jade box." Ku Chengfeng's face changed slightly, and he quickly took out a jade box from his ring. As soon as the jade box was released, many people stared greedily at Ku Chengfeng. From the looks of it, this Tian Zhijiao of the Zontian League was really skilled, and he was able to snatch one of them even when so many people looted it. Fang Tianzhong, Yin Sudi, and a big man with a rough appearance but an astonishing imposing manner all became serious when they heard this, and looked at Li Yunan intently. "You can't use a jade box to store it, so what should you use? You should know." Ku Chengfeng asked unceremoniously. Li Yunan showed a complacent expression, nodded slightly and said, "Of course Li knows." "Brother Li, please enlighten me." Fang Tianzhong clasped his fist slightly. Li Yunan smiled, and returned a salute. "I don't dare to take it, it's just that Li has studied alchemy since he was a child, and he knows more about medicine than you. A certain junior was also seriously injured and almost died. Li knew who was behind the poisonous hands, so I won't clarify here." As he said this, his eyes swept around, his posture was very precise. Only then did everyone know what his plan was. Several elites of the Yaodan sect got nothing in this fight. Li Yunan obviously wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, otherwise he wouldn't make a big fuss about the injury of that junior brother. In normal times, no one would injure the elite disciples of the Yaodan sect for no reason, but at this moment and then, when they were fighting for the red candle fruit just now, who would care if you were a disciple of the Yaodan sect? The dead hand is already merciful, it's just a serious injury, and it's not a loss of life. What's more, there were really 7 or 8 elites who died in the scramble. In comparison, the warrior from the medicine pill sect was already very lucky. Although I scoffed in my heart, no one said anything at this time. Fang Tianzhong frowned slightly, but his heart was as clear as snow, and said in a deep voice, "If Brother Li is willing to tell Fang the law of blooming, Lei Taizong is willing to reward him with 1,000,000 holy crystals after he leaves the flowing flame sand field." To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1232 Transaction. Millions, hee. Li Yunan chuckled lightly, looked at Fang Tianzhong with a look of indifference, and said, "Brother Fang thinks that the flesh of the red candle is only worth 1,000,000. If that's the case, then Li will bid farewell. Forget it. 5,000,000. Fang Tianzhong's expression remained unchanged, but the price he offered was 5 times higher. Li Yunan raised his footsteps and fell, revealing a touch of excitement. Although he failed to grab the red candle fruit from the Yaodan sect this time, if every faction that grabbed the red candle fruit gave him 5,000,000, then this trip would be rewarding. What's more, the value of the sliced AA red candle flesh is not so heaven-defying. So he hesitated here for a while, thinking about whether he should continue to raise the price. While he was meditating, Yin Sudi suddenly cast her beautiful eyes on Dai Yuan at the Lulaman, and immediately her red lips twitched a few times, as if she was speaking to Dai Yuan through voice transmission. Dai Yuansho frowned, with a look of displeasure on her face, but she also returned to the past via voice transmission. The next moment, Yin Sudi's charming face was filled with a happy expression. She giggled and said, "The brothers continue to discuss, and the younger sister will leave first." Saying so, he left quickly with a few elites from Lulaman. Everyone was astonished, because just now Yin Sudi snatched a piece of flesh with great momentum by relying on the ribbon-like secret treasure in her hand, but she didn't expect that she would leave before she got the way to preserve it. But soon, everyone was relieved. Presence theory is proficient in the way of pharmacology. In addition to Li Yunan, an elite disciple who was born in the medicine alchemy sect, there is also Dai Yuan. It seems that Yin Sudi learned some information from Dai Yuan, so she simply retreated. With a lot of treasure in her body, Yin Sudi naturally doesn't want to stay in this place of right and wrong. For a moment, several people cast fiery gazes at Dai Yuan, as if they wanted to learn from her how to properly preserve the medicinal effect of the red candle fruit. Seeing this, Li Yunan knew that if he disagreed, he would lose his share of the 5 million. He was depressed before, but he forgot the existence of Daiyuan. The way of medicine, so I must also know the method of preserving the red candle fruit. When I was annoyed, I quickly nodded to Fang Tianzhong and said, okay, 5 million is 5 million, just according to Brother Fang's words. Fang Tianzhong nodded lightly, with no intention of repenting. Li Yunan quickly transmitted a few words. Fang Tianzhong thought for a while, and led the Leitai sect members away quickly in silence. On the other side, Ku Changfeng and the rough-looking but surprisingly imposing man hesitated for a while, and also said something to Li Yunan through sound transmission, and then they all left contentedly. Let's go too. Wei Guchang grinned, and he also got a piece of red candle pulp. Although there were very few people in the Shadow Moon Palace this time, only him and Dong Xuaner, but the luck is really unstoppable. Originally, he didn't give any hope, but he didn't want that when the disciple of the Star Emperor's sect cut the red candle fruit, a piece of flesh flew in front of him, and he immediately put it away. It can be said to be extremely simple and easy. Comparing life and death to snatching one of them, it is really lucky. It seems that the bad luck since entering the third floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field dissipated immediately. And Dai Yuan and Dong Xuaner are close, so naturally they will not be stingy in telling them how to save, but there is no need for him to make a deal with Li Yunan. Brother Wei, wait a minute. Seeing that he was about to leave, Li Yunan hurriedly stopped him. Why, Brother Li, what advice do you have? Wei Gucheng paused, then turned his head suddenly. His face was cold, his strength was secretly concentrated, and he was ready to strike at any time. Seeing his face as if he was facing a big enemy, Li Yunan immediately knew that the other party misunderstood him, and kept waving his hands and said, Brother Wei, don't be so nervous. Although Li and Wei brother have not dealt with each other a few times, but Li is nothing. Treacherous people, Brother Wei should be aware of this. Hearing the words, Wei Guchang relaxed his vigilance slightly, nodded slightly and said, Brother Li is a man, Wei naturally knows, but, this place is not a place to stay for a long time. As he said this, he swept around intentionally or unintentionally. All around, those warriors who had gained nothing in the fight for the red candle fruit were all staring at Wei Guchang, as if they were thinking about whether they should take action now and keep him. Seeing this, Li Yunan raised his voice and said, Everyone, be safe and don't be impatient. If it is a whole red candle fruit, it is worth fighting for, but now, that red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces. Brother Wei, I only got one of them, and I don't know how much it will be effective. You don't think you want to provoke a powerful enemy for this kind of uncertain thing? Li Yunan actually spoke for Wei Guchang and pulled him out of this vortex of right and wrong, which made Wei Guchang's expression extremely weird. Brother Li, I just want to ask, can the cut red candle fruit have the medicinal effect of allowing void returning realm experts to break through the shackles? A young man in a white shirt asked with a frown. On the chest, there is a white cloud embroidered. This is the sect logo of Piao Miao Temple. Brother Tang, good question. Li Yunan nodded, but I'm sorry I can't answer this question, because even Li has only heard about things like red candle fruit. This is the first time he has seen it with his own eyes. Even the master teacher can't give a definite answer to this question, but the medicinal effect of the red candle fruit itself is that it is possible for the strong void returning realm to break through their own shackles. It is only possible, and now it is divided into several parts. This possibility, presumably if Li does not mention it, Brother Tang should also be aware of it. The young man surnamed Tang from Piaomiaodian frowned and pondered for a while, then nodded and said, I see, let me go. After finishing speaking, he immediately left with the disciples of Piao Miao Temple. Warriors from other forces saw that Tang Yongyi of Piao Miao Palace no longer wanted to make red candle fruit, and they couldn't help sighing inwardly, and left the place one after another. Soon, there were only two groups of Yaodin sect and Shadow Moon Hall left in the valley. Wei Guchang looked at Li Yunan with a smile that wasn't a smile. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say anything, but the smile had a deep meaning. He didn't believe that Li Yunan would help him for no reason. The other party obviously had a plan to do, so he did it, but if the other party didn't tell him, Wei Guchang wouldn't be so stupid as to ask himself. Brother Wei, can you have a good talk with me now? Li Yunan looked at Wei Guchang with a sense of complacency, as if he felt that sending everyone away with just a few words was a great skill. Brother Li, just talk about it. Wei Guchang nodded slightly. I would like to ask, does Brother Wei intend to sell that piece of red candle flesh? Li Yunan stopped beating around the bush and asked straight to the point. For sale. Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes. Brother Li wants to buy it. Exactly. Li Yunan nodded seriously. Wei Guchang smiled and said, didn't Brother Li just say that the value of this piece of red candle flesh is not as good as before? I don't know why Brother Li bought this kind of thing. Li Yunan shook his head when he heard the words, and said solemnly, even if the value of the red candle pulp is not as good as before, it is a heaven-defying spiritual fruit that will not come out for thousands of years. My medicine pill sect has always been committed to the development of various spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. Research, the refining of pills. Now there is such an opportunity in front of you. If Li doesn't do something, I'm afraid he will be punished by the elders after he returns to the medicine pill gate. After buying it back, say it may not be impossible for the elders in the school to research something, and it is not impossible to make alchemy soar. Of course, if Brother Wei is willing to sell that piece of red candle pulp to Li can guarantee that not only can he on behalf of the medicine pill sect, give Yingyu Palace enough rewards, and even promise Brother Wei for the 5 elders in the sect to refine 5 pills for you for free. Wei Gucheng originally looked disapproving, but after hearing the last condition, his face changed immediately, and he couldn't say anything if he was ready to refuse. After all, the efficacy of the red candle fruit is just a rumor, no one knows what the value is, maybe it is worthless after being cut open, but the opportunity for the 5 elders of the medicine pill sect to refine the elixir is extremely rare. In these years, those 5 elders seldom made a move to make alchemy, and every time they made a move, other forces had to pay a huge price to be able to move it. After such a comparison, Wei Gucheng had a hard time making a choice. But soon, he said, Brother Li, even if Wei doesn't say anything, you must know that I can't make decisions about this kind of thing. If you really want to buy this red petal in Wei's hand for Yao Danman candle fruit flesh, you might as well wait until you get out of the flowing flame sand field, and let the seniors of the medicine pill sect come to the Shadow Moon Palace to discuss in person. Nothing you and I say here will work. Li Mo naturally knows about this. Li Yunan saw that Wei Gucheng didn't reject it outright, and seemed to have room for negotiation, so he couldn't help but look happy, and said, in this case, then this matter will be up to you and me after the Luyan sand field is closed. Discuss with the elders of the 2 sects. That's the best. Wei Gucheng also nodded in satisfaction. If Brother Li has nothing else to do, I will leave first. Quote, Brother Wei, please. Li Yunan smiled warmly, of course he would not stop him. After there was no one else in the valley, Li Yunan's expression gradually turned serious, and he looked towards a certain place in the valley, where there was a corpse with a withered figure that seemed to have been dead for an unknown number of years. This was exactly the junior he had sent out to secretly collect the red candlesticks, but at this moment, this junior met some kind of murderous hands, and died so miserably, and even his space ring disappeared. Li Yunan's face was extremely gloomy, and he didn't mention the matter of this junior. He suddenly stomped his feet and said, let's go back to the sect. Ah, Brother Li, shall we go back now? There are still 2 or 3 months before the Luyan sand field will be closed. One of the women looked at Li Yunan in surprise. You don't need to stay here. Those people have searched the genius treasure area on the 2nd floor countless times. The 3rd floor is full of crises. I'm afraid people have already found the good things. Let's go back now and take the red candle fruit, report the matter to see if we can see some opportunities, and let the masters go to those forces earlier to discuss the purchase of red candle pulp. Oh, Li Yunan sneered softly again. Even if the red candle pulp is taken away by them, in the end they will probably demand it from our Yaodan sect. Other than our Yaodan sect, no one else can understand this kind of thing. If there are too many, we definitely wouldn't dare to use them rashly, so we still have the upper hand, eh? Hearing what he said, the expressions of the few Yaodan sect disciples who didn't get the benefits were all shocked, and all the previous depression and haze were thrown out of the sky, and all of them smiled, as if they had found the greatness of their sect's existence all at once. Value. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Chapter 1233 Walk Together. 100 miles away from the valley, a desolate and hidden place. A group of 4 people stopped. It was Wei Gucheng, Yang Kai and others. Walking out of the valley, Wei Gucheng always covered his spiritual thoughts around him, and was extremely vigilant, but he walked for more than 100 miles, and he didn't see any short-sighted people running to trouble them, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the beginning to the end, Dong Xuaner, Dai Yuan and Yang Kai kept on their way without saying a word. It wasn't until here that Wei Gucheng stopped, touched his space ring, turned around and said, Brother Yang, what are your plans next? He didn't ask Dai Yuan, but instead asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood that he probably suspected that he also got a piece of red candle fruit, because the two are in the same situation now, so he asked this question. Of course Yang Kai would not reveal any flaws in his words, although he still admires Wei Gucheng, but the red candle fruit matter is of great importance, it is better to be careful. Hearing this, he thought for a while and said, I don't have any plans. I'm going to look deeper into the third floor to see if I can find any good things. Brother Yang still wants to go deeper. Wei Gucheng's face changed slightly, and he was very surprised. Logically speaking, if Yang Kai really got the last piece of red candle flesh, he should be careful, and he must not take risks and continue to go deeper, but Yang Kai actually wanted to continue to explore in depth. Not only Wei Gucheng was strange, but even Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan showed strange expressions. Yang Kai observed what they said and knew what they were thinking. He kept his expression on the surface and said, no one has ever entered the hot area on the third floor. Even the red candle fruit and other heaven-defying spiritual fruits have appeared, maybe what's better than that? Quote, hearing what he said, most of the doubts in Wei Gucheng's heart disappeared, thinking that maybe Yang Kai really didn't get any red candle flesh, so he was so unscrupulous, nodded slightly and said, since Brother Yang chooses this way, there are not many wise. Having said that, I only hope that Brother Yang will be cautious in all things, and come back with a fruitful harvest. Xuaner and I will not stay here for a long time, and we will soon leave the flowing flame sand field. Wei Gucheng's choice didn't surprise Yang Kai at all. The red candle fruit is too involved, and anyone who carries such a spiritual fruit with him at all times will feel restless. Wei Gucheng must want to eat that red candle fruit earlier. Not only did Wei Gucheng think so, but Yang Kai estimated that Fang Tianzhong, Ku Chengfeng, Yin Sudi and even the rough-looking man would think so and do the same, and he would not borrow this kind of thing into the hands of others, and would definitely leave the flowing flame sand field with the red candle pulp he had obtained himself. This is good news for Yang Kai. The elites of these sects have left so many people at once, and naturally there will be fewer people left, and with fewer people there will be less competition. Well, Brother Wei and Miss Xuaner are also careful along the way. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Gucheng turned his gaze to Dai Yuan again and asked, how about you, Sister Dai Yuan? Me, Dai Yuan smiled. I didn't get any good things when I came here, so I'm not in a hurry to go out, so I'm naturally going to stay and see if I'll have some good luck in the days to come. Occur. Since this is the case, then you should be careful in everything. Naturally, Wei Gucheng would not persuade Dai Yuan to leave with him. Dong Xuaner stepped forward, said a few more words with Dai Yuan, and then said goodbye to Wei Gucheng, hurriedly followed the way they came, and returned to the outside. It is not impossible to go out after the flowing flame sand field is opened, but no one would do it before. After all, no matter how low your strength is, you can find some fire spirit beasts in the hot zone on the first floor to kill and harvest some fire spar. However, the appearance of the red candle fruit this time caused the most powerful sect elites on Gloom Star to leave early, which is almost a rare event in 10,000 years. After Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner disappeared from sight, Dai Yuan quietly looked at Yang Kai. Like Wei Gucheng, she had previously suspected that Yang Kai had obtained the red candle pulp, but now, when Yang Kai chose to stay, or even continue to go deeper, she was not sure of her guess. When I was thinking, I saw Yang Kai suddenly turned his head, looked at her and said, since this matter is over, I will leave here, and I hope Miss Dai Yuan will have good luck in the days to come. Wait, Dai Yuan panicked, and immediately shouted out, she never expected that Yang Kai would part ways with her. What? Yang Kai didn't have any malice towards Dai Yuan. Although the other party was born with a flaw, but this woman's heart was pure and pure. After getting along all the way, Yang Kai still felt good about her, but he didn't know that he had clearly put the words are so clear, why does the other party still call me? Dai Yuan bit her red lips, a look of hesitation flashed across her face, she hesitated for a while before saying, Junior Brother Yang, I also want to take a deeper look, I wonder if I can go with you. With me? Yang Kai was stunned. Although he didn't know much about this Dai Yuan, from the first time he met her, Yang Kai felt that she was a woman who likes to be alone. This may have something to do with her appearance, so Yang Kai never thought about it. The other party would actually ask to go with him. This made Yang Kai a little bit difficult. He wanted to go deeper into the third floor because he wanted to find a suitable place to refine the Xuanian sunflower water, but if he went with Dai Yuan, it would definitely interfere with his plan. Seeing Yang Kai frowning, Dai Yuan seemed to be very embarrassed, knowing that her proposal made the other party embarrassed, but for some reasons, she really didn't want to let go of this opportunity to be alone with Yang Kai. What's more, she really wanted to go deeper into the third floor. The third floor is very different from the first floor of the second floor. Dai Yuan is not sure that she will be safe and sound alone. If she can be with Yang Kai, even if she meets danger can also have a response. So even if she was embarrassed, Dai Yuan still looked at Yang Kai with a sincere look, secretly praying that the other party would not be unreasonable and that it would be better if she rejected her. She can't remember how long it has been since she was so concerned about gains and losses. Since a long time ago, she has never forced others to do anything, nor begged anyone. She made up her mind to rely only on herself, but this time, she broke her own persistence. After a long while, Yang Kai relaxed his brows, grinned and said, "Okay." When Dai Yuan heard this, her complexion was filled with joy, her beautiful eyes showed a look of gratitude. However, there are some things that need to be clarified. Yang Kai looked serious. Miss Dai Yuan must have understood the situation on the third floor. If there are any restrictions and dangers that I can't handle, when the time comes, you and me everyone can only figure out their own way. If Miss Dai Yuan dies, don't blame me for not helping her. It's natural. Dai Yuan nodded lightly. If she really encounters that kind of fatal danger, I can only say that Dai Yuan's life is not good. And, seeing her willingness to agree, Yang Kai was satisfied, and said again, "One more thing is that I have some things to do when I go deep into the third floor. When I want to do that thing, I have to separate from you. I can't stay with you until the flowing flame sand field closes." Dai Yuan showed a hint of surprise, but she quickly realized, and said with a smile, "What kind of secret art will junior brother Yang use the environment here to practice?" She took it for granted, because the environment here couldn't be found outside, and the things Yang Kai had to enter here to do were naturally related to cultivation. "That's right." Yang Kai was noncommittal. "If you have no problem with these, then we can go together." "Naturally no problem." Dai Yuan readily agreed. The 2 points raised by Yang Kai were not requests, so there was no reason for her not to agree. "Since that's the case, Miss Lao Dai Yuan will take care of her for the next few days." Yang Kai grinned. It's Dai Yuan who bothered junior brother Yang. After making the decision, Yang Kai took out the Yuan magnetic pointer, looked at the direction, and went deeper into the third floor together with Dai Yuan. The heat of the third layer is fierce. Yang Kai has to urge Saint Yuan to resist the intrusion of fire poison at all times, but Dai Yuan is simple. She seems to be wearing a treasure armor inside her clothes. She only needs to slightly activate the treasure armor with the powerful power. A faint blue halo was emitted from the body's surface, and the icy breath flowed out of the halo, so that the fire poison could not get close to her side by 3 feet. Going all the way, Dai Yuan was secretly startled. Although from the first time she saw Yang Kai, she knew that the other party had been using her Saint Yuan to fight against fire poison, and did not wear armor like the elite disciples of other sects' self-defense, but still terrified. She didn't know how powerful Yang Kai's unscrupulous urging of Sheng Yuan would be, but until now the other party has not shown the slightest tiredness. Dai Yuan really wanted to know how much Saint Yuan was stored in Yang Kai's body, allowing him to squander it like this. Fortunately, after walking for a day, Yang Kai suggested to meditate to recover, which made Dai Yuan feel quite normal. It's strange to use Saint Yuan like this without needing to recover. Even if she activated the power of the treasure armor, she lost a lot of power. Even if Yang Kai didn't suggest it, she would take the initiative to speak. Immediately, the two of them found a secluded place and each found a suitable place to meditate. Of course Yang Kai doesn't need to meditate to recover. The Saint Yuan consumed by resisting the fire poison is simply a drop in the bucket for him. He just wants to find an opportunity to deal with the red candle pulp he got. In the valley, although a spirit wooden box was hastily made to store the red candle pulp, but the time was urgent and the manufacture was a bit rough, so it was impossible to ensure that the medicinal effect would not fade away, so I just took this opportunity to reprocess it. 2 hours later, Yang Kai took care of it, and safely threw the red candle pulp into the black book space, then stood up leisurely and walked towards Dai Yuan's meditation position. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1234 Going Deeper. Not long after, Yang Kai came to her. After this breath adjustment, Dai Yuan's spirit improved a lot. When Yang Kai walked over, she happened to open her eyes, obviously feeling something. However, she showed a look of hesitation, which made Yang Kai very curious. "Junior brother Yang, I've used up all my recovery pills, do you have any extra? I can buy them with Saint Crystal." When Dai Yuan spoke, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yang Kai didn't care about this, although he was surprised that this woman used up all the recovery pills, but after thinking about it, the other party might not have thought that he could enter the third floor, and the pills he brought were consumed violently. Some are reasonable. So there was no doubt, so he took out a bottle of elixir from the space ring and threw it over, and said with a slight smile, Xingjing doesn't need it, it's just a bottle of elixir, it's not worth much. Dai Yuan took it, showing a hint of gratitude on her face. She nodded and said, then Dai Yuan thanked junior brother Yang. Well, let's continue on the road, Yang Kai said, leading the way first. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan quickly opened the bottle of elixir, glanced inside, and after seeing the elixir inside, her delicate body couldn't help trembling slightly, with a look of ecstasy on her face. When she raised her head to stare at Yang Kai's back again, a little excitement and enthusiasm flickered in those beautiful eyes, and immediately put away the pill without saying a word, and hurriedly followed. The third layer of hot zone is indeed countless times more dangerous than the first layer. Although the environments of the two are similar, the dangers hidden inside are not the same. When Yang Kai was walking on the first floor, apart from encountering a large number of fire spirit beasts besieging in the Weird Valley, and took a little effort to resolve it, he basically strolled in the courtyard and broke into the second floor without any burden, layer, and even the protective saint element does not need to be activated. But in the third floor, Yang Kai must constantly urge the Saint Yuan bodyguard to resist the heat wave and fire poison. Not only that, the level of the fire spirit beasts here is not low, they are all 7th order and 8th order existences, and apart from these in addition to the fire spirit beasts that sprang out from the cracks in the ground, there were also various strange restrictions. The fire spirit beasts can't pose too much threat to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan, as long as there are not many, they can kill them all together and harvest some fire spar. But ever since seeing the ancient prohibition that Wei Gucheng and others fell into, Yang Kai has raised his vigilance to some seemingly dangerous places, and dare not break into them easily. Once he finds such a place, he can avoid it if he can. Open it, use the demon eye of world extermination secretly to see if there is any risk. Walking all the way, Yang was startled. If it weren't for his innate magical powers like the demon eye of extermination, he and Dai Yuan would have fallen into at least 5 restrictions these days. Once those restrictions are triggered, Yang Kai estimates that his fate will never be better. Because Yang Kai secretly used the world-exterminating demon eye and led Dai Yuan through those dangerous places, this woman who was born in the Luluman didn't notice anything at all, but she was secretly surprised, feeling that the third layer of heat was burning. The district is somewhat misnamed. She didn't know the crisis at all, and it was extremely easy to follow behind Yang Kai. However, although the Mishi demon eye is the innate supernatural power of the great demon god, after all, Yang Kai obtained it later and refined it for use, so it is not omnipotent. The two of them finally fell into a restriction that even Yang Kai didn't notice. Once the restriction was triggered, the surrounding environment changed leisurely. The area that was originally scorching hot suddenly became bitingly cold, with bursts of howling like ghosts crying and wolves howling. A gust of wind blew past him, and there was even a feather like snow falling from the sky. The environment suddenly became completely opposite to before. Ice cones formed inexplicably hit from all directions, and there were wind dragons gathered by gusts of wind all around. From their mouths, they spit out cold air enough to freeze the whole body, and hid the extremely cold air in the wind knife. It was quite difficult to deal with, for tricky. Fortunately, since both Yang Kai and Dai Yuan are alchemists, one originally practiced Yang attribute exercises, and the other practiced fire attribute exercises, so the saints in their bodies are very restrained here. But it took them 2 or 3 full days to forcefully break the restriction and escape from it. During this process, Dai Yuan was even more injured. If Yang Kai hadn't saved her at a critical moment, her injuries would have been much more serious. In this kind of place, she was injured and unable to advance or retreat, basically waiting for death up. After this incident, Dai Yuan did not dare to underestimate the mystery and danger of the third layer, and followed Yang Kai cautiously. Yang Kai was also injured, but compared to his recovery ability, those injuries are really nothing to mention. After leaving the restriction here, Yang Kai immediately took Dai Yuan to find a mountain wall, and opened a cave in the mountain wall. The two of them were in the cave, like wounded beasts, silently licking their wounds. It was not until 3 days later that Dai Yuan recovered from her injuries that the two continued to set off. The various methods Yang Kai showed and the explosive fighting power made Dai Yuan finally understand that this Saint King's First Order realm is indeed very different from what she has seen before, and his real fighting power is not inferior to hers at all. All kinds of means are no longer something she can contend with, let alone talk about those things that have not yet been shown. No wonder Wei Guchang is so polite to him. I am afraid that guy has already known that Yongkai is extraordinary. Along the way, they occasionally come across a few extremely rare fire attribute spiritual grasses with full age. At this time, Dai Yuan volunteered to pick these spiritual grasses and medicines and their proper methods, and then preserve them with the most suitable things. I don't know what's going on. Yongkai found that this woman seems to be very interested in these herbs, and every time she picks them back, she will talk non-stop about the herbs, from pharmacology and medicinal properties, to the preparation of dianfeng, and the condensed medicine, the technique of liquid, the use of spirit arrays in alchemy, are all treasures. It seems that there is nothing she doesn't know, and she doesn't shy away from anything. She is completely different from the usual taciturn. At this time, Yongkai remained silent, only listening quietly. If it was normal, he would really be interested in discussing alchemy with Dai Yuan, and he could see that this woman is very good at alchemy. Although the level of alchemist is not as good as his, there is no harm in communicating with her. It's a pity that at this moment, he was concerned about refining Xuanian sunflower water, so he was really in no mood to talk about it, so he could only miss the opportunity to communicate with this woman about the art of alchemy. Yongkai's silence made Dai Yuan feel a little lost. She thought to herself, is it not what she thought? Otherwise, how could Yongkai not say a word to these spirit herbs, and didn't even show any excitement? She even deliberately said some wrong information about these herbs, and Yongkai didn't mean to correct it, which made her hesitate. Naturally, Dai Yuan would not monopolize the spirit grasses and medicines she had picked, and she was also very self-aware, knowing that without Yongkai, she would not have been able to live in peace along the way, so when distributing the herbs, she took the initiative to keep the next small part. Most of them were distributed to Yongkai. Regarding this, Yongkai didn't refuse either. He didn't have any deep friendship with Dai Yuan, they just cooperated on the way to the third floor, and naturally accepted the benefits brought to him with peace of mind. The two of them went all the way to the third floor for about 10 days, and by this time, Dai Yuan seemed to be struggling a bit. The intense heat around her seemed as if someone was using a fire-attributed attack, constantly bombarding her delicate body. Even with the protection of the treasure armor, and even offering a likai handkerchief that turned into a pink curtain to wrap her body, Dai Yuan's whole body was also drenched in sweat. The clothes were tightly attached to her body, perfectly outlining that exquisite body. If it wasn't for the likai handkerchief covering her figure, I'm afraid that the spring has already leaked out at this moment, but fortunately there are only her and Yongkai here, and Yongkai is walking in front, and he has no intention of turning back. Almost every time she took a step forward, she had to expend a huge amount of strength, her delicate body trembled slightly, and there was a faint layer of black air lingering around her. It was the unique fire poison in the flowing flame sand field. Dai Yuan couldn't completely resist this fire poison, it had already been invaded a little, and if it continued to go deeper, the situation would be even worse. When she got here, Dai Yuan had already started to retreat, secretly regretting that she shouldn't have gone deep into this place. But she is also suffering and can't tell. She and Yongkai have been deep into the third floor for more than 10 days. Now if they want to retreat, they don't know if they can retreat safely. In the current situation, she is quite difficult to get off. She could only hold on firmly, without saying a word, and followed behind Yongkai. Although Yongkai is not as hard as her, but at the moment it is not very good, his skin is painful like being burned, the heat wave and fire poison are squeezed in all directions, making people feel like they are going to be smashed to pieces. If it weren't for the huge reserves of Saint Yuan in his body, he would have to find a place to recover quickly. People have been walking in front. Yongkai's spiritual sense is always paying attention to Dai Yuan's movements. This woman's struggling appearance can't be hidden from his perception. Yongkai didn't rush to help her. The environment here is extremely harsh, but walking and persisting in this harsh environment can temper the purity and solidity of one's own Saint Yuan, which is of great benefit to warriors. Helping her resist the heat and fire poison is just a matter of effort, but if she loses such a chance to become stronger because of this, it will not be worth the candle. Going forward little by little, the speed of the two is as slow as a turtle crawling compared to the previous few days. The further inward, the worse the environment. Yongkai's eyes gradually showed some excitement, because he needed this kind of hot environment, and naturally wished that this place would be worse. He secretly thought in his heart, if according to the observations of the past few days and the changes in the environment as he went deeper, he would probably only need to go forward for another 5 days, and he should be able to find a suitable position, and then he could start refining Xuanian sunflower water. It's just that how to deal with the woman following behind is a troublesome matter. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1235 4th Floor. Yang Kai didn't expect that, after going all the way, he couldn't find a suitable place to separate from Dai Yuan, and abandoning her now would be tantamount to killing her. It seems that when the time comes, I can only look for it, see if there is a suitable place for her to stay for a while, take advantage of this time, and go about my own business. As long as the place is safe enough, it will be enough for her to stay until Luyan. When the sandy land is closed, the law of heaven and earth here will naturally send her out. Just when Yang Kai was thinking this way, Dai Yuan's coquettish call suddenly came from behind. Yang Kai's spiritual sense swept away, his face changed slightly, and his figure flashed to Dai Yuan's side, grabbing her who was crumbling. Living. This woman has reached the end of her strength, her internal sage is exhausted, and almost no trace remains, and the power of the Likai handkerchief and Baojia that have been guarding her side can no longer be exerted. The moment the colored handkerchief failed, it squeezed towards her from all directions. If Yang Kai doesn't make a move, she will turn into flying ash in the next moment. Dai Yuan really couldn't hold it any longer. After being picked up by Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes blinked a couple of times weakly, her face was extremely pale, and she passed out without a word. She was overdrawn to such an extent. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He didn't check Dai Yuan's body carefully before, thinking that since she could persevere, she must not be pushed to the limit, so he kept walking ahead. If he had known this earlier, he would have made the move long ago. Dai Yuan's body is soft and flexible, and there is a seductive fragrance all over her body, and after the color handkerchief disappears. This woman's sweat-drenched body was suddenly exposed in front of Yang Kai. All kinds of beauty were indeed a bit shocking. This woman, if it wasn't for her face, would definitely be a disaster. Shaking his head slowly, Yang Kai urged Sheng Yuan to form a defensive cover, enveloped her in it, picked her up by the waist, and went deep into the 3rd floor step by step. Dai Yuan wakes up faintly, but hasn't opened her eyes yet. I felt that my whole body was immersed in an environment full of aura. The originally depleted Sheng Yuan in the body seems to have recovered a lot at this moment. The air between the mouth and nose is clear and pleasant, and there seems to be a faint scent of medicine. Purple jade chongguo. Dai Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Immediately judged the source of the fragrance from the fragrance of the medicine. Hastily opened his eyes. Look around. Mima was instantly attracted by a purple, grape-like spiritual tree not far away, and that vine-like spiritual tree was entwined among several big trees. Among the vines, there are a few bunches of lavender, with a scent as compelling as grapes, and bunches of crystal-clear berries. It's not ripe yet. Dai Yuan showed a slightly disappointed expression. The Ziyu Chongguo is a genuine low-grade spiritual fruit of the Zhuang class. If it is ripe, it should be surrounded by purple light, and it looks like pieces of exquisite purple jade. Whether it is used for alchemy or taken directly, is of great benefit to warriors. The most rare thing is that this kind of spiritual fruit grows like grapes, in bunches, and once it appears, there are a lot of them. So Dai Yuan woke up the moment she smelled the fragrance. After all, this kind of thing is very rare. Taking a closer look, Dai Yuan suddenly found that there were traces of picking recently in certain positions of the vines. After thinking about it, Dai Yuan immediately understood that it should be picked by Yang Kai, and at the same time, she remembered the vines that had been picked recently. Turning his head to look, he found that Yang Kai was standing not far from him, but unfortunately, for some reason, Yang Kai's expression was a little gloomy at the moment, as if he was very unhappy. His brows were tightly wrinkled, and he looked like he was in deep thought. I didn't even notice when I woke up. Junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan slowly stood up and greeted Yang Kai. You're awake. Yang Kai turned his head. The gloomy expression on his face subsided a lot, but there was still a bit of unhappiness between his brows. This is. Dai Yuan looked around suspiciously, and as far as she could see, it was lush green, full of greenery, singing birds and flowers everywhere, surrounded by rolling mountains, the top of which towered into the clouds, with no end in sight. The dense aura is integrated with the clouds and mist, covering the mountain peak, making people think that this place is the foundation of some great sect. Dai Yuan was secretly horrified. The place where their Luluman was located was also a treasured land of spiritual mountains, but compared with the environment in front of them, it was nothing. If there really is some force that will base its roots here, what kind of time and place should the disciples of the sect take to cultivate? There is such a treasure in this world. And looking at the appearance of the mountain, there seems to be no trace of human activities, and it seems that this treasure land has not been used. It's just that when Dai Yuan looked up, she suddenly found that the sky was covered by a red curtain, and she couldn't see any stars, sun and moon, which made her a little suspicious. Don't doubt, this place is still flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai said lightly. Dai Yuan frowned, as if she understood. Have we returned to the second floor? Second floor, Yang Kai glanced at her, suddenly smiled and shook his head. No, this is the fourth floor. What? Dai Yuan exclaimed in surprise, the fourth floor. Well, the fourth floor, the genius treasure area. Yang Kai's voice was much more serious. Ah, Dai Yuan couldn't help covering her small mouth. After the shock, her beautiful eyes trembled violently, and she couldn't help muttering, there really is a fourth-level genius treasure area. Yang Kai tilted his head. Do you know there is such a place? Dai Yuan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know, it's just some guesses before, since the hot zone on the first floor is followed by the genius treasure zone on the second floor, after the hot zone on the third floor, maybe there is still a treasure area of AA geniuses, but the current situation has confirmed my previous thoughts. Yang Kai nodded slightly after hearing what she said. Not only did Dai Yuan have such doubts before, he also had them, but when he actually set foot here, his mood became extremely subtle. Different from Dai Yuan's excitement and joy like discovering a new land, after Yang Kai experienced the initial surprise, he was more disappointed. Because he didn't get the environment he wanted most. After Dai Yuan passed out a few days ago, Yang Kai hugged her and kept going deep inside, seeing that the scorching environment was about to meet his requirements, but he didn't want to go straight through the third floor and rushed into the fourth floor, layer inside. Originally, Yang Kai still had the idea that he would be safe when he came, and he felt that it was good to come to such a place, and he was not in a hurry to refine the Xuanian sunflower water. But to his great disappointment, the genius treasures hidden in the fourth floor were extremely rare. After searching for several days, he found such a ziyuchang fruit tree an hour ago and picked two. It's just a string of ziyuchang fruit. This made him very angry, and he had a faint feeling of being cheated. He didn't find a suitable environment, and there are so few genius treasures here, it's strange that he can feel happy in his heart. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that after arriving here, he could finally part ways with Dai Yuan, and after making up his mind, Yang Kai said, Miss Dai Yuan, I have been here for a few days, and I have checked the environment here a little bit. I found that there are no traces of monsters here, and there are no restrictions, so this place is very safe. Dai Yuan was startled, thought for a while, then smiled understandingly. Is junior brother Yang going to act alone? And, seeing her thinking, Yang Kai didn't hide it. That's it. Dai Yuan nodded lightly. All right, I just want to find a kind of spiritual herb here. Since it's so safe here, then Dai Yuan won't bother junior brother Yang, and you will be delayed along the way. Less time. It's nothing, then let's leave now. I hope Miss Dai Yuan can find what she wants. Yang Kai said, and simply walked towards the distance. The day when the flowing flame sand field will be closed is not far away, so he has to speed up. Just after walking not far away, Dai Yuan suddenly called out again, Junior brother Yang. What else is there? Yang Kai turned around and asked. Dai Yuan bit her red lips lightly, and said with a slight smile, Dai Yuan wants to come to the door to thank you someday. I wonder if junior brother Yang welcomes you. Yang Kai's expression flashed, and he quickly said as usual, of course, where I live, you can ask Wei Gucheng when the time comes. Okay, seeing that Yang Kai agreed, Dai Yuan smiled and seemed to be much more relaxed. By the way, Yang Kai remembered something again. Although the elite disciples of all major forces have left early, there may be no one to break into this fourth floor, but you should be careful. I feel that the Star Emperor Gate guys will come here too. That person. The image of that indifferent man popped up in Dai Yuan's mind. She lightly opened her lips and said, if it's that person, it's nothing. People from Star Emperor's sect never take the initiative to cause trouble, as long as I don't just go get him. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and didn't say anything more. His figure swayed a few times, and then disappeared from Dai Yuan's sight, and plunged into the continuous mountain range in front of him. Do you want to go deeper? Dai Yuan waited until Yang Kai left, then murmured to herself thoughtfully, it seems that the secret technique that junior brother Yang wants to practice is extraordinary, and he actually wants to go deeper. With her elven intelligence, she could tell at a glance that Yang Kai wanted to go deeper, to see if there was a fifth layer of hot zone, and even the environment of the third layer could not meet his requirements, so he could only send hope it's on the fifth floor. After standing still and watching for a while, a wry smile appeared on the corner of Dai Yuan's mouth. She has always felt that her strength is not bad, even if she is not as good as Fang Tianzhong, Ku Changfeng and others, she is still stronger than the General Saint King third layer, but now compared with Yang Kai, she finally understands that she is a bit of a spectator. In this world, there are such amazingly talented people. And that guy from the Star Emperor sect is also a monstrous existence. When he snatched the red candle fruit back then, Dai Yuan felt a little terrified every time he made a move. The fighting power displayed by that man was simply terrifying. I just don't know if these two people meet together, which one is stronger and which is weaker. To be continued. Chapter 1236 Zongmen Ruins. In the continuous mountain range, Yang Kai's figure is like lightning, although he is still suppressed by an inexplicable law of heaven and earth, unable to fly in the air, but without Dai Yuan dragging him back, Yang Kai can let go of his hands and feet, displaying his wind and thunder wings and hurrying quickly. He didn't intend to stay longer on the 4th floor. Although he knew that there might be some rare spiritual herbs in the 4th floor, it was a waste of time to find them. He was going to see if there was a 5th floor hot area. If there was, then the biggest goal of this trip could be achieved. The mountain range is huge, and when Yang Kai rushed in, he felt that the aura of heaven and earth here was a bit outrageous. Compared with any star he had been to before, any place was better, and even faintly comparable to the mysterious suspended continent. The mountains are shrouded in clouds and mist, and large groups of snow-white clouds are like cotton, floating in the depths of the mountains, drifting leisurely from the halfway up the mountain. Comparing the situation on Longshe Mountain with this place, there is no comparison at all. Yang Kai's eyes showed a shocked and hot look, secretly paying if this is not the flowing flame sand field, not the forbidden area of AA Gloom Star, just such a continuous mountain range is enough to make those big forces and big sects fight for blood. Which one of those powerful sects is not located in a place where spiritual energy is concentrated? Even where the foundation of each family is located, there are large-scale earth veins underground, and only the heaven and earth aura slowly emanating from the earth veins can make a sect last for thousands of years, with perseverance, and let those disciples practice with half the effort. For example, the Nine Heavens Holy Land in Tongshuan continent, as far as Yang Kai knows, there is a large-scale ground vein under the 9 peaks of Nine Heavens Holy Land, so the aura between the 9 peaks is compelling. The same is true of the Tianshao sect. Under the 108 peaks of the Tianshao sect, there are also earth veins. The patriarch of any sect would not choose the address of the sect in a place where the aura is desolate. The first condition for choosing the site of the sect is that there must be a ground vein, and the larger the size, the better, and the higher the quality, the better. And this stretch of mountains in front of him is definitely the best place to start a sect. If the disciples of the sect are allowed to practice here, they will have the best time and place, and they will grow faster than ordinary people. Yang Kai is sure that there must be one or more high-grade veins under this mountain range. It's a pity that this is the flowing flame sand field, and it will only be opened once in a while, and it will be closed again after only half a year. No one can build a sect here, let alone stay here for a long time to practice. This made Yang Kai sigh again and again. Although he is alone now, there are still many relatives and friends staying in Tongshuan continent. If he can go back one day and bring them into the star field, this mountain range is definitely a good place to live and live. Of course, before that, he must have the strength to protect himself, otherwise it will only lead to the disaster of destroying the family. Shaking his head and dispelling all kinds of distracting thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai continued on his way. The mountain is extremely clean and elegant, without any birds or beasts. It seems that in this 4th floor, only Yang Kai is a living person. He expected that even if there were spiritual herbs in this place, they were extremely rare, because he ran all the way and did not come across any spiritual herbs, and there was not even the slightest scent of herbs in the air. 10 days after Yang Kai went deep into the mountain range, just as he was on his way, his expression suddenly changed. He stopped, frowned and listened for a moment. His expression changed drastically. He actually heard some violent noises coming from somewhere in front of him. Someone, and he was ahead of him. An indifferent face flashed across Yang Kai's mind, secretly guessing whether that person might have entered here. From the sound, it seemed that there was no battle over there, but that the person in front was bombarding something, and violent energy fluctuations came out from there, and the movement was extremely loud. Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He entered the mountain range and hadn't touched anything for 10 days. Now someone was rushing in front of him, and there was such a strange movement, which naturally aroused his attention. He held his breath and quietly moved forward, wanting to see what was going on. Although Yang Kai hadn't practiced any qi-containing techniques, but his divine sense was extremely powerful, and his divine sense covered his whole body. As long as he didn't make too obvious movements and the other party's cultivation was not too much higher than his, it should be can't find it. Quietly approaching that side, the closer to the source of the sound, the more Yongkai could feel how terrifying the man's means were. After advancing for dozens of miles, when Yongkai stopped and looked forward, his heart couldn't help but a look of horror appeared in his eyes. 100 feet away in front of him, a man with a figure like a sword and a face like a knife was walking out of the Star Emperor Gate. The guy who cut the red candle fruit into several pieces under the eyes of everyone, at this moment, he burst out with a sensational holy aura. Yuan Bobo didn't know what secret technique he had used, and his whole body seemed to be suspended a foot off the ground, but his burly body was trembling slightly, his face was extremely red, and he was desperately urging his Saint Yuan, holding an inconspicuous silver dragon gun. It turned into shadows of spears all over the sky, and bombarded the void in front of it. What made Yongkai inexplicably horrified was not the shocking means displayed by this man. His method is really good. The shadow of the spear pierced by the silver dragon gun turned into giant silver dragons all over the sky, rushing forward frantically, every silver giant dragon almost condensed into substance, extremely powerful, such the berserk attack. Even if Yongkai faces it, he can only avoid the edge temporarily, otherwise he will definitely suffer a lot. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the void in front of the man, and all the giant silver dragons that rushed towards him were blocked by this barrier. The ground spread to the surroundings, and those giant silver dragons returned without success time and time again. Forbidden. No, the mountain guard formation. Yongkai's heart skipped a beat. He used to be the master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and when the Nine Heavens Holy Land was besieged by powerful enemies, he personally opened the mountain guard array to protect the 9 peaks, so he could see the reason for it at a glance. In such a deserted mountain range, where there are no insects or birds, there is actually a large guard formation. Moreover, this mountain guarding formation was extremely clever. No matter how fiercely the indifferent man from the Star Emperor sect attacked, it still remained motionless, showing no sign of being damaged at all. Yongkai looked shocked. Flowing Flame Sand Field has existed for at least tens of thousands of years, and since the 3rd floor, no one has ever set foot on it, and the same is true for the 4th and 5th floors. This means that this mountain guard formation has existed here at least tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and it still has such a powerful protective function. One can imagine how strong it was tens of thousands of years ago. Why is there a guarding formation here? This kind of thing is generally arranged by the sect with a huge expenditure of manpower and financial resources. Yongkai's gaze crossed the Star Emperor sect disciple, looked further away, and his eyes shrank. Among the mountains in the distance, there are dense clouds and white clouds, and countless treasures of Lingshan are protected in the depths by the mountain guarding formation. Although I can't see how high those mountains are and what the situation inside is, Yongkai vaguely sees them. In the cloud and mist, I saw some blurred traces of buildings. There seemed to be Chonglo Yuyu, and there seemed to be attics and waterside pavilions, as if they were not in the world. But when Yongkai took a closer look, he found that there was nothing there, only the clouds that were slowly drifting past, and occasionally a corner of the tower flickered from the clouds. There really is a sect here. Although he had always regretted that this place could not be used as the foundation for establishing a sect, when he was sure that there was a sect in this continuous mountain range, he was still terrified in his heart. Who can actually build a sect in such a place? What kind of people live there? But after thinking about it, Yongkai faintly felt that something was wrong. The guys from the Star Emperor sect had made such a big commotion. If there were really people inside, they would definitely not stand on the sidelines, they would have appeared to teach him a long time ago. From the looks of it, no one exists in this sect, it's just a relic. After thinking about this point, Yongkai jumped wildly in his heart. The ruins of the Zongmen, and judging from the corner of the Chonglo Yuyu that was accidentally exposed, the ruins of this Zongmen seem to be extremely well preserved. If you can go inside, you may find a lot of good things. To be able to build a sect in such a place, and to arrange such a powerful mountain guard array, this sect must not have existed in obscurity tens of thousands of years ago. How could there be less things in it? Who? A low shout sounded like it was ringing in Yongkai's ears, waking him up from the shock. At the same time, the sea of AA consciousness trembled, as if being pierced by an invisible awl. Yongkai's face turned cold, and he quickly mobilized the power of his consciousness to resist the attack that wanted to break through his own sea of AA consciousness defense. At the same time, his figure flickered and disappeared from the original place. The indifferent man from the Star Emperor Gate stopped his movements at some point, and he also fell from a height of 1 foot, holding the silver flood spear in his hand, looking at Yongkai in surprise. Yang Kai smiled wryly, knowing that he was a little excited just now because he discovered the ruins of the sect, so he was traced by the other party. Now that he had been discovered, Yang Kai simply showed up generously. Anyway, he didn't have any evil thoughts towards this guy, so naturally he didn't have any embarrassment. It's actually you. The martial artist from the Star Emperor Gate had a strange expression. He had met Yang Kai twice, once in the stalactite cave, and once when he was snatching the red candle fruit, but from the beginning to the end they didn't even realize that Yang Kai hid his own strength so deeply. The attack of the soul just now was silently resolved by the other party, which shows how powerful he is. This had to make the indifferent man look at Yang Kai again, wanting to see if he had hidden his cultivation realm. Chapter 1237 5th floor. But to the disappointment of the indifferent man, no matter how he observed, he couldn't see any traces of Yang Kai's hidden cultivation realm. It seemed that the other party was really just a first-order Saint King warrior. He didn't mean to get to the bottom of it. He was born in the Star Emperor sect. He was an unworldly genius. Even if Yang Kai really hid his cultivation realm, he wouldn't be afraid of the other party. Not to mention, the other party might have practiced some secret technique or wearing a magical secret treasure, so that the realm is displayed at the first level of the Holy King. He didn't want to believe that Yang Kai was really only at this level. My friend, don't misunderstand. Yang Kai frowned. I just heard some movement here, so I came to take a look. He explained a little, not because he was afraid of this person, but the other party was obviously not easy to provoke, and Yang Kai was unwilling to fight him in such a ghost place because of some small misunderstandings. To his surprise, the other party just nodded slightly. The vigilance on his face subsided a lot, and he didn't intend to make a move. Even his silver flood spear was taken back. Without asking any further questions, the indifferent man suddenly asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but still announced his name. Cold feelings. The other party also reported himself. Yang Kai frowned inadvertently. He didn't believe that the other party wanted to get acquainted with him for no reason. This person never said a word when facing Fang Tianzhong, Ku Chengfeng and others. He was obviously an arrogant person. He belonged to the kind of genius who didn't put anyone in his eyes, but he introduced himself here, so Yang Kai couldn't help being careless. Looking thoughtfully at the looming Chonglo Yuyu in the mountain guarding formation, Yang Kai's brows wrinkled even more. Sure enough, just as he was worried, the man named Lengqing asked, "Are you interested in working together to break through this mountain guard formation?" "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Yang Kai shook his head immediately without even thinking about it. He was stunned coldly, as if he didn't expect that there would be people in this world who would reject his proposal and, under such circumstances, wouldn't he be indifferent to the Zongmen ruins inside? The divine sense turned cold and said indifferently, "Do you think we can't break through this big formation with our abilities?" "Yes, I don't think there is much hope, so I don't want to waste my energy." Yang Kai nodded calmly. Yang Kai also watched for a while when this guy was breaking the formation before, and he knew how delicate and strong the mountain guarding formation was, and, the outermost layer of defensive cover is only the first layer of protection, and even the coldest means can't shake it. Yang Kai doesn't think that adding himself can break it. Of course, if you are not stingy with the consumption of golden blood, it is possible to directly use a dozen or 20 drops of golden blood to burst out all the energy stored in it. But even if the outer layer of protective cover is broken, so what? Yang Kai could figure it out with his toes. There must be many restrictions inside, there must be many crises, there are definitely more and more powerful restrictions waiting for the intruders. He doesn't have that much confidence, and he doesn't have that much time to spend here. For a mountain guard formation of a great sect tens of thousands of years ago, it is better to avoid provocation. So he unceremoniously rejected the cold proposal and didn't even have the intention of giving it a try. "Why do you think I can't break through?" What Yang Kai didn't expect was that after hearing Yang Kai's frank confession, the man who had always looked cold turned into a ruthless expression, as if he was annoyed that he was underestimated. A dangerous aura slowly emanated from him. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "If you think you can break through, just use your means, I will leave first." Saying this, he turned around and left after a few ups and downs before disappearing into the jungle. Staring coldly at Yang Kai's disappearing back, his face was uncertain. I don't know why this martial artist named Yang Kai has been calm when facing him, and he has no fear at all. Even, at that moment just now, he gave himself a somewhat dangerous feeling. Although it only appeared for a moment, it was enough to make Leng Qing vigilant. This kind of feeling can only appear on extremely powerful people. Could it be that this Yang Kai has the ability to hurt himself? Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about such things coldly, and was going to ask those old immortals after returning to Xingdi Mountain to see if there were any other unborn masters in this world who could cultivate such a weird disciple. After Yang Kai ran for 30 miles, there was another violent rumbling sound behind him. Obviously that guy named Leng Qing was attacking the mountain guard formation here again. Others are willing to do such thankless things, Yang Kai can't control, anyway, he just doesn't do it himself. Originally, Yang Kai reminded Dai Yuan not to meet this martial artist called Leng Qing, but now it seems that the two of them will not meet face to face. As long as Leng Qing keeps attacking the mountain guard formation here, the rest of the time will be wasted. Light is no surprise, and Dai Yuan was looking for a spiritual herb, so she probably wouldn't foolishly bump into Leng Qing. Because of the obstruction of the mountain guard formation, Yang Kai had to go around a large circle, and occasionally glimpsed, still able to see some vague traces of buildings from among the many mountain peaks. After another 10 days, Yang Kai could still feel the presence of the mountain guarding formation, and he was even more astonished. The area covered by this large guarding formation has at least a range of several thousand miles, and the space within this range is full of the ruins of the sect tens of thousands of years ago. How magnificent is it, and how many disciples will exist in this sect? But it is even more strange that such a huge sect is empty now. There was nothing to say along the way, and Yang Kai didn't gain anything at all, but after 10 days, he was far away from the range covered by the mountain guarding formation. At the edge of the sky, a bright red light appeared faintly. This ray of light imprinted in his eyes, and Yang Kai became energetic for a while, and couldn't help grinning. His conjecture was indeed correct, there was actually a 5th floor in the deeper part of the 4th floor. And the 5th floor is the hot zone. I don't know what's going on with this flowing flame sand field, and Yang Kai has already passed through 2 similar areas including the layer of hot flame area that he hasn't reached yet. As for the fiery sandy land, it definitely exists layer by layer with extremely distinct layers, as if someone threw 3 extremely hot fire rings on the ground to block off the earth. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. That being the case, there should definitely be a 6th floor. Dazed for a moment, Yang Kai burst into laughter again. He hadn't even reached the 5th floor yet, and he didn't know if he could break through, so he didn't want to think about the 6th floor for now. If possible, Yang Kai would like to investigate, but time may be tight. In the flowing flame sand field, the deeper you go, the less space there is for people to move around. Only 2 days after Yang Kai discovered the bright red light, he reached the edge of the 5th floor. Before entering it, I felt the scorching heat coming towards me, and the power contained in it was far beyond what the 3rd floor could compare. While Yang Kai was overjoyed, his face was also extremely solemn, and he urged the Saint Yuan in his body to form a protective shield on his body surface, and then he took a step cautiously. With just one step, Yang Kai seemed to have stepped into another world. As far as he could see, it was red in all directions, and the fierce heat wave hit, and the extremely dense fire aura had condensed into substance, like strips of which the spiritual little snake wrapped around Yang Kai and attached to his body. In an instant, Yang Kai felt pain all over his body. His whole body seemed to be on fire, and even the Saint Yuan flowing in his body showed faint signs of boiling. Yang Kai's face changed, and he hurriedly urged Sheng Yuan, and the magic flame came out through his body. But Demon Flame couldn't even resist the invasion of the heat wave, the snake-like fire aura, and Demon Yan used Yang Kai's body as the battlefield, fighting fiercely. One side invaded, the other obstructed, extremely fierce. The Saint Yuan in his body was like a flood from the sluice, rushing out ferociously. Yang Kai calmly took out 2 top-grade Saint crystals, held one in one hand, and frantically absorbed energy from it. With such a level of consumption, if he doesn't replenish it, sooner or later the Saint Yuan in his body will be exhausted. Once it is exhausted, he will have to explode the golden blood and turn the golden blood into Saint Yuan. During this trip to the flowing flame sand field, he used a few drops of golden blood. After seeing the powerful power of golden blood, he naturally didn't want to waste it and saved as much as he could. Going deeper step by step, every time he goes deeper, Yang Kai has to increase the output of Saint Yuan, and the Saint crystal in his hand has been replaced one by one, and in just half a day, he has consumed tens of thousands of Yuan holy crystal, absorb all the energy in those holy crystals and turn them all into powder. Only his strong physique can support such unscrupulous absorption of the energy of the holy crystal. If it is another warrior whose physical body is not strong and the meridians are not tough, he will definitely explode and die. The recovery elixir prepared earlier has finally come in handy at this moment. Yang Kai even used the myriad medicine essence liquid that he hadn't used for a long time. Although the consumption was terrifying, Yang Kai didn't panic at all, because even if his golden blood was exhausted, he could still borrow the power of the divine tree, but the divine tree was still sleeping, and it looked like it was going to evolve soon, unless it is absolutely necessary. Yang Kai does not want to disturb it. A day later, Yang Kai had to stop. Although the further he went, the hotter the environment would be, and it would be more helpful for him to refine the Xuanian sunflower water, but this place had almost reached his limit, and if he went any further, even his life would be in danger. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while. Just as he was about to find a nearby place to start refining the mysterious yin sunflower water, there was a rumbling sound in his ears, and the ground trembled violently. Yang Kai's face sank, he stood motionless, and released his spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings regardless of loss. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1238 Earth Lung Fire Pool. As soon as the spiritual mind was separated from the body, it was twisted and deformed by the scorching high temperature. Although Yang Kai was extremely fast when he released and retracted, a little bit of spiritual mind was still burned. This made him groan, but fortunately his spiritual consciousness is extremely powerful, and he has warming lotus to nourish his soul, so he didn't take this little loss seriously. At this moment of investigation, Yang Kai had already locked on a certain position. His eyes crossed a distance of several thousand feet, and looked over there, only to see a red and terrifying heat wave gushing out from a certain place on the ground. As soon as it came out, the heat wave went out to sea like a dragon, circling straight up, as if it was going to punch a hole in the red curtain covering the sky, but the restriction of the flowing flame sand field was not something that the heat wave could resist at all. Entering the sky, blending into the red curtain, it disappeared like a mud cow entering the sea. An extremely pure fire aura leisurely swayed away from the place where the heat wave appeared, and after sweeping past Yang Kai's position, it continued to spread in all directions. Signs of the end to come. Yang Kai moved his head, and stood there waiting for a long time, until the movement over there subsided, and then strode forward with difficulty, walking towards that side. 2 full hours later, Yang Kai came to a place thousands of feet away, staring intently at a huge pit in front of him, his face uncertain. This is a huge pothole. Standing on the edge and looking down, I can only see the red lava flowing like water. At this moment, it looks extremely stable. It is not as terrifying as the eruption before. The aura of the fire element escaped from the bottom of this pothole and merged into the environment of the 5th floor, gradually strengthening the power of the 5th floor. Occasionally, some gravel fell into the pit and turned into fly ash when it fell into the lava. The terrifying temperature inside can be imagined. It looks like a crater here, but it is not actually a volcano, because it is a huge crater on the flat ground, and there is no trace of magma erupting to form a volcano. Moreover, Yang Kai was also keenly aware that the bottom of the pothole extended in all directions, and there seemed to be countless branches and forks. From time to time, he could still hear the movement like breathing coming from below, which was very regular. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, and a name blurted out, Earth Lung Fire Pool. After finishing speaking, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe it. The Earth Lung Fire Pool is an extremely rare underground fire vein, which is most loved by refiners, because when refining weapons, the refiner can use the power of this underground fire vein to refine materials, which can make the refiners the instrument engineer saves a lot of energy and saves countless hours. However, there are very few sects that can have this kind of Earth Lung Fire Pool. Yang Kai has not come into contact with many forces, and he doesn't know much about the secrets of those sects, but he is sure that in the entire Gloom Star, there must be no more than 3 sects that can have the Earth Lung Fire Pool as a special place for refining weapons. One of the criteria for judging the Earth Lung Fire Pool is this kind of regularity of exhaling and inhaling, as if the lungs are tightening, which is very obvious, so Yang Kai recognized it immediately. And judging from the purity of the fire element aura escaping from the Earth Lung Fire Pool in front of me, this fire pool is the best of the best. Any craftsman here can maximize his ability and be able to refining secret treasures that cannot be refined normally can maximize the performance of those secret treasures. All kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind, and Yang Kai revealed a look of surprise. Although he couldn't take this kind of Earth Lung Fire Pool away, it was the best place for him to refine Xuanian sunflower water. He didn't expect that he could find such a place. Originally, he planned to find a place nearby. The location started to refine Xuanian sunflower water, but now he decided to go down to have a look. Although it is dangerous, the more dangerous the place, the greater the benefits. A martial artist should never be afraid of any danger in cultivation. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression became resolute, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. He urged his own protective magic flame to the maximum, and at the same time sacrificed his own purple shield, urging the power in the shield to form a wave small dust storms wrap themselves. This is not over yet. Yang Kai did not hesitate to squander the Saint Yuan, condensing dozens of Haoshan shields, flying around his side. After doing this, he took a deep breath and jumped directly towards the entrance of the cave. In midair, Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused, and when he swept his eyes around, he immediately saw a good foothold, twisted and swayed in midair, and the person had already reached the sky above the foothold, and stepped lightly. As soon as he stepped on it, he fell lightly to the other side, and stepped on another foothold that he had hoped for before. Chi chi chi. The lava underneath was very unstable, erupting from time to time, and the splashed lava shot in all directions, tearing the walls around the pit full of holes. The lava here is much more powerful than the lava in the ancient ban that Wei Gucheng and the others fell before. A lot of lava smashed towards Yang Kai, the clear sky shield shattered at the touch, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of clear sky shields flying around Yang Kai were completely consumed. The power of the wind and sand from the sandstorm guarding Yang Kai's side swept the lava aside. Occasionally, those who broke through the wind and sand blockade were also blocked by Yang Kai's magic flame, allowing him to avoid worries and concentrate on finding suitable ones. Foothold. As he went deeper, he replenished the damaged clear sky shield. About 30 breaths or so, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and his figure shot to one side, directly into a wall hole. As soon as you entered the wall hole, Yang Kai felt that the surrounding heat had slowed down a lot, as if blocked by an invisible force, which made Yang Kai curious. Turning around and looking out, Yang Kai stared blankly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Because on the opposite wall of the cave, he saw countless wall holes that were similar to the place he was in. Those wall holes were obviously not formed naturally, because some numbers were engraved on the wall holes, starting with A and B. Bing ding sort. These wall holes turned out to be man-made. Yang Kai pondered for a while, then suddenly realized, and quickly turned around to investigate in the wall hole he was in. The wall hole is very deep, about 30 zhong, and it is a straight passage at the beginning. After 30 zhong, Yang Kai immediately appeared in a spacious stone room. The surrounding stone walls are dotted with some strange stones for lighting. Although countless years have passed, they are still emitting a soft light, making the place not dark. With the help of these rays of light, Yang Kai began to look at the stone room while putting away his shield and magic flame. The ground of the stone chamber is flat, and a huge magic circle is engraved on the ground, which seems to be still functioning. Strands of extremely hot power are transported in by the magic circle from the outside, and then gather towards the very center. And in the very center, there is a huge furnace tripod, with 3 legs and 2 ears, a dragon and a carved phoenix. The whole body is red, exuding extremely hot high temperature. Yang Kai checked briefly and found that this furnace was actually a low-grade refining furnace. Yang Yan used the refining furnace to refine materials before, but since the stone puppet helped her, she no longer needed to use the refining furnace, only occasionally, when refining high-level secret treasures, and finally shaped only then will it be used. Sure enough, seeing such a refining furnace, Yang Kai showed a clear look. Seeing so many stone walls on the opposite side just now, Yang Kai had a guess in his heart, and now seeing the situation in the stone room, it naturally verified his previous thoughts. This ground lung fire pool is actually the place where the big sect's weapon refiners used to refine weapons. It's no wonder that there is such a treasure land, and the craftsmen of that sect will naturally make good use of it, and the wall holes must be excavated specially for the craftsmen to use. And this unknown ancient magic circle that exists in the stone room can draw the scorching power from the earth lung fire pool into the wall hole for the refiner to drive. What a great deal! Yang Kai was stunned secretly. Being able to arrange these methods under the earth lung fire pool was definitely not something that ordinary people could do, at least they needed Void King stage powerhouses. But what made him feel sorry was that the low-grade smelting furnace in front of him had melted a lot, and it was not in a complete form. It seemed that after so many years of baking, it couldn't bear it anymore. The reason why the magic circle can continue to operate for tens of thousands of years must also be due to the continuous energy provided by the earth lung fire pool. Wanting to understand this, Yang Kai turned his head to look around, and soon, he saw a sudden stone pier in a corner. Although Yang Kai still doesn't understand the battle method, but after getting along with Yang Yan for a long time, he also understands some common sense. This stone pier should be the control center of this stone chamber formation. Going forward, he shot out a stream of holy energy and poured it into the stone pier. Sure enough, with a roaring sound, the magic circle that was running automatically stopped, and the scorching power that had been drawn continuously no longer flowed here. Side chord. Yang Kai waited for a long time, and waited for the refining furnace to cool down a little before he stepped forward to check it. Looking at it, it was even more disappointing. After the temperature cooled down, the smelting furnace unexpectedly shattered at the touch of a touch, and it was unknown what material was being smelted inside. At this moment, it had already turned into a puddle of unknown stuff with no use value. It's no wonder that after burning for such a long time, even the most precious materials may have been scrapped, not to mention how high-grade materials can be tempered with only virtual-level low-grade refining furnaces. But this is just one stone room, there are so many stone rooms outside. Based on the principle that one cannot return empty-handed after entering Treasure Mountain, Yang Kai began to investigate the stone chambers one by one. It took a full 2 days to inspect at least 300 stone chambers. Except for some refining tools that had not been refined in the stone room, Yang Kai did not have any harvest that caught his eye. The furnace was also all broken. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1239 Artifact Spirit. However, a lot of refining materials have been collected. Not all of the hundreds of stone chambers were as empty as Yang Kai's first inspection, and some stone chambers had piled up a lot of materials for refining tools. Most of these materials were ores and the like. Some weird gadgets are the kind that can be preserved all year round without being damaged. There are quite a few. Even if only 1/10 of the hundreds of stone chambers has something for Yang Kai to collect, it should not be underestimated. Yang Kai was dissatisfied, because the harvest was somewhat different from his expectations, and it was not as rich as he imagined. However, after investigating all the way, Yang Kai discovered something that interested him, that is, the deeper he went, the more intense and pure the fire ore gathered in those wall holes would be. This is easy to understand. In the earth lung fire pool, naturally, the lower you go, the closer you are to the origin of the fire pool. When he started to refine the Xuanian sunflower water, he had to find the wall holes at the bottom. 2 days later, Yang Kai had penetrated into the deepest part of the earth lung fire pond, and at this deepest point, there were only 2 wall holes left to investigate. These 2 wall holes are very deep, and it looks like they were used by the most outstanding craftsmen in that sect. One left and one right are not far apart. The hole looks ordinary and nothing new, but ever since Yang Kai had seen the universe in some wall holes, he knew that if he didn't investigate carefully, he would never know if there was anything in these wall holes. I hope there will be some discoveries, Yang Kai thought to himself. He casually found a wall hole on the left, his figure flickered, and he shot towards the wall hole like an arrow from the string. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the passageway of the wall hole, and after standing firm, he continued to go deeper without stopping. This wall hole was as deep as hundreds of feet, and Yang Kai walked for a while without reaching the end, and he couldn't help but amazed at the same time, and his heart became more and more looking forward to it. Sure enough, it is a wall hole for the most outstanding craftsman in the sect. The depth of the construction seems to be a little different, but I don't know if there are any good things in it. Walking forward for more than 100 feet, a bright white light suddenly came from the front. The light was soft, not glaring, and even had some effect of calming the nerves and calming the soul. When Yang Kai saw this bright white light, he felt relaxed all over, inexplicably pleasant thoughts welled up. The speed of his feet was a few minutes faster, and soon, Yang Kai rushed into a huge stone room. This stone room is more than 10 times larger than any of the hundreds of stone rooms he has inspected in the past 2 days, and the sky is even tens of feet high. In the place thousands of feet underground, the air is still clear without the slightest feeling of turbidity. This point alone cannot be compared with other stone chambers. The other stone chambers have a more or less depressing feeling. And around the stone chamber, there are only 8 fist-sized, pure white spheres dotted. The white light is emitted by these 8 spheres. Where the light passes, there is a miraculous sense of tranquility, effect. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, his eyes only swept over the 8 spheres, and then he focused his attention on the entire stone room. However, after he finished inspecting this stone room, his mood of anticipation was suddenly lost, and he couldn't help sighing softly. This stone room was built so magnificently and majestically, he thought that there must be some treasures stored in it. Nice one. How would you know that this stone room is like most stone rooms, except for a huge smelting furnace in the middle, there is nothing else. The formation in the stone chamber is also still in operation, extracting the purest part of the firepower from the earth lung fire pool. baking this huge furnace for tens of thousands of years, never stopping. When Yang Kai glanced at the refining furnace, his eyes lit up and he grinned. He found that the refining furnace was not damaged, and it was well preserved. He had found hundreds of smelting furnaces in those stone chambers before, but no matter how high grade and high quality those smelting furnaces were, after tens of thousands of years of burning, they were all scrapped and useless. Among them, there are even Zhuang-level furnace cauldrons, which makes Yang Kai feel distressed. And now, he actually found a complete refining furnace here. No matter it was due to a coincidence or what, the quality of this refining furnace is definitely not low, it must be a hidden treasure of King Shu. Only a refining furnace of this level can have a chance to be preserved. While Yang Kai was delighted, he quickly began to search for the control center of the stone chamber formation. Unlike other stone chambers that only have one stone pier as the control center of the formation, there are a total of 4 stone pier in this stone chamber, and it took Yang Kai a lot of effort to completely stop the entire formation. He has never practiced the ice-cold attribute skills, nor does he have any secret treasures of this attribute, so he can only wait for the temperature in the refining furnace to gradually dissipate. About a day later, the crimson light on the refining furnace gradually subsided. Although it still looked extremely hot, Yang Kai paid himself that his strength was not weak, and he was not afraid. Quickly walked to the front of the refining furnace, sent out his divine sense to investigate, and found that it was as he had guessed. This refining furnace was really of the Void King level, but the grade and quality were so high, he couldn't judge it for the time being. It should be no lower than the middle grade of King Shu. The entire refining furnace is as high as 5 feet, the same 3-legged and 2-eared style, different from the refining furnace that Yang Kai has seen before. It is not engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns but a whole strange bird. Yang Kai looked around the refining furnace, and found that he didn't recognize this strange bird. It looked like a phoenix, but it looked like a crane, with a long beak and powerful claws, dragging 3 the long tail feathers. The body is elegant and slender, and the feathers are carved so vividly that they seem to be alive, as if they are about to rush out of the surface of the refining furnace. Looking at it carefully, Yang Kai secretly recalled the classics he had read from Zhang Ao, and when he thought about what kind of monster this strange bird was, his face suddenly changed, and he narrowed his eyes to look at the strange bird's eyes. At that moment just now, Yang Kai had a feeling that he was being spied on by the other party. But when he took a closer look, he found that the strange bird was still exactly the same as before, lifeless, which made him extremely stunned. But with such a warning sign, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. Who knows if there is something weird in this refining furnace? He kept releasing his divine thoughts, carefully inspecting the inside of the refining furnace, and after confirming that there was nothing in it except a pool of burnt materials, he finally felt relieved. This refining furnace is a good thing, you must not miss it. He does not need such a huge furnace for alchemy. Since the holy yuan in his body was transformed into magic flame, Yang Kai no longer used the holy yuan for alchemy, but used the power of the fire of consciousness. But this thing can be brought back for Yang Yan to use. Although she has a stone puppet to help her, she doesn't need to worry about refining the materials, but in the last step of refining the secret treasure, when shaping and engraving the seal, it still needs refining stove. Yang Yan has helped him a lot, and these days he is doing his best to arrange formations and refine secret treasures for him. The two of them even share the secrets of stone puppets and ethereal crystals at the same time, so even if the refining furnace in front of him is Void King level secret treasure, Yang Kai will not be stingy to give it away. With such a decision, Yang Kai released his divine sense, wrapped the huge refining furnace, and wanted to put it into the space ring as soon as his divine sense moved. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and the refining furnace, which had been almost cooled down, suddenly buzzed, and clusters of astonishing flames emerged from around the furnace cauldron, burning towards Yang Kai's consciousness. Yang Kai turned pale with shock, and quickly retracted his spiritual mind, so he also suffered a dull loss, and a small half of the released mind thread was burned. His face turned pale. Yang Kai was shocked. His consciousness is equipped with the magic of the fire of consciousness, which is extremely hot. Even before he discovered this earth-lung fire pool, the heat of the 5th floor could not destroy his consciousness so quickly. But the flames that burst out from the cauldron are so powerful. Doesn't it mean that the flames are countless times more terrifying than the heat on the 5th floor? Moreover, there was a faint agility in that flame, and after repelling Yang Kai's consciousness, it flickered and disappeared again, as if everything just now was just an illusion, and it didn't happen. Yang Kai naturally knew it wasn't an illusion. He lost so much of his thoughts, and his headache was splitting. How could it be an illusion? Before he could figure out what was going on, the strange bird carved on the surface of the refining furnace suddenly came to life, and its elegant body flew out of the refining furnace, turning into an unusually beautiful scarlet fire bird. Astonishing firepower emanated fiercely from this strange bird. It only made a slight circle before shooting directly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was extremely ugly, and he exclaimed, "Qi Ling." He immediately understood why the flames were so spiritual, and he also understood that being spied on by the strange bird just now was not an illusion, but a real occurrence. But the other party was not a flesh and blood body, so Yang Kai failed to notice it. This is actually an artifact spirit, and the artifact spirit born in that refining furnace does not know whether it existed in itself, or was born slowly after tens of thousands of years of burning in the lung fire pool. But when he thought that this was an artifact spirit of a Void King grade secret treasure, Yang Kai's head was as big as a bucket. He has fought many people, and has seen all kinds of high-grade and low-grade secret treasures, but there has never been a secret treasure that has such a ferocious weapon spirit. Artifact spirits are extremely rare in themselves. First, the conditions for its birth are very harsh, and it requires a lot of luck. Second, it takes a long time. Any secret treasure with a weapon spirit has been precipitated for at least 1,000 years or even longer. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1240 Fierce Battle. But once the secret treasure possesses the weapon spirit, the power that the secret treasure can display will go up to several levels. Because of this, some amazing and talented warriors have developed an amazing method of using monster spirits to create weapon spirits. After hunting monsters, they use secret methods to extract their spirits from their bodies and seal them in secret treasures. After some time of sacrifice, it is possible to artificially make the secret treasure produce a weapon spirit. This method is extremely bloody and cruel, and the process of sacrificial refining is also inhumane. The spirits of monsters sealed in secret treasures will suffer unimaginable torture during the process of sacrificial refining, so once successful, the secret treasure will become extreme, but compared with the orthodox weapon spirit, there is still a big gap between this kind of weapon spirit. Although it can enhance the power of the secret treasure, it is not so terrifying. The success rate is also very low, and the time consumed is not short, so no one uses this method to create weapon spirits except for those who have mastered the secret arts of evil arts and have great patience, and these secret arts are rarely mastered by people. The artifact spirit that Yang Kai encountered this time was a genuine existence, not the kind of artificially created artifact spirit. It didn't have the breath at all, it was clearly born out of the artifact refining furnace due to some coincidence. Although the refining furnace is not a secret treasure for fighting, its grade is not low, and the power of the strange bird spirit made Yang Kai startled for a while. Seeing it rushing towards him, Yang Kai only had a fiery red color left in front of his eyes. It seemed that the entire stone room was filled with the incomparably pure fire aura, and he could no longer see anything else. I hope this guy was only born not long ago, and he hasn't opened his spiritual wisdom, Yang Kai secretly prayed. While retreating sharply, the purple shield was thrown out at the same time. Saint Yuan poured in madly, and a violent sandstorm suddenly appeared, surrounding Yang Kai's body for protection. But just after the sandstorm appeared, the scarlet flamingo spread its wings, creating a more ferocious gust of wind. A series of fiery knives-like attacks were mixed in the gust of wind, and just one breath broke the protection of the sandstorm. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the wind, and the fire bird's power is overwhelming. Yang Kai's breathing stagnates, and something is wrong in his heart, and a magic flame sword appears in his hand, and the black sword light cuts out. The momentum is like a rainbow. Bang bang bang. There was a violent sound, and the red fire knives and sword glows got along with each other, and they died together, but the fire knives were endless, inexhaustible, and the number of sword glows displayed by Yang Kai was quite large. Still can't offset it all. The random blow of this scarlet fire bird is so powerful that it is unbelievable. Yang Kai moved his hand, and the bayou map appeared leisurely, and phantoms of mountain peaks flickered out of the picture, flying towards those fiery knives. A look of disdain and mockery flashed in the two eyeballs of the scarlet flamingo, and the wings flapped gracefully again, and the undestroyed fire knives turned into fire snakes psychically. Bypassing Bayou, the phantom of the mountain peak in the picture came straight to Yang Kai himself. After seeing that humanized expression, Yang Kai felt a little bit in his heart, and secretly complained. This weapon spirit not only has intelligence, but also looks like it is not low, otherwise how could it show that kind of expression? What's more, since this thing was born from a refining furnace, it should be proficient in various laws and supernatural powers of the fire system. It is really not a wise move to fight it in such a small stone room. Yang Kai instantly thought of retreating. At the same time as the black fireballs were sent flying, Yang Kai's spiritual mind moved, and the Yuan control technique was deployed, which also turned into a fire snake-like attack, and greeted the fire bird. The two kinds of strange snakes collided quickly, one red and one black, biting and devouring each other continuously, and they seemed to be at a stalemate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai wanted to pull back. He didn't want to fight with such an artifact spirit here. Unexpectedly, the fire bird's mind was extremely flexible, and when he saw Yang Kai's movements, he knew what he wanted to do, tilted his head, and sprayed out a fireball the size of a washbasin from his mouth. The fire element contained in this fireball, the spiritual energy, was violent and ferocious, and Yang Kai was startled when he saw it. If he was hit by this thing, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die, so he hurriedly dodged to the side to avoid it. The strange bird seemed to have known that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, and the ridicule in his eyes was even stronger. The fireball rushed into the entrance of the passage where Yang Kai walked in, and exploded, but the fire element spirit energy did not dissipate, but turned into a fireball. Layers of bright red light curtains sealed off the entrance to the passage. Yang Kai's face sank. The scarlet flamingo actually wanted to trap him here, as if he didn't want to let him go. Normally, such a layer of barriers that were simply arranged would not be able to stop Yang Kai, and he would be able to break through it with a little effort, but there was a weapon spirit in front of him, so how could Yang Kai have the kung fu to break through that layer? Red light curtain. Once this is done, it will only give Qi Ling an opportunity to take advantage of it. Silly bird, kill yourself. Yang Kai's face turned violent, and he didn't want to retreat anymore. The demonic flames outside his body were rolling endlessly, and his whole body was like a blazing black fireball. The black color seemed to be able to burn everything. The line of sight can be burned, and anyone here can't see Yang Kai's true face clearly. Seeing Yang Kai getting angry, the sneering look of the scarlet monster bird disappeared, as if he also understood that he seemed to have done a bad thing. This person in front of him is not a soft persimmon that can be raped casually. It is not a big deal to force him to stay smart move. But it's just a tool spirit. Although it has opened up a lot of mind, it doesn't think too much. A scream in the mouth, the invisible impact tore apart the defense of Yang Kai consciousness sea, and went straight to his soul. Inside the sea of AA consciousness, there was chaos. Yang Kai let out a cold snort, and suppressed the abnormality of the sea of AA consciousness. As he waved his hands, the entire stone room was filled with black light, and the energy transformed by the magic flames was continuously flowing from Yang Kai's body. The ground overflowed, and soon occupied half of the country, rivaling the pure fire aura of the scarlet firebird. The situation in the stone room suddenly became extremely strange. The half near the entrance was pitch black and you couldn't see your fingers, while the other half was red and scorching hot like a sea of AA fire. Under the urging of Yang Kai and the scarlet fire bird, the two energies collided fiercely towards each other. The entire stone room shook instantly, and the aftermath of the fierce energy collision hit in all directions. On the stone wall, beams of forbidden light flickered, intercepting these aftermaths. It is also fortunate that this place is the place where the most outstanding craftsman of the big sect refines crafts, and it has long been arranged with layers of restrictions, otherwise such a stone room alone would not be able to bear the tension between Yang Kai and Qi Ling. Fight. The black glow and the red light collided continuously, without giving in to each other, melting little by little. Yang Kai's face was solemn, and the elegant body of the scarlet firebird was also constantly twisting, and the sound of strange screams in his mouth was endless, and he was no longer as relaxed and freehand as before. The collision lasted for a whole stick of incense, and the stone room returned to its original appearance. Yang Kai and Qi Ling looked at each other from a distance, and they all fired up real fire. In the head-to-head collision just now, no one could do anything about it. Yang Kai never thought that just a mere artifact spirit would be able to tie with him. He knows his own fighting power better than anyone else, even if he meets a void return first layer powerhouse now. As long as the opponent is a little careless, Yang Kai is confident to injure him severely. As for whether he can kill it, it depends on the opponent means. But this weapon spirit is not inferior to him at all. This is just a weapon spirit that is not driven by its master. It cannot exert the full power of the weapon spirit. If it is collected and controlled by someone, it is definitely not an opponent. Because the spirit of the weapon is not an entity, the existence of the spirit of the weapon is only to enhance the power of the secret treasure. I have fought so hard, just fighting against the shadow of that secret treasure. When Yang Kai was thinking this way, his complexion changed, and his expression became more dignified. Without even thinking about it, hundreds of Haoshan shields appeared in front of him, and he sacrificed the purple shield at the same time. Because the weapon spirit seemed to be berserk, the refining furnace that was placed quietly in the center of the stone room also buzzed because of its berserk, and immediately, the refining furnace flew into the air by itself, dripping as soon as it spun. Clusters of incomparably agile flames flew out of the refining furnace and penetrated into the body of the fire bird. In an instant, Firebird's aura soared, and a dignified feeling swayed leisurely. Yang Kai's complexion was brilliant, and he exclaimed, "Potential." Such a tool spirit actually knows how to use the power of momentum that only those in the void return realm can comprehend. Didn't Qian Tong say that in the flowing flame sand field, there can be no potential at all? Once a warrior with the power to comprehend the power enters, he will be wiped out in an instant. It is for this reason that void returning realm experts cannot enter the flowing flame sand field. In the past, only Saint King realm warriors were allowed to enter this forbidden area. But this strange bird actually used the power of momentum, and nothing happened. But soon, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong. This kind of power was somewhat similar to potential, but it was not potential, but a magical method used by the fire bird to catalyze the rich fire aura in the stone room, using the aura of heaven and earth for his own use. As expected of a fire-type weapon spirit, Yang Kai was secretly shocked when he was born proficient in these laws of heaven and earth. This is the second time Yang Kai has fallen into this kind of similar power package. The last time was outside the cave of Longshe Mountain, fighting against a void return realm expert beside Xie Hongwen. However, compared with the current situation, the opponent's momentum is simply vulnerable. The last time he was wrapped up by that person, although Yang Kai's actions were restrained, there was no serious problem. But at this moment, Yang Kai felt extremely heavy all over his body. His bones cracked and his body was crumbling, and it was extremely difficult to even move his fingers. There seemed to be an invisible bondage around him, which turned into an invisible chain, locking him firmly in place, preventing him from moving. Even the consciousness and the holy yuan were shrunk in the sea of AA consciousness and the body, unable to use it at all. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Offending People's Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1241 Saving. Seeing that Yang Kai was easily trapped, the fire bird once again showed a proud and disdainful expression, opened its mouth, and a sharp flame turned into a sword-like attack, and went straight to Yang Kai's face. The speed was as fast as running lei, the power is unstoppable. It seemed that it wanted to take the opportunity to take Yang Kai's life. Cha-cha-cha. Hundreds of Hoshin shields guarding in front of Yang Kai shattered, and the purple shield only blocked it for a moment, and the purple charm on the surface suddenly dimmed, looking like a spiritual loss. It was directly knocked aside and fell on the ground. On the ground. In the blink of an eye, the fire sword rushed in front of Yang Kai, seeing that Yang Kai was about to lose his life. At this moment, a pitch-black blade-like attack flew out from Yang Kai's face. That blade seemed to tear apart the space, silently, without the slightest energy fluctuation, very mysterious. The blade of space. Yang Kai paid his own divine sense and the means displayed by the Saint Yuan, and he couldn't compete with this artifact spirit. It actually knew how to use the artifact refining furnace to fight against the enemy, which greatly exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. The Qi Ling itself is extremely difficult to deal with, and now it drives the furnace that gave birth to it, and it is even more ferocious. If you continue to fight with it like this, it is tantamount to courting death. So Yang Kai used his trump card without hesitation. He still has confidence in the space blade. Although the method of the artifact spirit is extraordinary and he is proficient in the laws of the fire system, the power of space is a kind of power that is extremely biased and powerful. In terms of the law of space, Yang Kai also I have a lot of experience. Although I have not achieved great success, it should be no problem to deal with a weapon spirit. Sure enough, after the blade of space met the fire sword, the blade-like crack was twisted for a while, and was unsteadily agitated by the powerful fire aura, and quickly disappeared, but before it disappeared, the fire sword was also swallowed into it. In the void crack, Yang Kai's crisis was lifted in an instant. Not waiting for the Qi Ling to make any further moves, one after another space blades formed leisurely, half of them flew towards Qi Ling, and the other half circled around Yang Kai's side. Suddenly, the power that restrained Yang Kai seemed to be cut off. Set him free. The moment Sheng Yuan was able to activate it, Yang Kai stepped back immediately, raised his hands, and a foot-long space blade flew out, swallowing a hole in the red light curtain that had blocked the passage. Although the hole was small, it enough for Yang Kai to pass safely. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure had already rushed into the passage that was several hundred feet long, and the angry cry of the artifact spirit came from behind. The other party was obviously forced to panic by the space blade, and had no time to take care of Yang Kai, who was retreating. Yang Kai didn't expect his space blade to be able to kill that weapon spirit. The fire-type aura driven by the other party was pure and powerful, which could not be completely swallowed by the current space blade. The opportunity made Yang Kai very satisfied. The current plan is to leave this earth-lung fire pool as soon as possible, find another place to refine the Xuanian sunflower water, and wait until the strength improves, and if there is still time, then trouble it again. As expected by Yang Kai, he had just ran a distance of less than 100 feet, and the fire bird seemed to have intercepted all the blades of space, and immediately a scorching breath came from behind. Yang Kai took a break from his busy schedule, and when he looked back, all his souls froze. In the distance of the passage, Qiling was wrapped in a ball of red light, chasing him closely, unwilling to let him go at all. The entire passage was extremely hot. Before the firebird itself arrived, the rich fire aura had already diffused, and the stone walls around the passage melted instantly. Yang Kai kept walking, even if his speed was a little faster, but compared with this kind of artifact spirit that was born without a physical body, his speed was still slightly insufficient. He looked at the exit of the passage, but the distance between himself and the artifact spirit was getting closer and closer. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a ruthless color, and when he was about to turn around and give Qiling a blow, he heard a strange cry from behind him. There was unwillingness and anger in that cry, and at the same time, the fire-type aura pervading the entire passage was quickly withdrawn like the ebb of seawater. Yang Kai was surprised, turned his head again, his eyes showed surprise, not only stopped running, but stopped, and looked over there with great interest. At a distance of about 50 feet away from itself, the firebird was hopping in the air, but at this moment, energy strips like chains emerged on its body. Technique: wrapped the whole body of the firebird, and tied it tightly. It only barked a few times, then the chain was pulled away, and it was tightly strangled into the body of the firebird. The unwillingness in Firebird's eyes became more intense, but with a bang, its body exploded, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Was destroyed. Yang Kai frowned, thought about it for a second, and quickly released his spiritual sense, and probed into the stone room to investigate. In the stone room, the refining furnace that was originally suspended fell down again, and it was quiet, returning to the state when Yang Kai just came in, but the strange bird pattern on the refining furnace still existed, but it was a little different from before. The strange bird pattern seems to be restless, constantly swimming and flying away on the surface of the refining furnace but never leaves the refining furnace. Yang Kai felt relieved and grinned. It turns out that the thing cannot be too far away from the refining furnace. Once it is far away, it will definitely be taken back by the refining furnace. There will be some involvement. After confirming that Qiling had nothing to do with him, Yang Kai secretly exhaled and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The fight just now was really the most dangerous one he encountered. Even if he fought against the Void Return Realm Master brought by Xie Hongwen last time, he could handle it with ease, and there would be no danger of his life at all. After all, at that time there is also Yang Yan's array support. But this time, being forced by Qiling to fight him in the stone room, except for not using the world-exterminating demon eye, Yang Kai almost exhausted all means, and finally had to escape in embarrassment. That is to say, if he could escape from the Qiling's hand, if he came here in another Holy King realm, he would die on the spot in all likelihood. Standing in the passage and adjusting his breath for a while, Yang Kai thought to himself, since the artifact spirit couldn't chase out of the stone room, then there was no need for him to leave the earth-lung fire pond. This is a rare treasure, and the environment outside the 5th floor, although it is good, but compared with this place, it is nothing compared to the Big Witch, and there is no comparison at all. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to enter this stone room, so he could go and see the other stone room at the bottom. Yang Kai didn't believe that there was still an artifact spirit there. It was a fluke for this kind of thing to be born, and it was absolutely impossible for a second one to appear. If it really appeared, Yang Kai could only go to the upper level and give up the bottom. Thinking like this, Yang Kai turned around and walked out of the passage, leaving this passage in a short while, and stepped into the wall hole on the right. Like the previous wall caves, the passage in this wall cave is more than a few hundred feet long. After passing through the passage, there is a magnificent and huge stone room. Although he felt that there would not be a second artifact spirit appearing, Yang Kai still didn't dare to be too careless. He stood at the entrance of the passage and inspected it carefully. After being burned, this was a sigh of relief. Even the smelting furnace was destroyed, so it is naturally impossible for any weapon spirit to be born. When Yang Kai glanced at some ores and refining materials that were stacked aside, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he rushed over in a hurry, checking them one by one. Sure enough, if you survive a catastrophe, you will be blessed. He didn't expect that there were so many refining materials piled up in this last stone room. And the grades are very high, at least they are of void level quality, most of them are of void king level, all kinds of rare ores, 5-element metals, and body materials of monsters are dazzling. Although there are many materials, some of them can no longer be used because they have been stored for too long. Yang Kai picked and picked, collected all the materials that could still be used, and discarded the unusable materials, then clapped his hands with satisfaction, and continued to look at the stone room. It has almost the same layout as the stone room on the left, with a refining furnace several feet high in the center, and several white balls inlaid around the stone wall, emitting a soft light. However, there seem to be fewer light spheres here, only 4, not as many as 8 in the other room. It seems that the status of the owner of this stone room is not as good as that of the owner of the stone room on the left. Yang Kai didn't go into it too deeply, he found the 4 stone piers, each injected a Saint Yuan, and closed the formation of the stone chamber. After waiting for a long time, he came to the ruined refining furnace and unceremoniously put it into the space ring. Although this refining furnace is damaged, it is Zhuang class after all. Take it back and let Yang Yan have a look to see if she can repair it. If it can be repaired, it can be used. It doesn't matter if it can't be repaired. He had already received several damaged Void King level refining furnaces before. After collecting the refining furnace, an open space appeared in the center of the stone room, and an independent formation was engraved on the open space. Although the area was small, it was extremely complicated. Although Yang Kai was not proficient in formation techniques, he after going in and out of hundreds of stone chambers and closing so many formations, one can understand that this formation is one of the ways to convert the pure firepower in the earth lung fire pool into a refining furnace. Moreover, the 4 stone piers around them also have a great effect. Depending on the number of prohibitions opened in the stone piers, the speed and power of extracting the fire in the center of the earth are also very different, and there is a proportional relationship between the two. In other words, opening the restriction of 4 stone piers is completely different from opening one to draw the fire from the center of the earth. This design made Yang Kai very satisfied, and secretly felt that the expert who arranged these methods was really extraordinary. The delay was long enough. Yang Kai didn't plan to delay any longer, and with a flash of his figure, he had arrived at the original position of the refining furnace and sat down cross-legged. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1242 Refining. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes. This day's breath-adjusting meditation allowed him to adjust his state to the best level. Immediately afterwards, he kept waving his hands, and delicate jade bottles and rare medicinal herbs were quickly scattered around him. The same is inspiring. These things, the auxiliary materials that Zhang Ao told him when he was refining the Xuanian sunflower water, Yang Kai had already collected them when he was at Rainfall Star. After all, although these materials are rare and precious, Yang Kai picked a lot of medicinal materials on the Hanging Continent, and later searched in the warehouse of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce branch on the Rainfall Star, and it didn't take much effort to gather these things. Zhang Ao said that the best time to refine Xuanian sunflower water is at the Void Return Realm, because only warriors who have reached this level of cultivation can withstand the pain during the refining process. The reason why Yang Kai chose to start refining at the Saint King realm was entirely because of his strong confidence in himself. Whether it's the strength of his physical body, the cultivation of his spiritual consciousness, or the vigor and purity of Shengyuan, he is confident that he is not inferior to any void-returning realm. Except for not having the power to comprehend potential, he is not much worse than the void-returning realm. What's more, his own tenacity and patience are also very comparable, otherwise he would not have merged with the proud golden body of the great demon god when he was very weak, and he would have learned the weird martial arts of unyielding Ao from it. So he wasn't worried about his cultivation level at all. The only thing he had to consider now was how to maximize the magic contained in Xuanian sunflower water. Zhang Ao said that this thing can greatly improve the cultivation of warriors, and there is no need to worry about it. Yang Kai already felt that his Saint King first level cultivation was low, and if he could improve his cultivation in a short period of time, then he would have more money. He is not worried about his foundation, state of mind, or his understanding of martial arts and heaven. His foundation itself is abnormally strong, Even if his cultivation realm rises sharply this time, it will not shake his foundation, which will lead to difficulties in later cultivation, and he has nothing to worry about in terms of mood. Absorbed the soul energy of so many warriors. Yang Kai's state of mind is no longer at the level of a warrior of the Saint King realm. Similarly, he is far ahead of warriors of the same level in his understanding of the Tao of Heaven and martial Tao. Now that everything is ready, he will naturally not be willing to be lonely. Although well prepared, but Yang Kai still checked the various materials placed beside him one by one. After confirming that there was nothing missing, he nodded slightly. After thinking about it, he took out a few more golden yang fruits and put them aside. These golden yang fruits, it was obtained by him in Dai Yuan in the flowing flame sand field. It contains extremely powerful yang energy, which is most suitable for this kind of time. Everything was ready. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious, and he stretched out his hand to shoot out a Saint Yuan, pouring it into a stone pier not far away. After the stone pier absorbed the Saint Yuan, the surface of the stone gleamed, and the formation in the stone room that had stopped a long time ago the law once again roared into action. A moment later, a stream of pure fire element spiritual chi was pulled out from the earth-lung fire pond and instilled into where Yang Kai was sitting. The fire aura that had been condensed into substance diffused instantly, wrapping Yang Kai's whole body, rushing unscrupulously into his body. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, resisting the piercing pain. Not only didn't mean to stop it, but opened it wide the body and mind. The pores all over the body are relaxed, allowing the fire aura to invade. Soon, all of Yang Kai's clothes were burned, revealing a strong body. Solid muscles were clearly defined, the skin glowed with golden light, and the surface of the skin began to crack, and golden blood flowed out. With great strength, the damaged position is constantly repaired, and the cycle repeats. Yang Kai shook his hand, and a jade bottle placed on the ground was taken over. Immediately, he opened the bottle, poured out a crimson elixir, threw it directly into the mouth, and closed his eyes to refine the elixir efficacy. An hour later, the effect of the medicine was completely dissipated, filling every inch of Yang Kai's flesh and blood, and he took another dark red spirit grass, chewing it directly and swallowing it. Different grains of pills, different plants of herbs, and even the few golden yang fruits that Yang Kai temporarily took out were taken by him in batches. The whole process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Every time a material is taken, the fire light on Yang Kai's body becomes more intense, and the body emits a terrifying heat, which makes people change color when they smell it. Every inch of his muscles was jumping and wriggling, his face had become extremely ferocious, his eyes were red, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour. Although it looked miserable, but Yang Kai's strong spiritual sense cultivation base can still guarantee his sobriety. I don't know whether it should be a blessing or a bitterness. In a waking state, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the medicine pills and medicinal materials he had taken had turned into strands of medicinal power that collided and merged in his meridians, flesh and blood, and some subtle and incredible changes were taking place, as if there was something in his body. Hundreds of millions of ants are constantly running around. This kind of unbearable suffering is not something a warrior of the Holy King realm can bear. No wonder Zhongao told Yang Kai not to be greedy for merit, and to use Xuanian sunflower water before reaching the Void Return realm. The old guy is really not talking nonsense. Yang Kai was filled with emotion. The current pain alone is enough to make ordinary Void Returning realm unbearable, and this is just the beginning. If it wasn't for his golden blood's strong recovery ability, he might have to stop at this moment. If he continued, he would have to explode and die. The ingredients that Yang Kai took were all yang and fire herbal pills, and together with the fire from the center of the earth, the body had gathered unimaginable scorching power, and the suffering he endured could be imagined. Yang Kai's eyes opened again, he waved a trembling hand, shot out a Saint Yuan, and poured it into the second stone pillar. Kala-A. With a sound, the formation in the stone room moved faster, and the firepower of the earth core drawn from the earth-lung fire pool doubled. This time, Yang Kai couldn't bear it any longer, and let out a miserable howl, which made him feel much better. Not daring to be negligent in the slightest, Yang Kai kept urging the Saint Yuan, merging the messy medicinal effects in his body, fully urging them out and seeping them into his own flesh and blood. It was another 3 days later that Yang Kai fused all the various medicinal effects that were about to move around his body, almost violent, and suppressed them in the meridians. Immediately, he took out a jade bottle with a very solemn expression, stared at it for a moment, opened the bottle with resolute eyes, shook slightly, and a drop of gem-like crystal clear liquid suddenly flew out of it. The moment this drop of liquid flew out, the stone room, which was extremely hot like a furnace, suddenly felt a chill. Visible to the naked eye, in the space around this drop of liquid, the fire aura recedes in all directions like avoiding snakes and scorpions, and it cannot get within 3 feet of this drop of liquid at all. And it was also extremely weird. After being shaken out by Yang Kai, it didn't intend to fall to the ground, but like a feather, quietly suspended in front of Yang Kai. Mysterious yin sunflower water. Yang Kai has as many as 20 drops of a treasure that can be coveted by Void King stage powerhouses. Seeing this drop of mysterious yin sunflower water, Yang Kai couldn't help but think of Shui Yu, that enchantress. At that time, this woman who killed both men and women was frostbitten by Xuanyan sunflower water, and it took him a lot of effort to wake her up. But if it was not restrained by the soul chain, Yang Kai would not care about her life. After all, the two were enemies at that time. In the end, when Yang Kai left from Yupixing, he was chased and killed by the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Shaking his head slowly, dispelling these distracting thoughts from his mind, Yang Kai swallowed the drop of profound yin sunflower water without any hesitation. A bone-chilling feeling spread from his mouth. Not only had the tendency to freeze Yang Kai's body, but even the sea of AA consciousness was filled with cold air. At this moment, a scorching fire broke out in Yang Kai's body, killing him. The icy cold dissipated instantly. But the energy contained in the Xuanyan sunflower water is extremely terrifying. While the cold air disappears, more cold air diffuses in Yang Kai's body. The next moment, the continuous scorching power also exploded. One cold and one hot, actually using Yang Kai's body as the battlefield, colliding with each other. They didn't disappear from each other, but miraculous changes took place. Yang Kai's expression was brilliant in an instant. Continuous groans and roars came from the depths of his throat, and the veins on his forehead were bruised, looking terrifying. Back then on Rainfall Star, the branch leader of Ha Li Ka, who was strong enough to return to the third layer of Void Return, was injured by Xuanyan sunflower water, and had to cut off his own arm to save his life. If Yang Kai hadn't taken so many Yang attributes and the fire elixir spirit grass suppresses those scorching powers in the body, and just this drop of Xuanyan sunflower water can kill him instantly. The first difficulty in refining Xuanyan sunflower water is to suppress the scorching power of those herbal medicines. If the physical body is not strong enough and the spiritual consciousness is not strong enough to store such a huge scorching power in the body temporarily, it will not. There may be further actions. And the second difficulty was Yang Kai's current situation. He had to stay awake all the time, to integrate the power of ice and fire to the greatest extent, and turn it into his own use. If you can't break through, you will be seriously injured, or your body will be destroyed, and the consequences will be extremely serious. In the stone room, Yang Kai's howling like a wounded beast was constantly resounding, and his condition was also extremely strange. Sometimes his whole body shivered from the cold air permeated the surroundings, his lips turned blue, and sometimes he was sweating profusely. His whole body was like a roasted crab, generally bright red. In this alternation of cold and heat, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that his own cultivation base was growing at a terrifying speed, and not only was his cultivation base increasing, but the magic flame in his body seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. Demon flame itself is a mutated force that coexists hot and cold, and it is transformed by Yang Kai's unique Saint Yuan. The environment created by refining the Xuanyan sunflower water actually coincides with the attributes of demon flame, and it stimulates the Saint Yuan in his body. It also gradually began to change. Not only Yang Kai did not expect this before, I am afraid that even Zhongao did not. Chapter 1243 Saint King Level 2. On the 5th floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, in a stone room at the bottom of an unknown earth-lung fire pool, Yang Kai sat there quietly with a strange expression on his face. Although he looked exhausted and about to collapse, there was still excitement and joy that could not be concealed between Yang Kai's brows, and the Saint Yuan fluctuations slowly emanating from his body were clearly the result of a substantial improvement in his cultivation realm sign. It has been more than a month since he refined Xuanyan sunflower water, and he did not finish refining it until yesterday. He didn't expect it to take such a long time, and, in the process of refining, many unexpected things happened. The power of extreme cold contained in the Xuanyan sunflower water is too strong. The various spiritual herbs and elixir that I took before, together with the fire from the center of the earth drawn by the restraint of the two stone piers, could not suppress the coldness of the Xuanyan sunflower water. The hot and cold forces in his body couldn't reach a balance, so Yang Kai had no choice but to open the restriction on the third stone pier, so that the power of the fire in the center of the earth could be strengthened a lot. I wanted to balance the Xuanyan sunflower water with the power of the fire in the center of the earth, but how could I know that after the restriction on the third stone pier was opened, the power of the Xuanyan sunflower water was completely suppressed, and the scorching power in the body flourish? Yang Kai was cruel and took the second drop of Xuanian sunflower water, and then he found helplessly that the initial situation had reappeared. As a result, in the end, he opened all the restrictions on the 4 stone piers, and the firepower from the center of the earth was fiercely drawn out, finally allowing the hot and cold forces in the body to barely maintain a balanced state. But in this way, the risks and sufferings that Yang Kai endured increased geometrically. In this long month, he wandered around before the gate of hell several times, and almost failed. The strong physical body and tenacious spiritual consciousness played a vital role at the critical moment, and Yang Kai had to use a few drops of the strongest golden blood accumulated in his body to repair his injuries, otherwise he couldn't hold on at all. He was already killed by the power of Xuanian sunflower water and Earth's core fire. Although the good things took a long time, the final result was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. At that time, Zhang Ao praised Xuanian sunflower water as rare in the sky, but not on the ground. Yang Kai thought it had such a powerful effect. He hoped that he could use this refinement to directly break through to the level of the 3rd layer of the Holy King, and even he touched the threshold of the Void Returning Realm, but now his cultivation is only the peak of the Holy King's 2nd-tier realm. 2 drops of Xuanian sunflower water, so many rare spiritual herb pills, plus the power of the fire in the center of the earth here, only allowed him to be promoted to a small level. Although the increase in realm cultivation is not much, Yang Kai has gained something else. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai opened his hand, and a group of pitch-black magic flames appeared on the palm of his hand like a burning fireball. The appearance of the magic flame remained unchanged from before, but it did not have the alternation of cold and heat, good and evil. The coexisting aura fluctuates, and anyone who uses their spiritual sense to check it is just a ball of fire that looks a little weird and evil in appearance, and it doesn't even have the slightest temperature. But Yang Kai just moved his divine sense, and this group of demon flames exuded a bitingly cold aura, accompanied by a crackling sound. The entire stone room was instantly filled with a layer of frost, and there was a terrifying posture of freezing thousands of miles. Even the stone wall was frozen hard, crackling, and the restraints arranged in this stone room independently played a protective role, creating layers of halos, hindering the spread of the cold artistic conception. Yang Kai thought again, and the icy coldness disappeared, replaced by endless scorching heat from the magic flame, and the frost that had diffused before melted and disintegrated at this moment, and there was nothing left. The power was unstoppable, and the protective restraint in the stone room had no time to react, and suddenly there was a click, and a layer was shattered. Yang Kai showed a satisfied look, and with a light grip, the magic flame black ball in his hand disappeared. He also noticed that after refining 2 drops of Xuanian sunflower water, the main reason why he could not improve his cultivation level too much was that his magic flame absorbed most of the energy. When Xuanian sunflower water and various hot forces reach a balance in one's body, logically speaking, these 2 conflicting forces will stimulate one's realm to grow wildly, but there is such a strange thing as magic flame in one's body. It also has the coexistence of hot and cold, so it can accept the medicinal effect of Xuanian sunflower water and those medicinal herbs, making the magic flame stronger. Demon Flame was just born, and until more than a month ago, it was in a state of cold and hot coexistence, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. Although it was mysterious and unpredictable, Yang Kai, as the master, could not control its state change at all. But now, Yang Kai is able to do this, and while the power of Demon Flame has been greatly improved, the fit with him has also increased a lot. In the future, when he confronts the enemy, if he wants to be cold, he will be cold, and if he wants to be hot, he will be hot. This kind of artificially controllable magic flame is far more lethal and threatening than its own transformation. Overall, Yang Kai is still very satisfied with this refinement. As early as when Demon Flame was born, Yang Kai knew that his strange power possessed strong shaping and growth. It's a pity that he has never been able to figure out how to make the magic flame grow, and no one can tell him this. This chance coincidence allowed him to find a way. As long as the heat and cold can be balanced, an external force can be formed, and the magic flame can be fused together, its growth can be promoted. It seems that the remaining Xuanian sunflower water is not useless, Yang Kai thought to himself. He was still thinking about what to do with so much Xuanian sunflower water that he still had, and it would definitely not work to sell it. Everyone knew the reason for the crime of conceived biscuits, and it would be too violent to leave it alone. But now, Yang Kai has a good solution. As long as he collects a large amount of Yang-type fire-type spiritual grass and elixir, he can even refine the Xuanian sunflower water 2 or 3 times, making the magic flame even stronger. Of course, this is just an idea, whether it can be realized is still unknown. If it wasn't for the time limit, Yang Kai would be willing to refine some mysterious yin sunflower water to test it out, but unfortunately since entering the flowing flame sand field, more than 5 months have passed, not far from half a year. He could only put this idea on hold for the time being, and try to verify it later. He was afraid that he would never be able to find a refining environment as good as the earth lung fire pool here. After all, the next time the flowing flame sand was opened, he didn't know it would be a year of the monkey. After sitting quietly for a day, Yang Kai recovered, stood up, turned his head to look around, took down the 4 softly glowing spheres embedded in the stone room, and threw them into the space ring. These luminous spheres should not be ordinary things. Taking them back and placing them in the residence will not only calm the mind, but also optimize the environment. Of course, he will not miss it. After confirming that there was nothing missing in this stone room, Yang Kai left and walked out along the long passage. Soon, Yang Kai came out of the passage, stood at the entrance of the wall hole, staring intently at the wall hole on the left, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. More than a month ago, he suffered a great loss under the hands of Qi Ling. If he hadn't cultivated the power of space, he would have died on the spot at that time. Now his cultivation level has been raised to a small level, and he has completely mastered the power of the magic flame. The hot and cold changes naturally want to revenge. Owning an artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai would be lying if he was not jealous. If possible, he would naturally want to subdue the other party. But that artifact spirit is not something to provoke. Even if Yang Kai is a little confident, he still has to make a good calculation, and this battle must be resolved quickly. God knows when the flowing flame sand field will be closed. Don't fight with that artifact spirit when the fight is inextricably linked. It would be bad to be teleported out suddenly. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he rushed directly to the opposite wall hole. In midair, the firepower from the ground lung fire pool below wrapped his whole body, the energy so dense that it was visible to the naked eye burned his body, and a layer of magic flames burned outside Yang Kai's body, emitting a biting coldness. Meaning, although it can't be said that it is very easy to block the scorching heat, it is not difficult. Yang Kai looked happy, and immediately knew that the power of his demon flame had really increased. When he rushed over last time, he was still cautious and vigilant, but he didn't expect that he didn't need to care too much this time. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai came to the wall hole on the left, and walked inside with ease. Yang Kai quickly walked through the passage of hundreds of feet. From the beginning to the end, the artifact spirit did not respond, until Yang Kai's figure appeared in the stone room again, and the central artifact refining furnace disappeared. Suddenly there was a buzzing sound, the surface glowed red, and the fiery red strange bird screamed sharply, and its elegant body suddenly rushed out from the surface of the furnace. In an instant, the temperature of the entire stone chamber soared, turning red. This artifact spirit is obviously very vengeful. Last time it was escaped by Yang Kai, secretly annoyed for more than a month. Now seeing Yang Kai rushing in again without hesitation, he immediately wanted to make trouble, ready to teach him a lesson. This is also in line with Yang Kai's intentions. His body shook, a layer of cold magic flames rolled up, and while resisting the opponent's scorching breath, his hand shook, and he had already held a heaven-punishing spear, and tried his best to move towards the opponent. The scarlet flamingo threw it over. The scarlet firebird screamed angrily, as if it was annoyed that it was underestimated. It opened its pointed beak, and large waves of fire spewed out from its mouth, attacking Yang Kai in a monstrous manner. Yang Kai sneered unceasingly. He had no idea of avoiding it at all. The thrown heaven-punishing spear directly broke a hole in the fire wave, and at the same time, the spear twisted and turned into a pitch-black flood dragon with a big black mouth. A large amount of ice-cold the magic fire spewed out from the mouth, which immediately resisted the heat wave. After several battles, Yang Kai has gained some experience in the use of Yuan controlling technique, and can easily control the Saint Yuan that he has shot out, turning it into various attacks. It has to be said that this element control technique that has been maturely comprehended by the red candle fruit is of great help to the battle. This move alone has increased Yang Kai's combat power by at least 20%. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1244. Although the technique of controlling Yuan is good, it has a great load on the spiritual sense, so not every warrior can comprehend and use it, and only those warriors whose spiritual sense is stronger than ordinary people can penetrate such a magical method. The change of Tianju spear obviously surprised Firebird. After seeing that the cold flames emitted by the pitch-black flood dragon could resist his own fire wave, he became even more furious. Clusters of will-o'-the-wisp flames rushed out from its wings, bypassing the pitch-black flood dragon and fire dragon, and struck directly at where Yongkai was standing. The power of wind and thunder surged behind Yongkai, and a pair of exquisite transparent wings appeared leisurely. The agility of the wind flashed on the wings, the berserk of the thunder, and his figure disappeared from the original place in a flash, causing the clusters of flames to hit the air. Before the fire bird could attack again, Yongkai had already waved out more than a dozen space blades. Since he planned to fight quickly, Yongkai naturally didn't intend to deal with it any longer, so he immediately used his trump card. The blade of space that can swallow almost everything shoots rapidly, and the humanized eyeballs of the fire bird show a trace of fear and panic. It suffered a little loss under the blade of space last time. Knowing how weird and ferocious this kind of thing is, naturally not daring to stay in place, the wings flickered and turned into a flame, and flew to the side. Before it reappeared, Yongkai had already bullied it, stretched his hand, and grabbed it fiercely. Now that there is a body protected by cold flames, Yongkai is not afraid of the heat of this tool spirit. After all, the tool spirit was born after being burned by the fire of the Earth's core for tens of thousands of years. It is not that Yongkai has not endured the fire of the Earth's core torment. Qiling's reaction was incomparably quick, and he sensed something bad. A solidified feeling swayed leisurely, and Yongkai's big hand was about half a foot away from it, and his movements froze, unable to advance an inch. It is the kind of power similar to potential, but this is not the potential of a warrior, but the law of fire that Qiling is born proficient in. Clap clap. There were bursts of explosions in the air, and the fire aura permeating the stone room instantly increased several levels. Yongkai had to run his Saint Yuan to push the power of the cold flame to the maximum, and the icy breath from his body diffuse. All of a sudden, it broke through the blockade of the law of the spirit. Freedom again. When he was bound by the law of the artifact spirit last time, Yongkai had to use the power of space to cut it off, but this time, he could only walk around and use the cold flame. The reason, it is really the reason why the cold flame is incompatible with its laws. Grin. While Yongkai flicked his wrist, before its figure fully manifested, a pitch-black spear shot towards the artifact spirit overwhelmingly. The figure of Qiling has just been completely revealed. It was pierced by a few spears, and the sharp scream sounded again, and the two small eyes were filled with fury and panic. The defeated subordinate who came in unexpectedly had the qualifications to compete with it. Qiling has no entity. Even if it is pierced by the heaven-punishing spear, there will be no danger of life, but the icy cold contained in the heaven-punishing spear makes Qiling extremely uncomfortable, and its body changes constantly, and the pierced body is also very uncomfortable. After wriggling for a while, it returned to its original state. This move of Yongkai completely enraged the artifact spirit. Its figure shook for a while, and the feathers condensed by the ruthless and pure fire aura turned into streaks of red light, covering Yongkai. Yongkai's leisurely expression instantly became serious. Aware of the terrifying damage contained in this ruthless fire feather, he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He condensed the Haoshan shield to protect him, and at the same time sacrificed the Bayou map. More than a dozen mountain peaks towards the Bian greeted the past. In the loud bang, the Haoshan shield was shattered, vulnerable to a single blow, and the phantoms of the mountain peaks that flew out of the Bayou map were also severely damaged, and the phantoms disappeared after changing. Yongkai hurriedly took the Bayou map as soon as he retracted. The whole person hurriedly dodged aside under the push of the wind and thunder wings. The landslides and the ground cracked, the stone room shook for a while, and the surrounding restrictions once again played a role, protecting the stone room from destruction, but even so, it seemed that the two layers of restrictions were destroyed by the fire feathers. After shooting out the fire feathers, the body of the weapon spirit suddenly became smaller, and it looked a little tired. These fire feathers are obviously not ordinary attacks, and it is very likely that they are closely related to their existence. What's more, Huoyu missed a hit, and didn't just disappear, but turned in a different direction, turning into a string of dense red lights, following Yongkai, and was about to kill them all. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Yongkai's face flashed sharply. His body didn't move. He quietly stared at the fire feather rushing towards him. When the distance was only about 3 feet away, Yongkai suddenly stretched out his hands, as if he was about to tear something apart. He fiercely moved his hands to the left and right. A crack in the space Zhang Shulong was torn out by him at once, like an open animal's mouth, facing the numerous fire feathers flying towards it. Seeing this, Qiling uttered a cry, and the flying fire feather turned in a direction with extreme agility, and hurried back to the place where Qiling was. It seems that it also knows that it can't let its fire feather shoot into the space crack. Once it enters, it may never be found again. In the blink of an eye, the fire feather returned to the body of Qi Ling, and it was smaller. His body was back to normal again. But a figure swayed by its side, and Yang Kai had already appeared like a ghost. A big hand slowly stretched out, and above the stone room, a huge black palm suddenly appeared, as if to cover the entire world. Covering the sky, Qi Ling's blow was really unavoidable. He could only drive the heat wave in his body. His two small eyes stared solemnly at the huge palm that was photographed, trying to regret the blow. In the blink of an eye, Zigen hit the weapon spirit with his hand. With a bang, the power of extreme cold and extreme heat rolled and collided in the stone chamber. Like a landslide and tsunami, the momentum was astonishing. The fire wave and the pitch-black flood dragon that were still fighting each other not far away were hit by such an impact, and immediately turned into fluorescence and disappeared. Not see. After everything calmed down, the artifact spirit hovered in midair in embarrassment, while Yang Kai stood a dozen feet away, looking at it coldly. The artifact spirit didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, but the red light on it was obviously a bit dimmer than before, and it was obvious that it had suffered a bit from Yang Kai's continuous means just now. I don't know how enlightened your mind is, and I don't know if you can understand my words, but if you are willing to catch me without a fight, I can let you go. If you don't want to, I can only do it hard. You have to suffer a little bit, maybe it will hurt your vitality. Yang Kai looked at it indifferently. This artifact spirit is indeed very intelligent, but Yang Kai is not sure whether the other party can understand his own language. After all, this guy has stayed in the refining furnace for tens of thousands of years, and may not have touched other living things. But what surprised Yang Kai was that after he finished saying this, the small eyes of Qi Ling on the opposite side immediately flashed with fury. It can really understand. The next moment, it let out an angry scream, and the refining furnace that had been safely placed in the center of the stone room hummed at the same time. The refining furnace became red and hot in an instant, and waves of fire suddenly burst from the furnace. The flying shots came out, and all of them poured into the firebird's body. The artifact spirit, which was slightly injured, suddenly became alive and well after being supplemented by the cauldron that gave birth to it, and even its body suddenly became huge, hovering over the top of Yang Kai, with its wings spread out, covering most of the cave roof. During this process, Yang Kai just waited and watched quietly, not intending to stop him at all. Not only did he not stop him, on the contrary, there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. After all, Qi Ling is a Qi Ling. Although he has activated his intelligence, he still lacks experience in fighting him. He had been waiting for this moment. After fighting with the artifact spirit last time, Yang Kai knew that the artifact refining furnace was not an ordinary thing. Relying on it, the artifact spirit could be greatly supplemented. But there must be a limit, and it is impossible to replenish the consumption of the weapon spirit endlessly. That's why Yang Kai was tough at the very beginning, forcing the weapon to use the reserve firepower in the refining furnace, but it didn't use the scorching fire spirit power in the refining furnace, so Yang Kai really couldn't carry out the next plan. Now there is not much fire energy in this refining furnace, right? From the corner of Yang Kai's eyes, he secretly paid attention to the huge Void King level cauldron. And after the body became incomparably huge, Qi Ling once again regained his haughty and complacent expression. His small eyes were full of disdain. But before it displayed its majesty, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot in a flash, and when the figure reappeared, the person had already appeared beside the cauldron. Immediately, under the horrified gaze of Qi Ling, a ball of magic flames gushed out from his palm and slapped fiercely on the refining furnace. In an instant, the refining furnace was wrapped in magic flames, and Yang Kai ferociously urged Saint Yuan to continuously pour it into the refining furnace. The extremely icy cold flame showed its power to the fullest at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, the huge refining furnace began to freeze from the surface, and what formed was still black ice, which continued to spread towards the inside. Qi Ling, who had always been high above, seemed to have been severely injured. Layers of cold light appeared on the surface of the huge red body, and the body trembled violently. Only then did it know what Yang Kai's idea was. The smelting furnace is the container where it was born, and it is the spirit of the smelting furnace. Once the smelting furnace is damaged or attacked, it cannot be safe and sound as a smelting furnace. It can be said that Yang Kai doesn't need to fight it head-on at all, he only needs to deal with the dead object refining furnace. This may be the sad part of being an artifact spirit. I can't use my strength. Qi Ling's body twisted and changed for a while. Yang Kai's actions made it extremely angry, but the chill that spread from inside the body made it terrified. No longer daring to hesitate, opening his mouth was a wave of heat, attacking Yang Kai. It doesn't expect to kill Yang Kai, it only hopes to force Yang Kai out of its own container, so that he won't attack the refining furnace again. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Offending People as Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1245 Subdue. Yang Kai was also secretly shocked at this moment. He found that this refining furnace actually contained an incomparably ferocious soul fire aura, which made him unable to freeze it for a while. When the fire wave hit, he didn't dare to move at all. After all, my intentions have been exposed, and this weapon is very intelligent. Once I leave the side of the refining furnace, it will be extremely difficult to rush over next time. Staring at the monstrous heat wave, Yang Kai looked serious, stretched out his hands again, grabbed the void, and separated his hands left and right. A pitch-black crack twice the size of the previous spatial crack appeared, right in front of Yang Kai. The heat wave hit the front right at this time, and all of them poured into the cracks in the space, and were exiled to the unknown place of the void, but they failed to hurt Yang Kai at all. However, the space rift also seemed a little unstable. Although Yang Kai's understanding and comprehension of the law of space power has improved greatly compared to before, but after all, he has not yet reached the Dacheng state, and it is barely enough to forcibly tear such a space rift to deal with the enemy. To the extreme, as soon as it was impacted by the pure fire aura contained in the heat wave emitted by Qi Ling, it immediately changed endlessly, as if it would collapse and disappear at any time. Yang Kai's face sank. He put one hand on the space crack, trying to maintain the stability of the space crack, delaying the time as much as possible, and put the other hand on the refining furnace, desperately urging his own Saint Yuan, pouring it into the refining furnace. Enter. In an instant, his own holy energy passed away fiercely like a dam, and there were more and more pitch-black cold flames on the surface of the refining furnace, and the black ice formed became thicker and thicker. Qi Ling originally saw that the crack in the space was crumbling, and there was joy in his small eyes, but when he saw Yang Kai desperately trying to seal the refining furnace with ice, his expression suddenly panicked, more heat waves squirting out from the mouth. There is a stance to fight Yang Kai to the death. It seems that it also knows that after this battle, either it will be frozen or Yang Kai will be destroyed, so it didn't hold back at all. The battle situation in the stone room was deadlocked in an instant, and the heat waves from Qi Ling's mouth were continuously sprayed out, making the space where it was extremely hot, but Yang Kai's position was blocked by an unstable space crack. Engulfed all those heat waves and exiled them, but the refining furnace behind him made a slight cracking sound, and layers of black thin ice gradually spread, from the outside to the inside, from top to bottom. Although the speed was not fast, it was still definitely not slow. As time went on, that space crack became more and more illusory and unstable. In the end, under the fierce pressure of the heat wave of Qi Ling, it suddenly collapsed, exposing the figure of Yang Kai behind it. Seeing this, Qi Ling's small eyes showed a look of extreme surprise. There was no such weird crack that could swallow the heat wave, and it was fully confident that it could spray Yang Kai to death and melt it in one gulp. A cruel and violent look emerged from his eyes. Qi Ling opened his mouth wide, and a ball of red light quickly formed in his mouth, and the shocking fluctuations of fire aura spread across the board, shaking the entire stone room. Seeing that it was about to unleash this shocking blow, a strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's serious face. He glanced at Qi Ling lightly, and immediately laughed out loud. Accompanied by his laughter, there was a sudden cracking sound from the huge refining furnace, and it was completely frozen in the black ice, so that even a trace of spiritual energy could not come out. Qi Ling was taken aback for a moment, and immediately felt like being bitten by lightning. His huge body suddenly seemed to lose its strength, and fell from a high altitude. The loud noise exploded its entire head. However, this did not kill the spirit. It is not an entity, and is naturally proficient in the laws of the fire system, and the backlash just now could not make it perish at all. It was like this. Its huge body also quickly became smaller, and after it landed, it returned to the size Yang Kai saw it at first, and the reborn head was also much darker, and it stood up staggeringly, looking weak. It stood there quietly, looking at Yang Kai's side with fear and resentment. Its two small eyes rolled around, and it didn't know what it was thinking. Suddenly, it spread its wings and turned into a blaze, and it was about to charge towards the refining furnace. It actually wants to return to the container where it was born. How could Yang Kai do what it wanted? After a battle of wits and courage, it was hard for Qi Ling to fall into a disadvantage. If he still couldn't subdue it, then everything he had done before would be in vain. The pitch-black magic flames gushed out from Yang Kai's body, one after another, suspended in front of Yang Kai. It looked inconspicuous. It was just a black fireball with a strange color, but driven by Yang Kai's divine sense, they were all together. Qi exuded an astonishingly cold air. Looking at the rushing red light, Yang Kai flicked his fingers, hitting a black fireball, and the black fireball immediately greeted the red light with a coldness. I don't know if he hasn't recovered yet or if he is really seriously injured. The red light transformed by Qi-Ling didn't avoid it, and was directly hit by the cold flame. With a bang, the alternating cold and hot impact waves spread fiercely, and Qi-Ling's body manifested again, tumbling continuously in midair, and was directly knocked into the cave wall. The red light outside his body dimmed a lot. Climbing up unsteadily, Qi-Ling turned into red light and charged again like a tendon. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and once again drove a group of cold flames to meet him. Boom boom boom. In the stone room, Qi-Ling suffered almost inhuman torture. Every time it was hit by the cold flames, its body would become darker. After 7 or 8 times, it could barely maintain its complete shape, and its 2 wings could not be shortened. At least, the 3 long feathers on the tail also disappeared. His own container was frozen, and he was backlashed by the vitality of the world before. Under the anxious mood, the originally majestic and majestic artifact spirit could no longer fight with Yang Kai, and became a beaten sandbag. However, this guy is really good enough. After being eroded by the cold flames so many times, his body is still lingering, and his spirituality is still intact. This made Yang Kai secretly startled, and at the same time, he became more determined to subdue it. This time, if I hadn't taken the bottom out of the pot and directly attacked the refining furnace, with the strength and spirituality shown by this weapon spirit, I would definitely have nothing to do with it. But its container was placed here. Yang Kai would be really stupid if he didn't do something about it. After being easily knocked into the air again, Qi-Ling stood up tenaciously, and let out a low cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, which sounded extremely miserable. Yang Kai squinted his eyes, looking neither happy nor sad, just looked at it indifferently, feeling that it was almost done, and then said, "Since you have spiritual wisdom, let's discuss what to do. I don't want to destroy you, I can even let go you have a way out, but you must surrender to me." Qi-Ling screamed, and stared at Yang Kai with 2 small eyes, looking quite angry. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. "You better think carefully. Anyway, I don't have to subdue you. I can also destroy you here, erase your existence, and let you disappear from this world. It is not easy to be born, and the hardships and time-consuming process are probably only known to you, so what are the conditions for you to obediently agree to me? Of course, surrendering to me is not without benefits. As far as I know, a weapon spirit like you should have a strong growth potential. I will take you out, and maybe I can find something that will greatly help your growth." Yang Kai is well aware of the principle of using both hard and soft, and against races with high intelligence, the routine of sticking and candied dates is not satisfactory, let alone dealing with a weapon spirit. Sure enough, Qi-Ling was indifferent at the very beginning, but when he heard Yang Kai's last words, his small eyes rolled up, and he tilted his head, as if he was contemplating the gains and losses. It's kind of funny. When Yang Kai saw something interesting, he immediately struck while the iron was hot, and said in a flat voice, "You have been here for tens of thousands of years, and the earth-lung fire pool is the source of your birth, so it must be of little use to your growth. If you don't come with me, you will only be trapped here forever. Maybe someone will break into here next time, and then, others are not as easy to talk to as I am." After finishing speaking, Yang Kai's expression sank. The words have been said, whether to perish or surrender, you choose yourself. I am impatient, and I don't have much time. When I get up again, if you haven't made a decision, then you don't have to answer. Saying so, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, standing next to the artifact refining furnace, so pressing every step of the way, Yang Kai believed that it should be okay, and now he waited for the artifact spirit to make a decision. Qi-Ling stood at the corner of the stone room, staring intently at Yang Kai, and then at the refining furnace behind him that was sealed with black flames and ice. A pair of eyes flashed an anthropomorphic look of worrying about gains and losses. The stone room became quiet all of a sudden. Yang Kai didn't go to urge Qi-Ling. Qi-Ling had suffered so many times, and under the severe injury of vitality, he didn't dare to rush over rashly, just stood there and didn't move. Half a day passed by, and half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, gave Qi-Ling a cold look, and stood up. This time, before Yang Kai could say anything, the artifact spirit suddenly let out a clear cry. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what it meant, he could figure it out, nodded and said, "I keep my word. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will definitely try my best to help you grow and evolve. By the way, forget to tell you are gone, you are not the only one who is enlightened by my side. There is also a sacred tree, but it is currently evolving and sleeping. You will meet in the future, communicate with it, and you will know what kind of person I am gone." Ling chirped again, but in this chirping, there was a hint of docileness. Yang Kai grinned, nodded and said, "Okay, if you want, let go of your spiritual defense, I will put some restrictions on you first, but don't worry, it will not harm you, just in case means." Ling hesitated for a long time, then reluctantly let go of his spiritual defense. Yang Kai immediately burst out the power of his consciousness, invaded its consciousness, and used some small means. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come this site to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1246 Leave. One of the 9 heavens divine skills is Jun Tian Yin, which is a divine soul skill that is specially used to control others with spiritual consciousness. Although the 9 heavens divine skill is only something on the Tongshuan continent, Yang Kai's spiritual consciousness is powerful, and he is not afraid of the backlash of the weapon spirit when he uses it. Soon, everything was in order, and Yang Kai pulled out a ray of spirit origin from the spirit of Qi from its body, and sealed it in his own sea of AAAA knowledge. In this way, he can grasp the life and death of the artifact spirit at any time, and once this guy shows any evil intentions, Yang Kai can make it disappear immediately. Lost a ray of soul origin, the artifact spirit seemed very unhappy, and kept screaming at Yang Kai while its wings were flashing. Yang Kai knew that it was in a bad mood, but he didn't care about it, and waved away the layer on the refining furnace. Layer of cold flames, now that the spirit of the weapon has been subdued, there is no need to freeze its container. Although the freezing furnace will not cause too much damage to the spirit of the weapon, it still has some impact. Seeing that his container was fine, Ling's annoyance and anger were much calmer, but he still looked rebellious. Yang Kai thought for a while, stretched out a finger, forced out a drop of golden blood from the fingertip, looked at Ling and asked, "Do you want this?" The last time the divine tree swallowed 2 drops of its own golden blood, the result immediately fell into a deep sleep and evolution, until now it has not woken up. The golden blood is helpful to the divine tree, Yang Kai can naturally understand. After all, this drop of golden there is an extremely huge vitality in the blood. I just don't know if it is attractive to Ling. If so, it will definitely be easier and simpler to drive it in the future. To Yang Kai's surprise, he thought that the golden blood full of vitality would not be of much use to Ling, but he didn't expect that Ling's eyes would burst into a ray of light immediately after seeing that drop of golden blood. Turning into a flame, he rushed to Yang Kai. The Saint Yuan in Yang Kai's body moved instinctively, but after realizing that it was not malicious, he let down his vigilance. The fire light just rolled in Yang Kai's hand, and the drop of golden blood disappeared without a trace. Not far away, the body of Ling appeared again. The body that was originally dim and severely injured, unexpectedly moved at a speed visible to the naked eye. After recovering, he recovered a lot in a short while. Yang Kai looked dumbfounded. He forced out a drop of golden blood because golden blood is his most precious thing now, and he also had the idea of giving it a try, but he didn't want to really help Ling. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly realized that although the artifact spirit has no entity, the container it was born in is also a dead thing, but since its intelligence has been opened, it means that it is no longer an ordinary artifact spirit. Relationship, and find a suitable body, it can completely become a special existence. It has its own vitality, and the golden blood will naturally have an effect on it. And after swallowing a drop of golden blood, the artifact spirit didn't change much except recovering some vitality, and there was no sign of becoming stronger, and it still tilted its head, turning around Yang Kai, a flattery with a flattering appearance. It seems that he still wants to get another drop of golden blood from Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Only then did he realize that the spirit of the artifact spirit that he had conquered this time was really ingenious. It's no wonder that the artifact spirit has existed for at least tens of thousands of years. It's not surprising to have such a spirituality. If not, he would not have spent so much effort to fight with it. There is no golden blood, but there is this. Yang Kai threw something casually, which was a flint stone the size of a broad bean. Golden blood is too precious. Yang Kai naturally cannot satisfy the appetite of Ling unscrupulously, and this fire spar should be obtained from a 6th-order fire spirit beast, and now Yang Kai's space ring, what's inside is this thing, so naturally I won't feel too distressed. When Ling saw the fire spar appear, it turned into a flame again, and rolled up the fire spar, and when it appeared again, the fire spar had disappeared. Smash it, Ling seems a little dissatisfied. Anyone who eats delicacies from mountains and seas, and then eats rough tea and light meals, will behave like this. Okay, go back to your container, it's time for me to leave here. Yang Kai didn't plan to give it any more benefits, and now he hasn't completely subdued this weapon spirit, just because of the prohibition of the soul, it has no choice but to obey itself. Unlike the divine tree, Yang Kai is not stingy with it. Hearing Yang Kai's instructions, the artifact spirit didn't obey immediately, but quickly screamed, and immediately turned into flames, flying around the 4 stone piers in the stone room. Yang Kai frowned, and through the special induction with the artifact spirit, he finally understood its meaning, hesitatingly said, "Extract the fire from the center of the earth." Qi Ling hovered and landed. Obviously Yang Kai was right. Okay. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, stretched out his hand to shoot out the holy yuan, poured it into the 4 stone piers, opened the huge magic circle in the stone room, and in an instant, the fire of the earth's core continued to flow from the underground earth lung fire pool. It was extracted and poured into the smelting furnace. But Qi Ling flickered, turned into flames and went into the ground, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai is not afraid that it will run away, not to mention that there is a restriction of spiritual consciousness. Its container is still here. After a while, Yang Kai's face changed, and he looked intently at the refining furnace. I don't know what the device spirit did below, but the fire from the center of the earth suddenly became several times more ferocious, making the restraint in the stone room faintly unbearable. All the firepower from the center of the earth was absorbed by the refining furnace, causing the refining furnace to vibrate unsteadily, as if it might explode at any time. At the same time, on the refining furnace, runes flowed one after another, and energy bars like chains appeared leisurely. Yang Kai was taken aback. He had seen this kind of energy bar once before. It was the kind of energy bar that appeared in the passageway outside when Qi Ling was chasing it more than a month ago. Let him escape. Now that it appeared in front of him again, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that this refining furnace was banned and locked in this stone room. In this way, doesn't it mean that Qi Ling was born tens of thousands of years ago? The original owner of the refining furnace used this method to lock the refining furnace and prevent the spirit from leaving. Otherwise, with the skill of the weapon spirit, he could take the refining furnace out of the earth's lung fire pool, and there is no need to stay here, alone for tens of thousands of years. After wanting to understand this matter, Yang Kai smiled wryly. It seems that if he wanted to take the refining furnace away, he would have to spend this layer of restriction first. There must be no way to disarm the spirit, otherwise it would have already escaped, and it would not be trapped here. It hasn't gotten any help from Qi Ling yet, and it's going to give it a coolie. Yang Kai secretly called it bad luck. A red light flashed from the ground, and the spirit of the weapon appeared again, screaming at the layers of restraints on the refining furnace. Yang Xin knew it well, and didn't hesitate, rushed forward, continuously shooting cold flames, bombarding the chains of energy. Although this kind of restriction is extremely clever and strong, it is a dead thing after all, and Yang Kai's cold flames can restrain it, so it is not difficult to break it. Half a day later, the chain-like energy bars finally burst apart inch by inch under the continuous freezing of the cold flames. Seeing this, Qi Ling, who had been staying by the side, let out a clear cry, filled with endless joy, and plunged into the refining furnace. The container and the tool spirit merged into one in an instant, and a burst of fire aura that made Yang Kai's color suddenly explode. It was only then that he realized that Qi Ling hadn't been able to show its full strength because of this layer of restriction, otherwise, it would be really hard to say who won and who lost. Thanks to this layer of prohibition, he had the opportunity to subdue the spirit of the weapon. In this regard, he should thank the original owner of the refining furnace. Just when he was in doubt, the huge refining furnace slowly rose into the air, and then rapidly shrank in size while spinning. Soon, the huge refining furnace became only the size of a palm, extremely miniature. With a flash of light, the refining furnace flew in front of Yang Kai, and from the furnace cauldron, a crimson fiery figure appeared and disappeared in a flash. Yang Kai took a deep breath, put away the small cauldron in front of him, and put it into the space ring. He didn't put the refining furnace into the black book space. After all, there are too many precious things in the black book space, and Qi Ling is not an honest guy at first glance, so if he really let it stay in the black book space, Yang Kai still don't worry, maybe something will be lost. After collecting the refining furnace, Yang Kai took down the 8 luminous spheres inlaid on the stone wall as usual, and threw them into the space ring, before walking out of the stone room calmly. There is no need to stay here any longer. The entire stone room under the earth lung fire pool has been cleaned by him, and all valuable things are now his possession. Staying any longer is just a waste of time. Soon, Yang Kai came to the entrance of the wall hole, looking up at the exit where the roof was almost invisible, feeling a little troubled secretly. This place is at least a few thousand feet away from the exit, and the lava in the ground lung fire pool will erupt from time to time. If you just climb up like this, it will be a bit troublesome, and you may encounter some dangers. After thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he took out the refining furnace again. He remembered that Qiling was able to fly just now. Although it was only flying around in the stone room, it seemed that it was not bound by the laws of heaven and earth here. After some communication, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The artifact spirit could fly out directly, no longer hesitate, let it take him for a ride. A moment later, somewhere on the 5th floor, a red light shot up into the sky, and below the red light, Yang Kai's hands were filled with cold flames, grabbing the claws of the artifact spirit, and rushed out. As soon as you rushed out of the ground lung fire pool, Qiling let out a high-pitched and long cry, as if he had regained a new life, and he was about to spread his wings and fly high. Unexpectedly, it only flew up to 10 feet, then stagnated, fell down suddenly, and fell to the ground with a disheveled face. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that the artifact spirit was not bound by the laws of heaven and earth here, but was much less bound than himself, but still couldn't fly too high. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Happy New Year. Reject the pop-up window and read freely. Suddenly found out that it is New Year's Day. All book friends have a happy New Year's Day, good health, and all wishes come true in 2014. Well, by the way, at the beginning of the month, ask for the next monthly pass. To be continued. Closing parenthesis. High-quality reading without pop-up window. Welcome to Collect and Recommend. Chapter 1247 6th Floor. Yang Kai originally wanted to take the artifact spirit back into the space ring, but after it regained its freedom, it was unwilling to be restrained anymore. Instead, it turned into a miniature little fire bird, standing on Yang Kai's shoulder. The bird's beak combed Yang Kai's hair, with a pleasing and obedient look. No matter how Yang Kai persuaded him, he just didn't want to go back to the refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't want to force it too much, and had no choice but to let it go, but the refining furnace couldn't be put into the space ring, otherwise the tool spirit would be forced back into the container, and Yang Kai could only put the small refining furnace back into the space ring. Putting the stove into his arms, he turned his head and looked around. The 5th floor is still the same as it was more than a month ago, with scorching fire waves and unbearable fire poison everywhere, and it is full of red colors as far as the eye can see. But Yang Kai found that it was much easier for him to resist the harsh environment of the 5th floor now than before. Of course, it is due to his strength increase and his cultivation level raised by a small level, but the biggest reason is the increase in the power of his own magic flame and the transformation that can be controlled. More than a month ago, the magic flame in Yang Kai's body could not be completely controlled. Although it was powerful and pure enough, it was still a little difficult to fight against the environment of the 5th floor. Now, his magic flame characteristics, in the cold and hot the change was just a matter of thought, and he was not afraid of the fierce heat wave and fire poison at all, and those heat waves that were visible to the naked eye were resisted one after another when they were half a foot away from his side. Yang Kai stood in place, stroked his chin and pondered for a while. After trying to figure out what was going on, he was in a good mood. Moreover, he was worried that his time was not enough, but he didn't want to wait until he refined the Xuanian sunflower water. The flowing flame sand field hadn't been closed yet, but counting the time, it would only be within a few days. After a few days of effort, Yang Kai is naturally not interested in returning to the 4th floor, but he can continue to go deeper to see if there is the 6th floor he guessed. If so, what kind of scene is there? If the power of demon flame hadn't improved, Yang Kai would definitely not go to the 6th floor. Before he came here, he was already struggling, and it was impossible to continue to go deeper. But now, he has the protection of cold flames, so he has the confidence to continue to investigate inside. Starting from the 3rd layer of the flowing flame sand field, no one has entered it for tens of thousands of years, and each layer contains amazing wealth and opportunities. The red candle fruit appeared on the 3rd floor, and the huge Zongmen ruins appeared on the 4th floor. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had no ability to break into it, so he could only look at the ocean and sigh. If there is a 6th floor for a super refining furnace, there must be some good things in it. After making up his mind, Yang Kai didn't hesitate anymore. Time is precious now, maybe when the flowing flame sand field will be closed. He took out the Yuan magnetic pointer from his space ring, and after confirming the downward direction, he went straight go to a certain location. With the cold flame protection, it is indeed much more convenient for him to walk in the 5th floor. Except for the relatively large consumption of Saint Yuan, the situation like before did not appear again. And he always uses the innate magical power of the demon eye of extermination to avoid some obvious restrictions and seemingly dangerous places. Going this way, they didn't encounter any danger at all, and even the Qi-Ling was extremely safe and well behaved, occasionally flying out and swaying, and would return quickly, continuing to squat on Yang Kai's shoulder. It seemed that it also knew the danger of this place, so it didn't dare to go randomly. For 3 days in a row, Yang Kai walked on the 5th floor. If it wasn't for something like the Yuan magnetic pointer, he would definitely lose his way in this red world. On this day, when Yang Kai was walking, Qi-Ling, who was squatting on his shoulder, suddenly stood up, let out a low humming sound, and looked forward with 2 small eyes, looking extremely vigilant. Yang Kai's heart trembled, and he quickly stopped his pace. The world-extinguishing demon eye swept over, but strangely found nothing wrong, and his expression couldn't help but sink. He knew that in the flowing flame sand field, some restrictions were arranged so delicately that even his world-exterminating devil eyes couldn't see the clues. Now it seemed that there might be one in front of his eyes. However, this restriction was first discovered by Qi-Ling, which was beyond Yang Kai's expectation. Artifact spirits are only born in the refining furnace. Logically speaking, they don't know much about prohibition. How did they discover it? Yang Kai turned his head to look at it, with a suspicious look on his face, but Qi-Ling kept humming, as if he wanted to convey some information to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned in response, and after a while, he suddenly looked strange. You mean, we have fallen into the restriction? Qi-Ling stopped making a sound, obviously that was what he meant. No way. Yang Kai's expression changed, he was extremely cautious all the way, never going to those seemingly weird places, looking for some routes that he thought were extremely safe. But if what Qi-Ling said is true, then it is very likely that he has touched a certain restriction without knowing when, and he was trapped in it without knowing it. Turning my head and looking around, I didn't find anything special. This place is still the same as other places, with red eyes and extremely bad environment. Not even a breath of danger. This may be a prohibition like a maze or a phantom array. Yang Kai's self-paying tool spirit will not be aimless, so only this explanation can make sense. Where did he touch the restriction? Yang Kai couldn't understand it. And even the demon eye of extermination couldn't see any clues, it seemed that he couldn't crack it. In this way, he can only wait for the flowing flame sand field to close, and the law of heaven and earth here will send him out. Fortunately, it is only a few days away from the time limit, so Yang Kai is not worried about anything. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged and rest on the spot, the weapon spirit on his shoulder suddenly screamed, and immediately turned into a red light and shot out. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't force it to return, because Yang Kai faintly sensed that the artifact spirit seemed to have discovered something. Immediately waited in place. It is also strange to say that the red light transformed by the artifact spirit suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision after a distance of 100 feet, but the artifact spirit's chirping from time to time can still be heard by his ears. The sound, it can be judged by the sound, it is not too far away from him. Yang Kai felt more at ease. After a while, there seemed to be a violent wave of fire spiritual energy erupting there, and immediately, the whole world shook and twisted, and taking advantage of such a moment of effort, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of prohibition through the world-exterminating demon eye. As expected, Qi-Ling didn't talk nonsense. He did step into a phantom formation, but he didn't know when he stepped in. The distortion of that day was obviously not normal. It was just a kind of visual disorder, obviously a phantom formation. Array results. The fluctuations of the fire aura over there are getting more and more violent, and the distortion of the heaven and earth is getting worse and worse. All the harsh environments around have become like ghosts and monsters, making people creepy. The earth and sky are all split, and even the surrounding the space is tilted upside down like a mirror. At a certain moment, with a slight noise, the world around Yang Kai suddenly shattered and turned into dots of fluorescent light. At the same time, the surrounding hot and harsh environment disappeared, replaced by an incomparably rich aura of heaven and earth, and as far as the eye could see, it was also a lush and beautiful scenery. Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned, and subconsciously felt that this place might be another phantom formation. But when he turned his head, his expression couldn't help being extremely weird. About a dozen miles behind him, a red light curtain stood there one after another, the ground was crimson and scorched, and countless fire auras were swimming in it like little snakes. That is clearly the 5th floor of the flowing flame sand field. After frowning for a while, Yang Kai was shocked. He actually passed through the 5th floor and came to the 6th floor. The place where he is now is clearly the 6th floor he guessed, and the aura of heaven and earth here is stronger than the continuous mountain range where the sect on the 4th floor is located. I just don't know when I set foot on the 6th floor, and the moment I set foot on the 6th floor, I may have been surrounded by the phantom array, so I didn't notice it all the time, mistakenly thinking that I was walking on the 5th floor. Now that the illusion is gone, it is clearly because the illusion array has been cracked. Yang Kai turned his head again, and sure enough, he saw a ray of red light flying towards him. After a while, the body of the artifact spirit appeared, but at this moment, it held a fist-sized, hexagonal crystal in its mouth. Yang Kai looked over at the first glance, and realized that this crystal was a bit abnormal, because he couldn't tell what color this crystal was. It could be pure and colorless, or it could be colorful, changeable and weird incomparable. Just when he was about to take a closer look, Yang Kai felt a warning sign suddenly. A burst of black air gushed out of the crystal chalk, and immediately the black air shook and turned into countless blue-faced fangs, vicious ghosts, blowing gusts of sinister wind, ferociously rushed towards him. Yang Kai turned pale with shock, and with a wave of his hand, countless groups of demonic flames shot out. Strangely, those ghosts who looked so mighty were like the moon in the mirror, like flowers in the water, vulnerable to a single blow. The magic flames passed through, and disappeared from Yang Kai's eyes one after another. At the same time, there was a rush of angry screams. It rang in Yang Kai's ear. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and when he looked forward again, he saw that Qi Ling was still holding the crystal in his mouth. His wings were waving, and he was flying rapidly, singing continuously while flying, as if he was yelling at Yang Kai. Just now Yang Kai made a sudden move, but it was taken aback. Yang Kai ignored it, but frowned tightly. He also realized at this moment that those ghosts just now were not real at all. In other words, they were his own illusions, because when those ghosts appeared, the world-exterminating demon eye broke some falsehoods, allowing him to see this point. That crystal can actually make him hallucinate. Yang Kai was secretly startled. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1248 Wannianxiang. His current cultivation of spiritual consciousness is extremely powerful, and the crystal that can make him hallucinate is naturally not an ordinary thing, and it is very likely that it has something to do with the previous phantom array. This thing might be the eye of the formation. Qi Ling took the crystal back, and the previous phantom formation collapsed without attack. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and he became very interested in this crystal, and after he settled down, he looked towards it with great vigilance. But this time, there was no black energy gushing out of it. Instead, after taking a look, Yang Kai suddenly felt the sea of AA consciousness churning, and immediately became dizzy, as if the whole person had become weightless, floating lightly, heaven and earth also upside down for a while. Yang Kai was startled, quickly looked away, closed his eyes, and took a while to recover. Not daring to spy on this strange crystal, Yang Kai beckoned to Qi Ling, asking him to send the crystal over and throw it into the space ring, ready to study it carefully after returning. Seeing that he had finally returned to normal, Qi Ling stopped making noise and continued to fly back to Yang Kai's shoulder, combing her feathers with an elegant posture. Yang Kai then began to carefully look at the 6th floor. At first glance, I couldn't help but be surprised. Because he found that the space on the 6th floor was pitifully small, only about tens of miles in radius, surrounded by the hot zone on the 5th floor, and Yang Kai could see the entire 6th floor at a glance. The aura of heaven and earth in the 6th floor is dense, and a few miles ahead, there is a green bamboo forest, full of greenery. The green bamboos are not thick, but extremely slender, undulating with the wind. In the middle of the green bamboo forest, there seems to be an attic. I don't know how many years it has existed here. Even after countless years of erosion, it still stands tall. The entire 6th floor is wrapped in the middle by the 5th floor, but it is not affected by the heat wave in the 5th floor, as if it is a world of its own, which is extremely magical. Yang Kai stared intently at the emerald bamboo forest, and the exquisite attic in the forest. His mood fluctuated. Even though he had seen a huge Zongmen ruins on the 4th floor, and knew that the flowing flame sand land was inhabited a long time ago, Yang Kai was still surprised to see such an attic here. The aura of heaven and earth here is stronger than that of the Zongmen site. The attic built here is obviously not for ordinary people to live in. It is very likely that it is a high-ranking figure of that Zongmen. And it is very likely that it is a high-ranking female, because the environment here is full of elegance, and male warriors will not care about these. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai maintained his world-exterminating demon eye, and walked slowly towards that side. He has already come here, naturally there is no reason to back down, he really wants to see if there is anything good in the attic, and the green bamboo forest, the bamboo that can grow here must not be an ordinary thing. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that there would be restrictions everywhere here, and all kinds of big formations were hidden, but after he walked a few times in the green bamboo forest with ease, he didn't encounter any danger, which surprised him, and secretly paid for it. Are you a little too careful? But he didn't take it lightly because of this, standing in the green bamboo forest, with a magic flame condensed in his hand, staring at a long bamboo that was only as thick as a thumb and several feet high, he swung the sword and chopped it down. Each of these bamboos is emerald green and full of aura. Obviously they are not ordinary bamboos. They can definitely be used as good materials for refining weapons. In such a bamboo forest, there are at least thousands of them. Yang Kai naturally wanted to chop some down and bring them back. Let Yang Yan refine some secret treasures. With a swing of the sword, something unexpected happened to Yang Kai. The place where the bamboo was cut was unscathed, not even a trace was left. Yang Kai's face was startled, and only then did he realize that he had underestimated these green bamboos, but at the same time he was overjoyed. These green bamboos are so tough, presumably they are indeed good materials for refining weapons. Immediately, he kept slashing with his long sword. Half an hour later, Yang Kai stood there with a dark face, staring at the green bamboo in front of him with an ugly expression. In this half an hour, he used almost all the means he could use, but he couldn't bring down a single green bamboo. Even after using the space blade dozens of times, he only left a small hole at the bottom of the bamboo root. Small, almost negligible gaps. Judging from this progress, it is impossible to put a green bamboo in less than 10 days. How could Yang Kai spend so much time here? In the end, he looked at the green bamboo in front of him reluctantly, sighed, and had to give up his previous thoughts, and walk towards the attic instead. Let's see if there is anything in the attic first. After a while, Yang Kai came to the attic, and did not rush in, but stood there, looking up at the tens of thousands of years old building in front of him. It is indeed somewhat different from the current style of the attic, but generally speaking, it is not much different. It is extremely well preserved, and it is not known what material was used to build it. The middle door is tightly closed, and there is no dust on the door. The attic is divided into 3 floors, each of which is 2 or 3 feet high, with a semicircle at the top, not obtrusive. Yang Kai hesitated for a while, then turned his head to look at Qi Ling who had been standing on his shoulder. Qi Ling was also squinting a pair of small eyes and staring at the attic, as if he wanted to see some clues. Seeing Yang Kai turned his head and looked, noticing that something was wrong, his figure suddenly flickered, turned into a flame and rushed into the refining furnace in Yang Kai's arms, never refusing to show his head again. It's really useless. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He originally wanted Qi Ling to go in and find out, but he didn't know that this thing was extremely cunning. After seeing Yang Kai's intentions, he immediately retracted into his container. However, Yang Kai didn't mean to force it. After all, he had completely relied on the artifact spirit to break the illusory formation before, and let him harvest an unknown crystal. Shaking his head slowly, Yang Kai strode out, came to the attic, and stretched out his hand to open the door. With a creaking sound, the middle door opened. Yang Kai's expression was dignified, and his Saint Yuan was secretly mobilizing, extremely vigilant. But until the door was completely pushed open, there was still no dangerous aura, but a clear and calming fragrance wafted out from the attic. Yang Kai sniffed it, and immediately felt refreshed and full of energy. Looking along the source of the fragrance, Yang Kai frowned, walked quickly to a shore platform, and surrounded a small incense burner in amazement. The censer looks similar to a shrunken smelting furnace, and its grade is not low, exuding not weak aura fluctuations. It is obviously a low-grade censer of the Void King level, but this kind of thing is generally not refined to be used against the enemy. Function is just a decoration. It's just a decoration, it's a low-grade Zhuang class. This attic is amazing. What surprised Yang Kai was not this small censer, but a thumb-sized piece of sandalwood burning in the censer. The purple rime flowed on the sandalwood, which was quite extraordinary, and some of the fragrance wafting from it was invisible and intangible, and it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. No, but Yang Kai could detect that this fragrance is of great help to the cultivation of warriors, and should allow any warrior to quickly enter the most perfect state of cultivation. Wanyan Xiang. Yang Kai thought for a while, blurted out a name, and looked overjoyed. Although he didn't recognize the origin of this purple sandalwood at first, after observing for a while, Yang Kai still guessed it. If it is really Wanyan Xiang, then this thing is a treasure. 10,000-year incense can be burned for 10,000 years, and the thumb-sized 10,000-year incense in front of me has been burned for tens of thousands of years, and there is still such a large piece left. One can imagine its quality, which is very likely to be the most high-grade Wanyan incense. Wanyan xiang is not naturally generated, but something artificially refined. Just to refine its raw materials, it needs some materials from the bodies of more than a dozen 10th-order monsters. Among these materials, the most rare one is a sachet called Colorful Elk. The Colorful Elk is a remnant of ancient monsters. It was born as an 8th-level monster, and when it becomes an adult, it will be a 10th-level monster. It is not only extremely rare in number, but also has amazing strength. The colorful rays of light emitted from its body have the function of ignoring all defenses. Even a Void King realm expert can only retreat 3 feet when encountering a colorful elk. If you want to kill a colorful elk, at least 3 or 5 Void King 2nd level or even higher strength warriors can do it together. After taking off the sachet, it must be refined within 10 days, otherwise the fragrance in the sachet will be exhausted. Because of this, Wanyan xiang is so rare. This thing is not only the effect that Yang Kai guessed at the beginning, it can help warriors quickly enter the best cultivation state. It can also clear the heart and reduce desires, and reduce demons. When warriors break through the big realm, they not only need to have a certain degree of understanding of the way of heaven and martial arts, but also have to keep up with their mental state, and they may also face some unexpected demons. These demons are usually hidden by warriors. The pain or regret deep in my heart can be suppressed at ordinary times, but at the moment of breakthrough, they will pop up silently and affect the promotion of warriors. It is common for warriors to die tragically or suffer serious injuries under their own demons. Yang Kai hasn't encountered any demons for the time being, because he doesn't have many regrets and painful things. The only thing he misses most is being separated from his beloved woman for such a long time, but he has always believed that he can be with them. We met again, so we didn't encounter these problems. But there is no guarantee that there will be something that he will never forget in the future. Once it breaks through the big realm, it will explode, and the consequences will be worrying. Now that there is such a piece of Wanyan xiang, this kind of thing will be easily solved. He can recognize this Wanyan xiang because it has something to do with alchemy, because Wanyan xiang must be refined by an alchemist. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and quickly put the small incense burner and the 10,000-year incense into the space ring, showing a satisfied expression. The 10,000-year incense alone was enough for him to venture into the attic to investigate. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1249 The Second Star Emperor Token. When he raised his head again, he suddenly found that there was a picture of a figure on the shore where the incense burner was placed. There was only one figure from the back in the figure, and it could be clearly seen that this was the figure of a woman, with a slender figure, with an exquisite figure and a long white dress, like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Yang Kai only glanced at it, and couldn't help but feel a sudden rush, inexplicably gushing out an impulse to pay respects. He panicked and immediately used his exercises to resist the eager thoughts in his heart. When he looked carefully, Yang Kai frowned. He found that the back of the woman in this painting was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Moreover, after dispelling the thought of prostrating and worshipping, the picture scroll seemed to have become bland and inconstant, just a picture of ordinary characters, nothing new. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai carefully checked the picture scroll with his spiritual sense, and after confirming that there was nothing hidden inside, he looked away. It is certain that the woman in this picture scroll is either the owner of the attic, or has a great relationship with the owner of the attic, otherwise her back view would not be placed here. He didn't intend to take this picture scroll away. He was already very satisfied with harvesting Wanyan xiang. There was no need to let go of other people's back pictures. I checked the next 4 weeks and found nothing. On the first floor of the attic, there seems to be nothing but the ordinary picture scroll except for the 10,000-year incense lit in the censer. Next to it was a section of stairs leading to the second floor. Yang Kai strode forward and went straight up the stairs. After turning a corner, it was easy to reach the second floor. What he saw, Yang Kai was stunned. In the attic on the second floor, there is actually a woman's boudoir. Although there are not many things in the room, Yang Kai can still infer from the furnishings that this is indeed a place for women to live. A bed, a table, a chair, a futon on the bed, and nothing else. The arrangement is extremely simple. Sweeping around the table and chairs, Yang Kai quickly took a fancy to the futon. The owner of this attic obviously lives and cultivates here, the futon that can be used by her should not be commonplace. Yang Kai thought about it, then stepped forward and reached out to pick up the futon. But to his surprise, as soon as his fingers touched the futon, it turned into a puddle of powder. This is actually an ordinary futon, which has not been able to withstand the erosion of the years at all, and has long been unusable. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. It seems that he has gained something one after another, but he is still a little greedy. He doesn't even want to let go of the futon used for meditation and cultivation. God can't stand it now. Up. After searching for a while on the second floor, Yang Kai confirmed that there was really nothing good here, then turned around and left, heading towards the stairs leading to the third floor. He had already gained a lot from this trip to the flowing flame sand field. After experiencing the accident on the futon just now, his mind immediately calmed down. Even if he really didn't get anything on the third floor, he wouldn't care too much. Thinking in this way, he quickly passed the stairs and came to the third floor attic. To his surprise, there was actually something in the third floor. What's more, it's a majestic token suspended in midair. Yang Kai glanced at the token, his mind was shocked, and he quickly searched in his black book space. After a while, another token appeared in his hand, and this token was almost exactly the same as the token floating in front of him. It was made of non-gold and non-wood, without any pattern, but in the middle of the token, there was the word, Emperor. From the token, there was a compelling coercion, which made people feel terrified and wanted to bow down to worship. Star Emperor token. Yang Kai's expression froze, and he recognized the token in an instant. The Star Emperor token is rumored to be a token made by the Star Emperor. Ghost Ancestor once told Yang Kai that the Star Emperor token has a total of 10 pieces, but he does not know where it went. In each piece of Star Emperor token, all of them are sealed with a supernatural power of the Starry Sky Emperor. Using that supernatural power, they can easily kill Void King Realm powerhouses. The Star Emperor token in Yang Kai's hand was given to him by the Ghost Ancestor. After all, Yang Kai took the Ghost Ancestor to leave the Hanging Continent, allowing him to escape after being trapped for 2,000 years. Although the Ghost Ancestor was rebellious, he acted righteously. It doesn't matter, but at the last moment, I don't know why, I will give this Star Emperor token to Yang Kai. It is estimated that it can be regarded as a repayment for Yang Kai's life-saving grace. He also told him that when the time came to be extremely dangerous, he could pour the Holy Yuan into it and use the supernatural power of the Star Emperor sealed in it. Of course, even if he used the Star Emperor's supernatural powers to kill powerful enemies, with Yang Kai's current cultivation base, he would not have much chance of surviving. After all, the supernatural powers sealed in the Star Emperor's order are too powerful. Once used, he would be exhausted. It's all possible. Ever since he got this Star Emperor token, Yang Kai has been hiding it in the black book space, never wanting to use it. Firstly, it is too dangerous to use it, and secondly, there is no need to use it because Yang Kai also encountered some unresolvable disaster. He never imagined that in the attic on the 6th floor of the flowing flame sand field, he would find a second Star Emperor token. However, Yang Kai quickly discovered something was wrong, because the piece of Star Emperor token suspended in midair in front of him was different from the one in his hand. A little dangerous feeling. Someone has used the supernatural power in this Star Emperor token. In other words, at this moment, there is no Star Emperor's ultimate move inside this token. Yang Kai secretly guessed, but it is quite surprising that this Star Emperor token has not been destroyed. No matter what, there was such a piece of Star Emperor token in front of him. Yang Kai still didn't want to let it go. When he was about to reach out to take it, a layer of light suddenly rippled from the Star Emperor token. Yang Kai's complexion changed, and when he sensed the murderous intent hidden in that layer of halo, his Saint Yuan burst out and retreated rapidly, but his speed was fast, and the halo spread even faster, sweeping across Yang Kai's body in an instant. Yang Kai's face was ashamed. Even if he had used the Star Emperor token, it was not something that could be violated casually. Just when he thought he was doomed, a halo of light also appeared in the intact piece of Star Emperor token in his hand, and the two halos disappeared when touched. And the second Star Emperor token, which had been suspended in the midair of the 3rd floor of the attic, seemed to lose its support all of a sudden, and fell to the ground, making a soft knocking sound, and stopped moving after bouncing a few times. Yang Kai was still in shock, clenched his token tightly, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He also didn't expect such an accident to happen. If it wasn't for his coincidence to have a piece of Star Emperor token, he would have been seriously injured just now, and the strange power emanating from that halo was not what he is now at all able to resist. Panting for a while, Yang Kai walked forward slowly. At this moment, the world shook for a while, and Yang Kai suddenly felt some strange changes in the surrounding space. Faintly, there was a repulsive force coming from all directions, as if to repel him. At the same time, the shadow of a slender hand protruded from the sky, trying to catch Yang Kai. That jade hand was clearly a woman's palm, but it was so big that it almost covered the entire sky above the attic, and ignored the building of the attic, directly descending on top of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically, and he realized in a blink of an eye, it should be the time for the flowing flame sand field to close, so the power of the surrounding space was turbulent. I'm afraid that the scene he encountered at this moment exists in all places in the flowing flame sand field. The warriors who broke into this place to practice before should all be thrown out by this jade hand. Yang Kai's conjecture was not wrong at all. In the various spaces from the first floor to the fourth floor of the flowing flame sand field, the shadows of jade hands protruded from the void, easily catching those who were resting or fighting. Immediately, the jade hands turned into fluorescent lights and disappeared, and the figures of those warriors disappeared together. The next moment, strange figures appeared on the outskirts of the flowing flame sand field, making the elders of the various sects who had been waiting outside extremely happy, and they all went up to welcome them. But in the attic, Yang Kai urged Sheng Yuan ferociously, and slapped the shadow of the jade hand. Shrouding the sky with his hand, he couldn't stop the jade hand at all. Yang Kai rushed forward while rolling on the spot. More than a dozen space blades had shot out, blocking the shadow of the jade hand for a moment. Taking advantage of the time he had won with great difficulty, Yang Kai quickly grabbed the Star Emperor token on the ground, and immediately relaxed, standing quietly in place, not ready to resist. But when the jade hand grabbed Yang Kai, the power of space twisted and was about to send him out. The two Star Emperor tokens in Yang Kai's hand shone at the same time, forming a light blue protective shield, covering him, shrouded in it. The jade hand disappeared, but Yang Kai was still standing on the third floor of the attic, confused. Soon, the power of distorted space around him also disappeared, and even the feeling of repulsion disappeared. Yang Kai seemed to be forgotten, just standing there alone. It took a long time for him to react, and he was surprised and happy for a while. He can be sure that the situation just now is definitely due to the closure of the flowing flame sand field, and the power of teleportation has been applied to him, but he was blocked by two Star Emperor orders inexplicably, that is to say, he was left behind, here. The happy thing is that he has a lot of time to use now, but the surprised thing is that when the time comes to go out, he doesn't know if he will encounter any danger. After all, during the period when the flowing flame sand field is open, the danger in the hot area has been reduced countless times, and once it is closed, the danger in the hot area may increase exponentially. If he wants to get out, he has to go through 6th level to go outside. It's useless to think about these now. I have been left behind by accident, and it is only serious to think about how to make use of the situation in front of me. He didn't dare to take back the two Star Emperor tokens. Who knows what will happen once the Star Emperor tokens are taken back? Can only be placed close to the body. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come this site to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1250 Fusion Blood Pill. Yang Kai took a big stride towards the hot zone on the first floor of the flowing flame sand field, and there was a light blue light blooming on his chest. Neither the heat wave nor the fire poison could invade at all, and Yang Kai didn't even need to use the Saint Yuan body protection to be safe and sound. At this time, it has been more than half a year since the closure of the flowing flame sand field, and during this period, Yang Kai has been staying on the 6th floor. It's not that he's looking for any treasure, he has already taken away all the valuable things in the attic, and there is no treasure to search for at all. He stayed there just to chop a few green bamboos. His original plan was to chop off a few and leave. He didn't know that the toughness of those green bamboos was far beyond his expectation. Using the blade of space, it took a full 20 days to cut a green bamboo as thick as a thumb. Fall to the ground. And in these 20 days, because of the non-stop use of the space blade, Yang Kai suddenly found that his understanding of the space blade had improved a lot, and the power of the space blade released had also increased. Overjoyed in my heart, I didn't care about the time wasted anymore. For the next 6 months, Yang Kai has been in the bamboo forest, competing with a fierce green bamboo. After spending such a long time, he only cut down 20 green bamboos. If it wasn't for the long delay and fear of Yang Yan and Wu Yi, Yang Kai wouldn't have come out so early. A month ago, he set off in a hurry, and it took him a month to reach the first floor of the flowing flame sand field. During this period, the two-star Emperor orders kept him close to his body, not daring to stand up for a moment. And after the flowing flame sand field was completely closed, the dangers hidden inside were indeed countless times more ferocious. The genius treasure areas on the second and fourth floors were better. The power of the heat has increased by more than 10 times. Yang Kai estimated that even his own cold flames could not resist the scorching heat, but thanks to the protection of the Star Emperor token, he was freed from worries and could travel unimpeded all the way. He didn't know why the Star Emperor order was able to restrain the environment in the hot area, but he vaguely felt that this flowing flame sand field should have something to do with the legendary Starry Sky Emperor, otherwise there would not be a second passive area on the 6th floor of the attic. The used Star Emperor token. If someone enters at this time, they will definitely die. No wonder the warriors on the gloomy star must choose to enter when the power of the flowing flame sand weakens. It is undoubtedly relatively safe at that time. At this moment, there seemed to be a film-like dark red energy shield blocking him not far in front of him. In the dark red energy shield, there was a sensational scorching power. Anyone who approached nearby would be melted into blood in an instant. And when Yang Kai saw this film-like dark red energy shield, not only was he not frightened, but his expression was joyful, and he went straight to meet him, as if he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. But just when his body was in contact with the dark red energy shield, the energy shield seemed to sense something, and it opened a gap on its own, allowing Yang Kai to pass through it calmly. After Yang Kai passed through, it healed again and returned to its original state. After Yang Kai passed through the dark red energy shield, the scenery in front of him changed leisurely. Although the surrounding area was still filled with scorching heat, and the ground under his feet was also dry and cracked, but in the extremely far away place, there was a scenery different from the scorching area. Finally came out, this flowing flame sand field is really big enough. Yang Kai came all the way, but he used the wind and thunder wings continuously, and still flew for a month before he ran from the innermost layer to the outside. Yang Kai estimated that the entire flowing flame sand field covers an area of at least hundreds of thousands of miles. No one knew it before, because no one could go deep into the third layer and deeper, so it was impossible to speculate. The first time he walked out, Yang Kai put the two Star Emperor tokens that had been hidden in his arms into the black book space and kept them properly. But the next moment, he was in a bit of trouble, because he didn't know where he was now. Although there was a magnetic pointer to determine the direction when he walked out of it, the magnetic pointer only pointed to the center of the Luyan sand field. As long as you walk in the opposite direction of the pointer, you can leave the flowing flame sand field. Now, he couldn't tell where he was. After all, he was still in the dark star and left. Yang Kai felt relieved, and when he was about to let go of his spiritual sense to investigate the surrounding area, he suddenly frowned and looked sideways. And not far from there, a figure was flying towards this side rapidly, and when the four eyes met, that person showed an expression of astonishment. Because at this time, half a year had passed since flowing flame sand land was closed, and all the sects, large and small, had been evacuated half a year ago, so he didn't expect to meet living people here. But at a glance, the man let out a light snort, as if he recognized Yang Kai's appearance. Yang Kai also felt extremely speechless. The other party recognized him, why didn't he recognize the other party? Although I don't know the name of this guy, but Yang Kai did meet the other party once. It was just when the flowing flame sand field was opened, when Yang Kai first entered, the warrior who had invited him to work together. At that time, two people were teleported to the vicinity of Yang Kai. One was a disciple of Moon Palace, and the other was this martial artist. But at that time Yang Kai rejected his invitation very simply. The moment he saw Yang Kai, the man showed a look of joy, and immediately turned around, rushing straight towards Yang Kai, but before he got close, his expression changed, and he hurried. Hold your figure. Another figure quickly passed the warrior and stopped in front of him. Immediately, a figure appeared behind him, and he was in the middle of attacking the martial artist who was intercepting him. This person's complexion couldn't help sinking. He glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, wanted to say something but didn't say it. Seeing that the other party was finally intercepted, the two people who stopped the martial artist couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and secretly searched Yang Kai, who was not far away, with their spiritual sense, seeing that he was only at the second level of the Saint King. I didn't take it too seriously. One of the warriors with a tall figure gave a chuckle, looked at the blocked person with ill intentions, and said, "Junior brother Dang, I thought you were running around here to do something outside the flowing flame sand field." The helper is ambushing here. Why, do you think a martial artist at the second level of the Holy King can eat his two brothers? Another warrior wearing a purple robe sneered, and said sarcastically, it seems that junior brother Dang Ning has been favored very much recently, and he was confused for a while, otherwise why would he come to this kind of place? Why should senior brother Yi be as knowledgeable as him? The face of Dang Ning, who was caught in the middle, sank. She neither defended nor admitted. She said in a deep voice, Yi Yangrong and Jiyong, just for the mere melting blood pill, you will kill them all like this, without any regard brotherhood from the past. The tall martial artist named Yi Yangrong laughed when he heard the remarks, brotherhood. This kind of thing is very luxurious in the demon blood cult. Senior brother, I didn't expect to have it. As for the melting blood pill, junior brother Dang knows each other. It's better to hand over the words obediently, everyone is in the same line, and I don't want to be too extreme, eh? You don't want to? Dang Ning chuckled and said sarcastically, are you afraid that I will fight back when I die? Don't think that the two of you can defeat me. Even if I die, it's still fine. Hearing this, both Yi Yangrong and Jiyong's expressions changed, revealing a hint of fear, obviously knowing that what the other said was true. Na Ng frowned, suppressed some of the murderous intentions on his body, and tried to persuade him. Junior brother Dang, you got a lot of good things in the flowing flame sand field last time, precisely because of such a big harvest, that's why the elders rewarded you with a melting blood pill, and as far as I know, you have been rewarded with more than just a melting blood pill, right? The secret books of the sect have opened up to you a lot, and you have been given a powerful secret treasure, why bother? Are you unhappy with us because of elixir? We don't want anything else from you, as long as that elixir is enough. If it's really not possible, senior brother Yi and I will each compensate you with 30,000 saint crystals. He thought that if he gave Dang Ning a step down, the other party would compromise. After all, it is not worthwhile to lose his life for a pill, but when Dang Ning heard it, he sneered again and again, 30,000. As a demon blood disciple, don't you know the preciousness of Rongbing pill? You want to make up for my loss with just 30,000 yuan. Don't even think about it, eh? And Jiyong's face turned cold, and he was about to say something again, but Dang Ning sneered, but senior brother N, don't blame the junior brother for not reminding you. I think you know better than anyone else what our senior brother Yi is like. There is only one melting blood pill, so I will give it to you. How should you distribute it? Don't say that senior brother Yi will give you such stupid words. I think your future will not be much better than mine. Quote. As soon as these words came out, and Jiyong's expression immediately brightened. How could he not have thought of this level, but now that he is on the verge of riding a tiger, he can only join forces with Yi Yangrong to get the melting blood pill first. How to distribute it after grabbing it is another matter. Seeing his expression change slightly, Yi Yangrong hastily shouted, Junior brother N, don't believe his divisive words, you and I are joining hands now, whoever snatches the melting blood pill from him will be the one. Brother Shendon promises to give you some compensation. Hearing what he said, Ji's face turned pale, and he forced a smile and said, if the younger brother gets it by chance, he will act like the older brother. The two have their own ghosts in their hearts, but they have reached an agreement now. Seeing that her alienation plan had no effect, Dang Ning turned violent, and stretched out her hand to wipe the space ring, and a crimson elixir with amazing blood energy appeared in her hand. Blood melting pill. When a ghost saw the pill, Yi Yangrong and Jiyong showed covetous and greedy eyes, staring at the pill, as if this pill was an excellent thing for them. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at Offending People as Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1251 No Difference. Yes, this is the melting blood pill bestowed by the elders. It can help our disciples of the demon blood sect refine their blood bodies and break through bottlenecks. Want to? A dangerous smile appeared on Dang Ning's face, and then she threw the melting blood pill towards the flowing flame sand field, and laughed wildly. If you want it, go in and pick it up, see if you have any. There is no life to come out alive. Quote. He knew that he couldn't keep the melting blood pill with the cooperation of the two senior brothers, so he didn't want to take advantage of others. Stop him, Yi Yangrong yelled, as if he wanted to attack Dang Ning to stop him, but when he was shaking, he turned around and chased after Rongshe pill. And that Jiyong also made a false move, and also ran towards the melting blood pill. The goals of the two at this moment were surprisingly the same. But Dang Ning shot out angrily, exhausting all her strength. The melting blood pill flew out extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the dark red energy cover of the flowing flame sand field and disappeared. waiting for Yi Yangrong and Ji to use it. When the two of them chased after them, they were already at their wits' end. For a moment, the faces of both of them were ashen, they turned their heads abruptly, and looked at Dang Ning with embarrassment. The murderous intent burst out in their eyes without any concealment. They no longer had the kindness and earnestness just now, and now they wished to tear Dang Ning into pieces. The melting blood pill was thrown into the flowing flame sand field, and it was impossible to get it back. They didn't have the confidence to break into this forbidden area with the third-level cultivation of the Holy King, and at this time it was still the power of the flowing flame sand field. In a fierce moment, if you enter it, you will die without life. The moment Dang Ning threw the melting blood pill, she was already in a hurry, and wanted to leave here, but Yi Yangrong snarled, and suddenly her figure flickered, turning into a blood cloud, and flew to the place at an extremely fast speed. In the sky above Dang Ning, the blood cloud immediately enveloped Dang Ning. The evil spirit in the blood cloud soared to the sky, and the bloody smell that made people want to vomit permeated. In an instant, Dang Ning's horrified cry came from within the blood cloud. The devil's body turns into blood. When did you cultivate? He seemed to tremble at Yi Yangrong's method and his shocked voice. The next moment, the sound of fierce fighting and Dang Ning's muffled groan came from the blood cloud. Yi Yangrong's sinister sneer came out. Brother, you are not talented. You have already seen the way as early as 3 years ago, and this is the first time you have used it to fight against the enemy. Brother Dang, let me see where you are going to escape this time. While talking, he ordered, Junior brother N, kill the person who is an eyesore, and then come to help me. Although the melting blood pill is gone, as far as I know, Junior brother Dang still has the magic blood of the secret technique in his hand. If you want the method of cultivation, do it quickly. Seeing Yi Yangrong turn into a cloud of blood covering Dang Ning, that in Jiyoung's face also sank. He never thought that senior brother Yi had such deep scheming, but he had practiced this secret technique 3 years ago. It has not been exposed, and a look of incomparable fear can't help but appear on his face. Now that the Rongshe pill is gone, he is a little bit in the mood to back off. After all, even if he joins hands with Yi Yangrong to kill Dang Ningyang, he won't get much benefit. But now when he heard that Dang Ning actually had the cultivation method of the secret magic blood thread, he was very moved, and his expression became hesitant when his eyes lit up. Isn't Yi Yangrong afraid of something? Immediately shouted loudly, Senior brother N, this demon body transforms into blood and consumes holy yuan. It is already very reluctant to use against junior brother Dang. You don't need to be afraid that I will attack you afterwards, let alone, with the method of junior brother and senior brother I won't go looking for trouble. Ji pondered for a while with a gloomy face, as if he had made some decision, and immediately became resolute, nodded and said, okay, then the senior brother will join hands with the senior brother again. After finishing speaking, he turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. At this moment, a blaze rushed out of the flowing flame sand field and rushed into Yang Kai's chest, causing Jaeyoung to be stupefied when he saw this scene, and said with a frown, what is that? Quote, it's nothing. Yang Kai sighed lightly, thought for a while, and said, if I say that I have nothing to do with your junior brother, nor is he a helper who ambushed here, do you believe it or not? Do you believe me or not? And Jaeyoung snorted coldly. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it. Yang Kai looked helpless, not to mention that Dang Ning showed a happy expression when he saw him before, and the two seemed to know each other. Flowing flame sand field, even though it is still on the outskirts, is also extremely hot. Yang Kai happened to appear here. It was not the helper arranged by Dang Ning. Could it be that he came here to play? Except when the flowing flame sand field is open, there will be a lot of people, and no one is willing to approach it at any other time. This time, if Yi Yangrong and Jaeyoung were not chasing Dang Ning, how could they come to such a place? And Dang Ning was also desperate, so she ran to this place with a fluke mind, trying to get rid of her two senior brothers, who knew that the temptation of Rongshe pill was too great for them, so they chased after him desperately. By chance, Yang Kai was involved in this dispute. Are you going to settle it yourself or do you want me to do it? And Jaeyoung didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, and glanced at the bloody battle over there, but he was not in a hurry to attack Yang Kai, but fought over there. The more intense it is, the better it is for him. He wished that Dang Ning and Yi Yangrong would lose both, so that he could take advantage of the opportunity. What's the difference? Yang Kai grinned without fear. It's very different. You can finish it yourself, and you can die happily. If you want me to do it. Hee hee. I don't think there is any difference. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, you will die anyway. And Jaeyoung was stunned, and after he understood what Yang Kai was saying, his face suddenly became ruthless. no wonder Dang Ning asked you for help, I want to see how you let me die. While speaking, the blood on his body was shining brightly, and the originally ordinary aura actually exuded a bloody smell. Yang Kai frowned. Although he had never dealt with this demon blood sect person, judging from Yi Yangrong and Enji's Saint Yuan wave, what they practiced was an evil technique, otherwise it would have been too much. There will be no such astonishing evil spirit and hostility. This kind of aura has been cultivated to the extreme, and once it is released when facing the enemy, it will frighten people's hearts and souls. People with weak minds are very likely to be affected by this evil and hostile aura. It can be said that it took a lot of advantage when fighting with people. But at the same time, this kind of evil spirit and hostility can be easily restrained, as long as there is a strong and Yang Saint element, it is enough to suppress it. The unyielding golden body in Yang Kai's body used to store this kind of evil power, so he naturally has some understanding of this kind of thing. After Jeong released his aura, he didn't do anything, but looked at Yang Kai with great interest, as if he wanted to see how frightened he was under his own evil spirit. The opponent's cultivation level is one level lower than his, so he naturally has full confidence to suppress him. Once the opponent loses his fighting spirit, he can have fun with him and kill time with the mentality of playing with a mouse. Contrary to his expectation, after the aura formed by his own malevolence and hostility slammed into the opposite young man, the young man did not change his face, but showed a disdainful expression, which was not at all the funny expression of the people who were at a loss when he met before, and Jeong couldn't help being taken aback, nodded and said, okay, you really have some skills, but I underestimated you. While speaking, his aura was withdrawn, his body was full of blood, as if fresh blood gushed out of his body, and soon condensed into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist twisted and changed for a while, turning into a bloody hand, straight towards the Yang Kai pushed over. Bloody Solo, a secret technique of the Demon Blood Sect, a move that only the disciples of the Demon Blood Sect can practice. Although its power cannot be said to be great, the evil spirit hidden in the hands of the blood is extremely strange and hard to guard against. Once it is contaminated, the blood in the whole body will boil, let the enemy's life be worse than death. All the secret techniques of the Demon Blood Sect generally have such an effect that is difficult to guard against. Therefore, on the Gloom Star, ordinary warriors are too lazy or dare not fight with the people of the Demon Blood Sect, because they might eat it at any time. The last big loss. At the same time that Shira's bloody hand was pushed out, and Ji flicked his 10 fingers repeatedly, and red lights shot out one after another, turning into bloody spikes, which were hidden behind the bloody hand for a sneak attack. He didn't expect to be able to kill Yang Kai with one blow. Judging from the other party's performance just now, the other party is obviously not weak. His method is somewhat tentative, and he wants to try Yang Kai's depth. The bloody hand flew towards him, Yang Kai just swung his fist, and black flames wrapped around the front of the fist, exuding an extremely hot aura. The two collided in an instant, and the bloody hand was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, but it was suddenly pierced by the black flames, and even the bloody light was suppressed by the darkness, and the bloody spikes that followed the bloody hand were also shattered. He didn't hurt Yang Kai at all, but was easily blocked by the Hoshin shield he condensed. Seeing this situation, Ji froze with a blank expression, and immediately realized that the fighting power of the second-level Holy King opposite him was no less than his own. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and immediately waved his hand, and a blood-red hatchet appeared in his hand. The hatchet has a strange shape, somewhat like an axe, but more like a scimitar. It is red all over and has a terrifying aura. With the short axe in hand, Ji surged with momentum, swung the weapon in his hand and slashed forward. A streak of blood shot out from the hatchet, turned into a blood blade that looked like the hatchet, and rushed towards Yang Kai. Immediately after he swung the hatchet continuously, one after another, the blood light rushed out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming blood blade gathered in groups, fiercely pressing towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression froze, knowing that the other party had used his true skills. He didn't mean to underestimate the enemy, so he directly took out his purple shield and blocked it in front. The purple shield was most spiritually lost by it when it was subduing the spirit, but its own defensive ability still exists, but the sandstorm function of the shield cannot be used. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Offending People as Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1252 What reward do you give? As soon as Yang Kai sacrificed the shield, the countless blood blades were already blasted in front of him, one after another slashed on the shield like a full moon scimitar, making earth-shattering sounds, and the force from the successive collisions even pushed Yang Kai back continuously go. When Enjeong saw this, not only did he not show the slightest joy, but he became more dignified, because the opponent's purple shield looked dull, and it was able to block his blood blade. It was obviously a high-grade fake. Super secret treasure, now swinging the hatchet even harder. And when he swung the hatchet, it seemed that there was a pulling force emanating from the hatchet, pulling the blood blades blocked by the purple shield, spinning around, and attacking Yang Kai from all directions again. Go. Controlling Yuan. Yang Kai frowned, but quickly denied this idea, because this Enjeong obviously didn't understand the art of controlling Yuan. This kind of blood blade can be used by him to change direction to fight against the enemy, it should be a secret treasure power. Wanting to understand this, Yang Kai sighed lightly. He has been defending all the time, just wanting to see what shocking methods this demon blood sect disciple has. After all, he will live on the gloomy star in the future, and fight more with these local force warriors, which will also save him from encountering these forces in the future. The warriors make some preparations. Unexpectedly, although this Enjeong has the cultivation base of the third level of the Holy King, but the holy essence is mixed and impure, and the methods used are a bit weird, but they can't pose any threat to him at all. At the moment, he also lost the thought of probing, and once he retracted the purple shield, his whole body was exposed to countless blood blades. Seeing this, Enjeong was overjoyed, although he didn't understand why Yang Kai gave up his defense, but he also knew that the opportunity would never come again, so he swung the hatchet fiercely, driving the countless blood blades to linger around Yang Kai's side, threatening to hit it hard. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, and at the moment when the blood blade was added to his body, a pitch-black magic flame surged out of his body. The magic flame was extremely hot, and as soon as it appeared, it made the temperature within a radius of several tens of feet rise. Sharp rise. As soon as those blood blades touched the magic flame, they melted one after another, unable to cut into the magic flame at all. Enjeong's expression was startled. Before he could use his backhand, Yang Kai was already running like a thunderbolt, and quickly approached him, and for a while, the jet-black magic flame unleashed its power, directly wrapping Enjeong in it. There were sounds of fighting and screams, and Enjeong's shouts were mixed with messages of panic and panic. The opponent's pitch-black flame seemed to be quite restrained by his evil spirits. Being shrouded in aura by the opponent, he can't show much of his strength at all. If he didn't have one or two defensive secret treasures to protect him, I'm afraid he would give him a face-to-face kill. Is this the second level of the Holy King? Enji was confused. Could it be some void returning realm expert in disguise? Just when Yang Kai and Enjeong were in a fight, Yi Yangrong and Dang Ning were also in a life-and-death battle. Dang Ning was wrapped in a cloud of blood, and with all means, he could barely protect himself, but it can only be delayed for at most half a stick of incense. After half a stick of incense, he feels that he must be doomed. His junior brother's magic blood transformation secret technique has been cultivated to a very high level, and he cannot resist it at all. Just when he was panicking and restless, Yi Yangrong suddenly withdrew some of the power of the blood cloud, which greatly relieved his pressure. He was overjoyed, and he tried all means at the moment to save a little bit of the decline. But Yi Yangrong's voice came out through the blood cloud. "Junior brethren, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that man and come help." Although he heard Enjeong's yelling, he thought that Enjeong was deliberately delaying time by acting, so that he and Dang Ning could lose both sides, but he didn't know that Enjeong didn't even have time to answer his questions. His face was extremely pale, and he was stretched hard by Yang Kai's beating. It was precisely because Yi Yangrong was so suspicious that he didn't use all his strength to deal with Dang Ning, and planned to save some energy to compete with Enjeong for Dang Ning's inheritance. For a moment, there was a strange atmosphere in the two battlefields. One side was calculated and refused to exert all its strength, while the other side was suffering and couldn't tell, and was sweating. But soon, the situation became clear. Since Enjeong and Yang Kai fought for less than half a cup of tea, with Enjeong's scream, his figure flew upside down as if he had been severely injured, and he vomited a cloud of blood mist in midair. His face was ashes, and the eyes in his eyes were ashen. Overwhelmed with horror. The moment he flew upside down, Yang Kai's figure followed closely, and before he landed, he punched his chest. Enjeong only had time to let out a heart-piercing scream, and his chest sank directly, his eyes gradually lost their light, and immediately, his body burst open in midair. Over there, after hearing Enjeong's screams, Yi Yangrong's heart skipped a beat. Looking this way, he happened to see Enjeong's body bursting open, and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" The momentary shock made his blood cloud tremble, but Dang Ning took this opportunity to get out of the trap, and stood aside in embarrassment, looking at the blood cloud panting, and then looked at the blood cloud that was closing in on the other side in surprise. Yang Kai, who was punching, had a complex look of disbelief, joy and apprehension in his eyes. Ji died, Dang Ning escaped. Yi Yangrong also knew that something was wrong, the blood cloud squirmed, and his body was revealed, frowning and looking at Yang Kai, silent. If you dare to move, I will let you die. Yang Kai shook off the blood stained on his hands, raised his head, and glanced at Yi Yangrong. His eyes were like a butcher looking at a lamb in the sheep pen, making Yi Yangrong look at it for no reason. The body is cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Although the other party was only a threatening word, Yi Yangrong somehow felt that he really had this ability, and under the fear in his heart, he really didn't move. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Dang Ning. Dang Ning cupped his fists at Yang Kai, forced a smile and said, "My friend, thank you for your help." He looked earnest, obviously sincerely thanking him. After all, even a disciple of the demon blood sect would be grateful if his life was saved. "It has nothing to do with you," Yang Kai replied indifferently. He couldn't say how much he liked this Dang Ning. After all, when this guy was being chased by his two senior brothers, he still flew towards him, thinking of dragging himself into the water. Moreover, before Yi Yangrong and Jeong suspected that Yang Kai was the helper arranged by Dang Ning here, he didn't mean to deny it. If it was another Saint King two-layer realm, how could he still survive if he made such a move? He will only be a muddle-headed ghost. But thinking about it, if Yang Kai was in Dang Ning's situation, he would probably do the same, so although he didn't like Dang Ning's approach, he didn't mean to pursue it. The other party was just trying to save his life. How could you care so much at that time? After being choked by Yang Kai, Dang Ning's face was embarrassing, but she was very sensible, and she didn't bother with this issue anymore. She said solemnly, "Friend, can you be a good person to the end, and then help Dang to get rid of this wolf-hearted person? Slaughter, Dang will be rewarded afterwards." As soon as these words came out, Yi Yangrong's face changed drastically, and only then did he realize that the young man at the second level of the Holy King was really not the helper arranged by Dang Ning, and his intestines turned green from regret in an instant. If he knew this earlier, why would he ask for trouble and let Jeong deal with Yang Kai? It is serious to wish to send him away earlier, but it is useless to regret now, and Jeong has already been killed by him, and the other party is still looking at him with an unhappy look, clearly annoyed at being involved in this inexplicable dispute among them. Judging from the strength he can kill Jeong in half a cup of tea, if he really joins forces with Dang Ning, how can he survive? Yi Yangrong's heart suddenly fluttered, and he looked at Yang Kai nervously, secretly worried about what kind of answer he would give. To his surprise, Yang Kai just rolled his eyelids, looked at Dang Ning, then shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in meddling in the grievances of your brothers." Yi Yangrong's expression relaxed, and just when he thought he could escape, Dang Ning said, "Friend, we are disciples of the Devil's Blood sect. If you killed me, senior brother, and if you let Yi Yangrong go back, things here will definitely be destroyed. It will be exposed, and then you may be in some trouble. You want me to kill you all to silence you?" Yang Kai grinned, his eyes turned a few times on Dang Ning and Yi Yangrong, with a look of malicious intentions, which made the hearts of both of them jump wildly and anxiously, disturbed. Yi Yangrong had already scolded Dang Ning bloody in his heart at this moment, and hated Dang Ning's unscrupulous words, but he was delighted when the other party said this, and said immediately, "Junior brother Dang, this friend doesn't seem to be very talkative. How about letting go of our internal grievances and joining forces to deal with him?" Dang Ning sneered, and refused without thinking, "Sorry, I'm not interested in joining forces with someone like you." After rejecting Yi Yangrong, he looked at Yang Kai and said solemnly, "It's not an exaggeration to say that killing people kills people, but if my friend also kills me, then I have nothing to say. After all, if you don't intervene, I will also kill you this time. There is no doubt that I will die, but even if I die, I will not make this person feel better." He looked at Yi Yangrong with a ferocious smile, with a ferocious expression on his face, as if he had forced him to abandon the melting blood pill, which made Dang Ning extremely crazy. "You're crazy." Yi Yangrong turned pale with shock and backed away repeatedly. But as soon as he moved his footsteps, a wave of spiritual pressure came from the sky that made him suddenly change color. At the same time, the defense of his own sea of AA consciousness was instantly broken, and a divine soul attack invaded it, concealed. Yi Yangrong was sweating profusely in an instant, knowing that if he moved again, the sea of AA consciousness would definitely be attacked. The strength of this consciousness is no less than that of a warrior at the second level of Return to the Void, and it is simply not something he can resist. Immediately, he didn't dare to make any more changes, and looked at Yang Kai with incomparable fear, his eyes trembling violently. He couldn't believe that the spiritual attack would be sent by such a person. After Yang Kai tore apart this person's sea of AA consciousness defense and gave him a little warning, he was not in a hurry to kill him, but looked at Deng Ning with great interest, and suddenly said, "It's not right for me to take action." "No, but what can you pay for it?" To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at C-Cent A Diaresis AA Micro. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1253 Magic Blood Thread Secret Art. Yang Kai knows the truth of cutting grass and roots better than anyone else. If possible, he would even want to kill this Deng Ning, but Deng Ning just said that even if she died, she would pull Yi Yangrong back, which made Yang Kai slightly moved. A guy who doesn't even care about his own life or death can be trusted. Asking Deng Ning for a reward is just an excuse. After all, he doesn't want to take action for no reason. Just now, it was used to kill Nji because someone else had already attacked first. As for the reward Deng Ning gave, whether it was expensive or cheap, he didn't care. Who would have thought that upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Deng Ning's expression brightened, and she began to think about it carefully. After a while, she said in a deep voice, "I don't know if my friends are interested in the magic blood thread secret technique." 1. Deng Ning. Before Yang Kai could answer, Yi Yangrong roared as if he had lost his mind, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "How dare you spread the secret technique of this sect to others at will? Do you know if the elders knowing that you did this, what will happen?" Deng Ning turned her head and gave him a sneer smile. "It's nothing more than pulling out the soul, what's the fuss about?" Yi Yangrong was at a loss for words for a while with his nonchalant expression. Deng Ning shook her head again, and said with a sneer, "Besides, as long as senior brother Yi dies here, who will know that I will pass on the secret techniques of this sect?" Yi Yangrong's face turned pale suddenly. Only then did he know how much Deng Ning hated herself. She did not hesitate to violate the prohibition of the demon blood sect, and use the magic blood thread secret technique to lure that person to help. If the other party really agrees, he will have no way to survive. With a sudden change of mind, he hurriedly said to Yang Kai, "My friend, don't believe Deng Ning's words, the magic blood thread secret technique taught by me is certainly powerful. Infinity, non-core disciples are not allowed to practice, but after all, you have never practiced the skills of my demon blood sect. The magic blood thread secret technique is useless to you. Besides, if you have obtained this kind of secret technique, the senior management of this sect will definitely sit back and watch. Once the news leaks out, you will have no way to go to heaven, no way to go to earth, and you will definitely die." As he was talking, Yi Yangrong had a flash of light in his mind, suddenly seemed to think of something. His face turned paler, looked at Deng Ning and said tremblingly, "So you have such a ghost idea?" Deng Ning smiled, seeing that Yi Yangrong finally understood. She no longer kept secrets, but said to Yang Kai, "One friend, I don't know your name or your origin, but I just want to kill this person now. Revealing the magic blood thread secret technique is certainly a risk for you, but it is also the same for me. Once the matter is exposed, I will only suffer 1,000 times more severe torture than you, so I will never betray you, friend, can you rest assured now?" Quote. This Deng Ning was so thoughtful and exquisite, she seemed to have seen Yang Kai's malicious intentions to get rid of them all at once, so she used the magic blood thread secret technique to bind herself and Yang Kai together. As long as Yang Kai agrees, he will not be able to betray Yang Kai, because betraying Yang Kai is tantamount to sending himself to death. To this point, seeing Yang Kai's pensive look, Deng Ning raised her heart and increased the price, saying, "If my friend is still not satisfied, I can. One, if you don't need it, just use the magic blood thread secret technique." Yang Kai interrupted him, and he also saw Deng Ning's intentions, but he was not good at this small trick, and he did not comment on Deng Ning's desperate approach. Seeing Yang Kai nodding his head and agreeing, Yi Yangrong's expression was as dead as hell, while Deng Ning was overjoyed. "You do it," Yang Kai suddenly told Deng Ning lightly. Deng Ning looked stunned and thought that Yang Kai wanted to help from the side, so she didn't want to ask any more questions. When she turned around, the blood in her body rose wildly, and the blood radiated brightly. She immediately bit the tip of her tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. Like a living thing, it twisted and changed, and soon turned into a short spear. Deng Ning held the short spear in one hand, rushed to Yi Yangrong in a flash, and stabbed forward with a ferocious expression. Something that shocked him happened. He clearly saw Yi Yangrong wanting to avoid it, but for some reason, a look of extreme pain appeared on his senior brother's face. The ground didn't move. His short spear passed through the opponent's heart so easily, coming out through the body. Blood spurted. Yi Yangrong's face showed horror and horror. Holding the blood-colored short spear in his hand, as if he wanted to pull it out of his body, but all his strength was quickly lost, and his life was gone in the blink of an eye. Dang Ning froze on the spot again until Yi Yangrong's body fell from a high altitude and made a loud noise when it fell to the ground, which woke him up from his confusion. He can be sure that when his senior brother faced his blow just now, the reason why he couldn't fight back must be that the young man at the second level of the Holy King must have done something. The other party has such a skill. Dang Ning thought she wasn't too weak, but she won the battle in a daze without even knowing when she moved her hands and feet and what she did. Doesn't it mean that if he wanted to attack him, you can kill yourself in the blink of an eye? Thinking of this, Dang Ning broke into cold sweats all over her body for no reason. When she saw Yang Kai kill in Jeong, he knew that the other party might be the hero of a certain force, but until now, he didn't understand the other party's power. It's simply a monster. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, and after a while, Dang Ning turned around. Her face was calm as usual, only a pair of eyes showed deep fear. She flew down from the sky with a big smile, and came to Yang Kai on her own initiative, clasped his fists and said, "Friend, thank you very much. I saw you in the flowing flame sand field, and I thought you were extraordinary, and now it seems that you are indeed so." Yang Kai nodded lightly, without making a sound. Can't see Yang Kai's joy and anger. Dang Ning's heart is up and down, and she doesn't know what kind of temper this person is. She is afraid that she will be careless for a while, and say something that makes the other party unhappy. In a hurry, she thinks of the previous agreement, hastily dug out a secret book made of animal skin from his space ring, handed it over with unusually polite hands and said, "This is the magic blood thread secret technique of our teaching, but the contribution is not enough, and it is not a secret book. I didn't get the complete secret technique, only the first half, and I copied it. It's not the original, but it's the same as the first half of the original, so I left." So saying, Dang Ning carefully observed Yang Kai's expression. After all, the remuneration he is giving now is somewhat different from what was agreed before, so I am still a little worried. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at him, silently put away the secret tome, threw it into his space ring without even looking at it. To him, there is no difference between a half-magic blood thread secret technique and a complete one. After all, he just didn't really want to practice it, so he didn't care about Dang Ning's concealment before. Seeing that Yang Kai put away the secret tome and didn't intend to pursue it, Dang Ning couldn't help but relax. Gas 0. You Demon Blood sect allows disciples in the sect to usurp this secret technique? Yang Kai asked Dang Ning with a half-smile. Dang Ning laughed lowly. Of course I don't allow it, but I have a photographic memory since I was a child, so, you understand my friend. Quote. Suddenly, Yang Kai revealed an expression of understanding. Have you asked your friend Gao's surname yet? Dang Ning asked solemnly with a solemn expression. Yang Kai frowned, but still gave his name. Dang Ning nodded and said, Dang Ning, a disciple of the Devil's Blood sect, must have known about Brother Yang. Well, don't worry, Brother Yang, what happened here is known by heaven and earth, and there will never be a third party. Everyone knows, otherwise Dang will suffer from the backlash of the demons, and he will never be promoted to the Void Return realm. Hearing him make such a poisonous oath, Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Although this oath is just a casual statement, if he doesn't abide by it, there will be a layer of obstacles in the bottom of his heart, and maybe he will break through. At the big pass, the demons broke out. So it's believable. I'm not worried, it's you. There are 2 fellow disciples who died here, maybe there is some trouble, right? Yang Kai glanced at the 2 corpses over there. When Dang Ning heard this, her expression was extremely astonished. She looked at Yang Kai strangely, and immediately asked tentatively, Brother Yang, is this the first time you heard about our Demon Blood sect? What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Dang Ning didn't dare to pretend to be mysterious, and quickly said, it seems that Brother Yang is really hearing about our Demon Blood cult for the first time, so it's no wonder. Brother Yang, don't worry, it's no big deal for 2 fellow sects to die here. Cannibalism is not prohibited in our Demon Blood sect, and it is even encouraged, and there are many disciples in our sect, so it doesn't matter how many people die. Yang Kai's eyeballs almost popped out. Sure enough, the world is so big that there is everything, and there is such a heartless and ungrateful sect. And it can still continue to this day, which is a bit unbelievable. Dang Ning's chatterbox seemed to be opened. Basically, our religion has a small chaos every 5 years, and a big chaos every 10 years. Every time it is an internal dispute, every time there is blood in the church, and many people will die. This point is well known throughout Gloomstar. Then why haven't you destroyed the sect yet? Yang Kai asked strangely. Brother Yang is joking. Dang Ning's mouth twitched, because the skills taught by me are to encourage a lot of killing, and, fighting among themselves may greatly increase the strength of those who survived. Our sect has countless disciples who have broken through the shackles and been promoted to the next level, so such a thing as exterminating the sect has never happened before. He smiled very reluctantly, and patiently explained. Yang Kai was confused and didn't bother to continue to inquire, but asked, "So, this is the territory of your demon blood sect?" "Yes. How far is it from Sky Fortune City?" Sky Fortune City. Dang Ning was startled when she heard the words, and suddenly realized, Brother Yang is a disciple of the Shadow Moon Palace. No wonder you have such amazing means, I admire you. To be continued. Provided by Offending Children Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1254 Demonic Blood City. Listening to Yang Kai asking about Sky Fate City, Dang Ning obviously misunderstood something. Thinking that he was a disciple of Shadow Moon Palace, Yang Kai was non-committal, neither admitting nor denying it. After a little flattery, Dang Ning changed the subject and said, Sky Fortune City is quite far from here. If you rely on the Star Shuttle to fly alone, you will have to fly for at least half a year to get there. So far, Yang Kai frowned. He knew that Gloom Star itself was relatively large, because when he had just formed Golden Blood, he had once driven a drop of Golden Blood to fly around the entire Gloom Star. The speed also took a long time to fly back and forth, but now he is still not willing to spend half a year flying back to Sky Fortune City from here. In the past 6 months, he can do many things. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Dang Ning immediately fell silent, and soon a trace of struggle flashed between her brows. She gritted her teeth and said, however, if you pass by the space magic circle in the Demon Blood City thousands of miles away, you can save money. Most of the time, the space magic circle of Demon Blood City is not directly connected to Sky Fortune City, but it can be teleported to a place called Qingxi City, which is the territory of Lihuo cult. It only takes 1 month to fly from Bluestone City to Sky Fortune City left and right. Of course, if Brother Yang can get to know the core disciples of the Lihuo cult and find a guarantor, he can directly use the space magic circle in Qingxi City to teleport to Tianyan City. The space magic circle of Demon Blood City is connected to Qingxi City. Yang Kai frowned. That's right, because our Devil's Blood sect and Lihuo sect have a lot of cooperation and transactions, so the disciples of the two religions are usually close, and they will often cooperate to experience it. Dang Ning explained with a smile. He also asked appropriately, Brother Yang, if it is convenient, you might as well go to Demon Blood City with me. I am also a core disciple in Demon Blood cult. Guaranteed to use the space magic circle personally, it should not be a big problem. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, and secretly thought that saving Dang Ning's life would indeed be useful, but on the surface he remained calm and asked indifferently, what price do you need to use your space magic circle? Dang Ning hastily waved her hand. Brother Yang was joking, this time I have no place to repay Brother Yang's life-saving grace, and now there is something Deng can use. It's too late for Deng to be happy, so what else does Brother Yang need to pay? What's the price? What's more, using the space magic circle once is just consuming some holy crystals, so it's not a big deal. If Brother Yang really wants to pass through the Demon Blood City, this matter will be covered by Deng. Dang Ning patted her chest to assure, it seems that Yang Kai killed An Jiong just now, and helped him kill Yi Yangrong, which made him really want to make friends with him, so what he said was not at all pretentious but seemed to be full of pride. Yang Kai pondered for a while, knowing that if a disciple of the sect is not ordered by the elders or to perform the mission of the sect, the use of the space magic circle must not only be able to use some saint crystals, but there must be other costs, but the other party is so willing to do what they want well, Yang Kai has no reason to refuse, and nodded with a smile. Then there is Lao Deng brother. Be polite. Seeing that Yang Kai's attitude towards her had also changed, Dang Ning was also in a good mood, and secretly felt that the deal was not a loss. Not only did she return the other party's favor, but she also seemed to be making money. Brother Yang, wait a moment, I'll go and dispose of the shameless man's body. Dang Ning said, and rushed out again. Naturally, after a murder, the corpse must be destroyed, and Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of thing, so of course he would not say much, but when Dang Ning left, Yang Kai touched his chest with a strange expression. On the chest is the small refining furnace, but now, there is a crimson elixir that exudes bloody energy lying quietly in the empty refining furnace. It was the melting blood pill that Dang Ning threw into the flowing flame sand field earlier. Yang Kai was naturally a little curious about what the 3 Saint King Realm brothers from the Demon Blood sect were willing to fight for, so when Deng Ning threw the melting blood pill out, Yang Kai immediately let Qi Ling rush back, quietly wrap the melting blood pill back. The fact that other people can't enter the flowing flame sand field doesn't mean that Qi Ling can't get in. Qi Ling itself was born because of the firepower of the Earth's core in the Earth's lung fire pool, and it was baked in that stone room for tens of thousands of years. How could a fire weapon spirit care about the heat of the flowing flame sand field? And the fire light that Jiang saw flying into Yang Kai's chest was the artifact spirit that returned after he succeeded. Although I haven't investigated it carefully, judging from the soaring blood energy contained in the melting blood pill, the method of refining this kind of thing is probably indispensable, similar to blood sacrifice, and there is still a lot of evil and hostile energy inside the pill, which is not any people can take it, and I am afraid that only the disciples of the Devil's Blood sect will be of great use. Not only will this kind of evil spirit not harm the disciples of the Devil's Blood sect, but it may even help them improve their cultivation. Yang Kai asked Qi Ling to take it back, just based on the principle of being an alchemist, and wanted to study it out of curiosity, but he had no other thoughts. While Yang Kai was meditating, Deng Ning had already arrived in front of Yi Yangrong's corpse, and instead of directly destroying the corpse as Yang Kai imagined, Deng Ning sat cross-legged in front of the corpse with an extremely happy expression. I don't know what kind of secret technique he used, but soon, there were bursts of howling ghosts and howling wolves, and immediately his blood was soaring, and his blood was shining brightly. About half an hour later, Yi Yangrong's body over there turned into a dry bone, and in Deng Ning's hand, there was an extra red pill similar to melting blood pill. Deng Ning glanced at the pill with satisfaction. He took the pill and put it into the space ring casually, as if he had gained a lot, and then blasted the dry bones to pieces. He took the initiative to pick up Yi Yangrong and Ji with the space ring that fell on the ground, and walked back. When she found that Yang Kai was looking at him with a strange expression, Deng Ning smiled and explained. Brother Yang laughed. To be honest with Brother Yang, for the disciples of the Demon Blood sect, other fellow sects are all living humanoid medicines that can help you improve your cultivation. That's why the sect doesn't stop internal fighting. Yang Kai touched his chin and said with shame, so, I let you waste a pill like that. He destroyed Jiang's corpse, and Deng Ning naturally couldn't use Jiang's corpse to condense such a pill. It doesn't matter, Deng is very satisfied with the current harvest. After all, although the sect does not stop internal fighting, it is extremely difficult to kill warriors of the same level. Maybe it will capsize in the gutter at any time. There are countless people in the teaching who died under the counterattack of the same sect, so even if the sect does not stop it, if there is not much friction between everyone, they will not do it easily. Deng Ning dared to care so much with Yang Kai, and said quickly, changed the subject again and said, this is the space ring of my two senior brothers, there should be some good things in it, but these things are probably useless to Brother Yang, but the Saint Crystal Yang Kai inside can be used, their Saint Crystal the number is quite a lot, at least there should be more than 100,000. Yang Kai glanced at him, waved his hand and said, no need, you can take these two space rings yourself, and treat them as my reward for using your Demon Blood City's space magic circle. Deng Ning deliberately woke up her own things from the same sect were useless to Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? And he didn't pay attention to the hundreds of thousands of holy crystals, so he simply gave them all to Deng Ning. Sure enough, Deng Ning was overjoyed. She humbly pushed back a few times, but was not as strong as Yang Kai's pushback, and finally put it away happily, and put the two space rings on her hands in a grand manner, as if she didn't mind at all. It's the same as being known to have killed two fellow students. Something happened here. Deng Ning and Yang Kai sacrificed the star shuttle together and flew towards the Demon Blood City thousands of miles away. Along the way, Deng Ning intentionally chatted with Yang Kai, wanting to inquire about his status in the Shadow Moon Palace, but Yang Kai was so strict, how could he easily inquire about it? But the topic was diverted by Yang Kai. After some conversation, Yang Kai finally understood why when he saw him in the flowing flame sand field, he vaguely felt that he had heard his voice somewhere. It turned out that both of them had participated in the treasure house auction held in Tianyan City before the opening of the flowing flame sand field. In that auction, Deng Ning had bid several times for the elders of the Demon Blood sect. The topic was immediately shifted to the grandeur of the auction. Deng Ning admired the endless treasures at that auction, with a longing expression on her face, but she didn't know that the most valuable things in it were all taken by Yang Kai, auctioned in the past. Chatting along the way, time passed quickly, and soon, a magnificent giant city appeared in Yang Kai's vision. Deng Ning quickly introduced it to Yang Kai, telling him that it was the Demon Blood City, and the Demon Blood sect was located in a mountain range thousands of miles away from the city. The warriors in the city come from all corners of the gloomy star, so they seem very lively, and from the surface, they are not much different from other cities. It's just that among the warriors walking in the city, many of them are gloomy and indifferent, and their cultivation techniques are extremely evil. Sure enough, after entering the Demon Blood City, Yang Kai found many such people. Most of them had an indifferent appearance, exuding an unpleasant aura from their bodies, and they didn't like it very much. When dealing with people, everyone acts in a hurry and looks very busy. In the Devil's Blood City, there are also many shops, and the business is booming. Many forces will set up their own industries here. After Dang Ning brought Yang Kai into the Devil's Blood City, she walked on the wide streets with ease, constantly introducing him to the customs of this place, appearing extremely enthusiastic. After walking in the city for half a day, the two came to a huge palace. Here we are, this is where the magic circle of Magic Blood City is located. Dang Ning stopped, pointed to the front and said to Yang Kai. Rs. Chapter 1255 Make Things Difficult. Yang Kai looked up and found that the defensive force here is much tighter than the main hall where the space magic circle of Tianyan City is located. Outside the hall, there are 7 or 8 demon blood sect disciples wearing cyan armor standing there like javelins. Each of them has the cultivation base of the 2nd or 3rd layer of the Holy King, and in the hall, there is also some aura that belongs to the Void Returning Realm Powerhouse. Brother Yang, wait for a while, Mr. Dang will go in and inform them, and after the discussion is settled, we will welcome Brother Yang in. Dang Ning said politely. Yang Kai nodded, and then he walked straight into the hall under the watchful eyes of those demon blood sect disciples. The 7 or 8 demon blood sect disciples guarding this place seemed to be very curious about the relationship between Dang Ning and Yang Kai. After Dang Ning walked in, they kept scanning Yang Kai, suspicious of his identity. But that's all, they didn't intend to step forward to question him. About half an hour later, Dang Ning's figure appeared from the main hall, but at this moment, he had a painful expression on his face, and his expression was undisturbed. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Guaranteeing a person to use the space magic circle of this sect is definitely not such a simple matter. Dang Ning obviously paid a great price. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed that the other party was so dedicated. After all, just half a day ago, he was still thinking about whether to kill the other party and kill the other party, but now the other party is so hard to use the space magic circle for him. It seems that this person who came from the Devil's Blood sect can still make some friends. Yang Kai secretly thought about it. Walking out of the main hall, Dang Ning's expression returned to normal. She smiled at Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang has been waiting for a long time, please come with me, everything has been taken care of. Okay. Yang Kai nodded warmly. This time his attitude was really much better. He would of course reciprocate if he was rewarded with love. Secretly decided that if he meets this Dang Ning again in the future, he can help just give a hand. Under the leadership of Dang Ning, the two entered the inner hall unimpeded all the way. In the main hall, a magic circle basically the same as the space magic circle of Tianyan City stood quietly, are all inlaid with high-grade holy crystals, and can be opened only when someone comes, and it is indeed ready. In the hall, there are 3 Void Returning Realm powerhouses, and there are more than a dozen other Saint King Realm powerhouses, separated on both sides. Among the 3 Void Returning Realm powerhouses, each one seems to be not weak. 2 of them sat on both sides of the main hall, closed their eyes, meditated and practiced, and ignored the arrival of Yang Kai and Dang Ning. And there was another old man with a flushed face and silver-white hair standing beside the magic circle, his falcon-like eyes turned around Yang Kai, and then he said to Dang Ning, Nephew Dang, is this the person you want to guarantee? Yes, Marshal Uncle Lu, this is a good friend my nephew made before. Dang Ning quickly replied respectfully. Friend, hee. The old man surnamed Lu smiled, as if the word, friend, touched a certain nerve in him, from Shadow Moon Palace. Yang Kai looked indifferent, knowing that this old man surnamed Lu probably inquired about his information from Dang Ning, but he didn't deny it. He clasped his fists and said, I've seen Senior Lu. Seeing Yang Kai, the old man surnamed Lu understood etiquette, nodded slightly and said, although my demon blood sect has nothing to do with the Shadow Moon Palace, since it is my nephew Dang as the guarantor, it's nothing to use the space magic circle of our sect. The relationship is just nephew. To guarantee this person to go to Qingxi City, it is really worthwhile to pay 30 points of contribution to this religion. You know, you may have to go through life and death several times to earn back these 30 points of contribution. Dang Ning's complexion changed slightly. She looked at Yang Kai, saw that he didn't respond. She quickly smiled and said, Uncle Lu is a good idea, but Brother Yang has saved my nephew's life, so a contribution of 30 points is nothing. Thank you for saving your life. The eyes of the old man surnamed Lu flashed brightly, and suddenly became cold, and he said in a low voice, a second-level Holy King saved your life. Could it be that your third-level Holy King is a fake? Dang Ning's face turned pale, a lot of sweat oozed from her forehead, she was obedient, not daring to say anything. And as far as I know, you have no chance to make friends with any disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, except for that time when you went to Tianyan City to participate in the auction, could it be that time? The old man surnamed Lu seemed suspicious, and continued to ask several questions. Dang Ning didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yang Kai saw that he was embarrassed by his own teacher uncle, so he had to explain it for him, and said, Senior Mingjian, I did not meet Brother Deng in Tianyan City, but in Flowing Flame Sand Field. It's just a chance to save him once, it has nothing to do with strength, Brother Deng's strength, the younger generation still admires him very much. Flowing Flame Sand Field. You have also entered Flowing Flame Sand Field. Why didn't you go back with Qian Tong and the others, but stayed so far? The old man surnamed Lu was shocked when he heard this. This junior has some reasons, so he couldn't return with Elder Qian and the others. Yang Kai replied lightly. Oh, the old man surnamed Lu smiled meaningfully, and pointed out, from this point of view, you may have gained a lot in the Flowing Flame Sand Field. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, although he was vigilant, he didn't feel too nervous, he thought for a while and said, there are some gains, but I'm afraid I can't get into the eyes of the seniors. While talking, he held his hand, and 5 flint stones the size of pigeon eggs appeared in his hand, and he handed it to the old man surnamed Lu without any trace. The junior met the senior for the first time, and he didn't prepare anything. It's a small thing, and I hope the seniors will accept it with a smile. When the old man surnamed Lu saw the fire spar, his eyes lit up immediately. He thought to himself that Yang Kai was indeed on the right path. He was making things difficult, he just wanted to get some benefits from Yang Kai. But the other party was able to see through it, he was really an exquisite person, his expression became more friendly in an instant, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 5 flint stones disappeared, and a warm smile appeared on his red face. He nodded and said, well, yes, no wonder Marshal Nephew Deng will make friends with you, it seems the boy is also a generous person and he will become a great weapon in the future. Okay, since you are a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, I won't say anything more. The reason why I asked you so much just now is because I am afraid that some spies will break into here under the false name. You can go now. After receiving the fire spar, he suddenly seemed to be a different person. Thank you, senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. On the other side, when Dang Ning saw that the old man surnamed Lu was finally let go, she couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, and cautiously reminded, Uncle Lu, should I give Brother Yang a temporary token, or else we will go to Qingxi City, Li Huo cult. I'm afraid my disciples won't let me go. Why do you need to remind me of this? The old man surnamed Lu snorted coldly, waved his hand, and a scarlet token flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and saw a hideous ghost head on the token, which looked hideous and terrifying. The old man surnamed Lu said, this is the temporary token of my demon blood sect. It can guarantee that after you pass the space circle, people from the Li Huo sect will not interrogate you. Of course, this temporary token is only valid for 3 days, and you can use it within 3 days. Using the space law circles on their side in this teaching is enough for you to use. The juniors know. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Stand up, I'll open the formation. The old man surnamed Lu waved his hand at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai immediately stood in the center of the formation. Dang Ning stood aside, smiled at Yang Kai and clasped her fists and said, Brother Yang has a smooth journey, if you have the opportunity to come to Demon Blood City again in the future, don't look for Deng to have a drink. Okay, if Brother Deng goes to Sky Fortune City, you can also come to find Yang. Yang will definitely do his best to entertain Brother Deng as a landlord. Yang Kai replied. Hearing what he said, Dang Ning was overjoyed, knowing that her dedication was not in vain. 30 points of contribution really made him feel distressed, but it was worthwhile to be able to really make friends with such a person, because maybe at any time, just I have to ask for more from the other party. While the two were talking, the space magic circle had already emitted a dazzling light, and the surrounding space force instantly distorted. In front of Yang Kai's eyes, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, and after a short period of absent-mindedness, the person had already appeared in another heavily guarded hall. In an instant, several tyrannical spiritual powers pressed down, and several Saint King Realm warriors surrounded Yang Kai, looking at him vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't panic. He threw the temporary token of the demon blood sect to one of the Void Return Realm experts who seemed to have the highest strength, and he stood there without moving. The Void Returning Realm expert took the token and inspected it, frowned and said, "A member of the demon blood cult." While speaking, he threw the token back and said flatly, "Your token is only valid for 3 days. If you don't make it here after 3 days, the space circle will not be open to you." This junior understands. Yang Kai nodded. The Void Return Realm expert just waved his hand, and all the hostility disappeared. Those Lihuo sect disciples performed their duties one after another, and returned to their posts, and no one came to talk to Yang Kai for a while. Yang Kai was also so happy. After people left the main hall, they poured into the crowd of Qingxi City. He also had no intention of staying here. After an hour, a blue light flew up outside Qingxi City, rushed into the sky, and disappeared soon. How to get from Qingxi City to Tianyan City? He also asked someone to find out the direction. After all, he didn't know anyone in Lihuo cult, and he couldn't find someone to guarantee him to use the space magic circle. Fortunately, it is only a month's journey away from Sky Fortune City, which is several times closer than Demon Blood City, so he can afford to delay this time. The speed of the Star Shuttle was extremely fast. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the Star Shuttle. While controlling the flight of the Star Shuttle, he began to check his harvest in the Flowing Flame Sand Field this time. Since he entered the Flowing Flame Sand Field, he has had many opportunities. He has gained a lot of good things this trip, but he has really thought about how to use these things. After some inspection, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated, and he was also secretly shocked by what he had gained this trip. After inspecting the harvest in the Flowing Flame Sand Field, Yang Kai began to investigate the Melting Blood Pill. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1256 Changes in Dragon Cave Mountain. After a long search, Yang Kai was a little surprised. This melting blood pill is indeed as he expected before. Although it contains extremely strong energy and blood power inside, it also contains a lot of hostility and evil energy. If ordinary warriors get this thing, they will just throw it away. I don't know how to take it and dare not take it at all. Only warriors from the Devil's Blood sect who have practiced evil skills can use the evil energy in this blood fusion pill to enhance their cultivation. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't pay much attention to this kind of evil spirit. After all, he had possessed extremely evil energy before. After carefully inspecting the refining materials of Rongshe pill, Yang Kai was secretly startled. Although he could not identify all the components of the materials, he only saw that they had been transformed, but the ingredients needed to refine this kind of elixir, the ingredients are all extremely rare spiritual herbs. No wonder the three brothers Deng Ning are already Saint King third layer fighters, and they will fight for a melting blood pill. I am afraid that in the Demon Blood sect, there are not many such weird pills, and only when the disciples in the sect make great contributions, they will be rewarded 1 or 2. Deng Ning got a lot of them from the Luyan Sand Field. After returning with a few benefits, I gave it to the top of the Demon Blood sect to get such a melting blood pill. It's just that I don't know why the news leaked out, but Yi Yangrong and Njiyong have been following him. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think deeply about their internal grievances, but pondered for a while with a strange expression, and then opened his mouth, threw the melting blood pill into his mouth, and swallowed it. The magic flame in the body instantly transformed into a hot and yang existence, and as soon as the medicinal effect of the melting blood pill dissipated in the abdomen, there was a stream of extremely cold energy, rushing to Yang Kai's limbs and bones, but under the refining of the hot and yang magic flame, all these yin and cold energies were forced out of the body, and strands of black breath escaped from Yang Kai's pores and disappeared into the air. Only the huge power of qi and blood contained in the melting blood pill was left, circulating in Yang Kai's body and melting into his flesh and blood. Not caring about the efficacy of Rongshe pill, Yang Kai turned to investigate the magic blood thread secret technique that Deng Ning gave him. He investigated these, not because he wanted to practice the secret technique of the demon blood cult, but just to prepare for the future, because he could not tell when he would meet the high-level officials of the demon blood cult. In a fight, if the other party casts such a secret technique, he can know himself and the enemy. Unexpectedly, after looking at it, Yang Kai gave a light snort, and his mind was immediately immersed in this secret technique, unable to extricate himself for a long time. With the investigation, his face gradually began to change, sometimes surprised, sometimes frowning, sometimes thoughtful. 1 month later, above the Sky Fortune City, a blue rainbow flashed away, and it rushed straight towards Longshe Mountain 50 miles away. After a while, the blue rainbow stopped at the foot of Longshe Mountain, and Yang Kai's figure was revealed from it. Looking up to Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai was taken aback, his eyes showed a look of surprise, and he forgot to move on for a while. It has only been more than a year since he went to the Flowing Flame Sand Field and returned now, but in this mere year, the entire Longshe Mountain has undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking from the foot of the mountain, the few mountain peaks that originally existed were completely invisible. What I saw was just a beautiful scene surrounded by clouds and mist. I saw some attic-like buildings in the cave where I used to meditate. Although the number is not many, they have been connected together. Some figures are busy weighing in it, shuttling back and forth. Is this still Dragon Cave Mountain? Yang Kai even suspected that he went in the wrong direction and ran to the mountain gate of some sect, but 50 miles away, it was indeed Tianyan City. When Yang Kai passed by there just now, he was still thinking about whether to go to see Qian Tong, tell him he's safe. Although the scene in front of him is still a lot different from that of Da Zongmen's mountain gate, Yang Kai still can't believe that such earth-shaking changes can occur in just 1 year. Such a change is definitely due to Yang Yan. The spirit gathering array she arranged here earlier should have played a role, and under the investigation of Yang Kai's spiritual sense, the entire Longshe Mountain was surrounded by an inexplicable large formation, and it was a bit difficult for the spiritual sense to wander in it. It is blocked, and there are even a few hidden places that cannot be detected by divine sense. These hidden places include the cave where I meditated before. Yang Kai's current spiritual consciousness cultivation is no worse than Void Return Stage 2, even his divine sense can't check there. It is estimated that even if the top masters on Gloomy Star come over, it will take a little effort to get a glimpse of what's going on. Yang Yan actually did it. Yang Kai couldn't help being a little distracted. Before he went to the Flowing Flame Sand Field, Yang Yan had said that he would arrange the entire Dragon Cave Mountain into a shocking formation. How could he know that it took such a short time to have such a scale? Yang Kai doesn't know if her project has been completed, if not, then it is really a big deal. But, the hundreds of millions of holy crystals should be running out, right? Clothing such a huge formation, the materials consumed must be extraordinary, and Yang Kai's face twitched slightly when he thought of this. And when Yang Kai inspected the interior, there were also a few weak spirits gushing out of it, and they returned quickly as soon as they came into contact with Yang Kaiyu. Immediately, a beam of rainbow light shot out from the inside of Longshe Mountain, directly hitting the void in front of Yang Kai. It was so weird, it seemed that an invisible door opened in front of Yang Kai, and the ubiquitous spiritual energy actively separated to the two sides, and a line appeared. With a straight passage that cannot be seen with the naked eye, that passage leads directly to the hinterland of Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that he must have found his figure over there. Without hesitation, he strode forward and walked inward. While walking, check the surrounding changes. For a moment, Yang Kai sighed leisurely. The changes in Longshe Mountain were simply too great, so big that he didn't even dare to recognize each other. Not long after, several figures in front rushed towards this side rapidly, and the leader was Yang Yan, who wrapped the whole person in the black robe. Because he ran too fast, the plump breasts rose and fell, which was extremely eye-catching. The black robe and hat wrapped around his head were also lifted behind his back, and a relieved smile filled his small face. And following behind Yang Yan are Wu Yi, Yu Feng and others. Chang Qi, but and is also impressively listed. Yang Kai even saw the figure of Luo Qing, the void returning first layer realm warrior in Shadow Moon Palace. Everyone was smiling, and couldn't help but seem to let go of a boulder in their hearts, showing a hint of relaxation in their smiles. It seemed that Flowing Flame Sand Field had been closed for half a year, and Yang Kai hadn't returned yet, which really worried them a lot. Yang Yan was worried about Yang Kai. It was a personal relationship. If it wasn't for Yang Kai, she might still be claiming to be a void-grade artifact refiner in Tianyan City's refining treasure pavilion, and then help some warriors to refine it when others don't trust it. Some small things make a living. How can I have the opportunity to display my shocking talents? It can be said that Yang Kai gave her the space to display her talents and provided unimaginable funds. The same is true for Wu Yi, Yu Feng and others. As for Luo Qing, Qian Tong should have ordered him to stay here and inquire about Yang Kai's news. You're back. Yang Yan ran up to Yang Kai with small steps, sizing him up and down with a pair of beautiful eyes, making sure that Yang Kai didn't lack any arms or legs, then patted his chest and let out a coquettish cry. Wu Yi, Yu Feng and others came up one after another, all happily greeting Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart was warm, and he suddenly had a sense of accomplishment of being relied on and trusted. Since he entered the star field, he has been feeling empty in his heart, because in this huge star field, no one will care about his safety, even if he died, no one knows where he died, no one cares about it, and no one will say anything about it. He greeted the cold and warm, which was completely different from that on the Tongshuan continent. But at this moment, he had this feeling again. For a moment, he seemed to be back in Tongshuan continent, facing his little senior sister, Meng Wuya, Ling Taishu, Chu Lingxiao and others. I'm back, Yang Kai said lightly, but his heart, which had been empty all along, was filled up a lot. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. During this period of time, everyone is worried. I really don't know what happened to you outside. You haven't been seen for so long, and there is no news. Wu Yi stepped forward, smiling sweetly. Mei Mo glanced at Luo Qing, lightly parted her lips and said, "You don't know, after the closure of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, Elder Qian ordered someone to guard outside for half a year, but it's a pity that he didn't see you come out. I did not return to Shadow Moon Palace until not long ago, eh?" Half a year, Yang Kai's heart moved. Couldn't it be that the disciples of the Shadow Moon Hall just left with their front feet, and he came out with his back feet? Qian Tong has a heart. Yang Kai quickly clasped his fist at Luo Qing and said, "I have seen Brother Luo, please trouble Elder Qian to worry about it, but I encountered something in the Flowing Flame Sand Field, and I didn't go with others when I came out, and then I had to find a place to retreat to practice immediately, so I was delayed for so long, and I didn't have time to send a message back, which made Elder Qian worry." Luo Qing laughed loudly. Brother Yang is out of touch when he said this. Elder Qian will be very happy if he knows that you have returned safely. Yes, congratulations, congratulations. Luo Qing was still exchanging pleasantries with Yang Kai in front, and when he found out that Yang Kai's cultivation level had grown to 1 level, he congratulated him while showing an envious look. Because he is a warrior in the Void Returning Realm, he cannot enter the Flowing Flame Sand Field, so he still feels quite regretful in his heart. He has long heard that those warriors who entered the Flowing Flame Sand Field and returned safely, all of them reaped great harvests, and some even broke through. I have overcome my own bottleneck, and now it seems that it is so. Hearing what Luo Qing said, the others also showed extremely excited expressions. Strictly speaking, they all gathered together because of Yang Kai, so Yang Kai is the real leader here, and now that Yang Kai's cultivation base has risen, they naturally cheer up. After saying a few more casual words, Luo Qing wanted to take his leave and leave. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1257. Luo Qing was indeed sent by Qian Tong, and stayed here to inquire about Yang Kai's news all the time. Now that Yang Kai returned safely, he naturally couldn't wait to pass the news to Qian Tong, so that Qian Chenglu could feel at ease. Yang Kai didn't hold him back either, and sent him away politely after exchanging pleasantries. After Luo Qing left, Yang Kai said, "Let's go back too, this place has changed so much, you have to talk to me carefully, otherwise it will be terrible if you accidentally touch some restrictions in the future." Quote, Yang Yan smiled triumphantly, "Of course I will tell you, but don't worry, the restrictions here won't work on you." A group of people chatted and laughed as they walked towards the interior of Longshe Mountain. Outside the cave where Yang Kai used to meditate, in an imposing hall, Yang Yan, Wu Yi, Yu Feng, Chang Qi, Haoan gathered here. Several people gathered around a table, and on the table were placed a dimly lit disc. The scene presented in the disc is the entire appearance of Longshe Mountain today. It is so detailed that every tree and grass can even be presented. In that disc, there are dozens of bright or dark light spots. Some of these light spots are moving, some are extremely stable, symbolizing the movement of living people inside Longshe Mountain. This thing is the sky compass refined by Yang Yan by using his own refining technique and formation technique. It is a secret treasure with special functions. It has no attack and defense capabilities, and can only monitor the movement of Longshe Mountain. It was by using the heavenly compass that Yang Yan could discover Yang Kai's return in the first place. Yang Kai seemed to be a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. He was very curious about the compass, he kept pointing on it, and asked about the situation of Longshe Mountain. Yang Yan and others also explained to him in a hurry, not before and after. In an hour's time, Yang Kai had a comprehensive understanding of the current Dragon Cave Mountain. While being horrified in my heart, I was also shocked by the huge changes in Longshe Mountain in the past year. Dragonzhou Mountain is now equipped with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and there are countless amazing formations inside. Even if a Void Returning Realm warrior breaks into it, they cannot easily escape. According to Yang Yan, there are not a dozen Void Returning formations that want to break through Dragonzhou Mountain. It is absolutely impossible for the powerhouses of the third layer to join forces. Whose family's void return third layer will not run to Dragon Cave Mountain to attack here? Moreover, 7 or 8 people will only do this when they are full of food. Moreover, the formation layout of Longshe Mountain is only in its infancy and has not been perfected. If there is enough financial support, Yongyan can still move the power expanded again. After learning about the changes in Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai sighed inwardly that he had made a lot of money by bringing Yongyan back from Sky Fortune City. She has the ability to turn the previously unattended Dragon Cave Mountain into such a place. If she takes over her relatives and friends from the Tongshuan continent and establishes a sect, wouldn't she be able to play a greater role? However, it does cost a lot of saint crystals to arrange these things. Wu Yi complained to Yang Kai with a sad face. The hundreds of millions of saint crystals left before you left have been squandered, and even the 3,000 saint crystals brought back by the regular enshrine, the 10,000 saint crystals have also been used up. We purchased a large amount of materials from the Shadow Moon Hall, and now our Dragon Cave Mountain is the biggest guest of the Shadow Moon Hall. 30 million holy crystals that are often enshrined. Yang Kai raised his brows, looked at Changqi, and suddenly realized that Changqi could have so many holy crystals that should be mined from the underground veins in the flowing flame sand field. It seems that since he left, Changqi has been mining there. I'm afraid he didn't come out until the flowing flame sand field was closed, otherwise there would not be such an astonishing amount. These holy crystals are often enshrined by the kid, and they will be returned when they are in the future. Changqi put on a straight face, pretending to be annoyed and said, Yang Kai, you don't consider Chang as your own family when you say this. Let's not talk about how these 30 million saint crystals came here. If you didn't bring this old man with you, how could there be such a chance to get so many holy crystals after finding that holy crystal vein? At least half of these holy crystals belong to you. Besides, without you, the old man and Lao Hao would probably be homeless at the moment, even with a huge amount of holy crystals. What can crystal do? With my strength, I will only bring disasters on myself, and I can't keep so many holy crystals at all, and in the end, I can only seek refuge with other forces and offer these holy crystals for shelter. Haoan also echoed from the side. Yeah, Yang Kai, you accepted me and Lao Chong before the flowing flame sand field opened, so that our suffering brothers and sisters have a place to rely on and return to. That's enough. It's sad, we two brothers are grateful for this alone. These holy crystals are a little bit of kindness from the old man, so don't worry about it. Our two brothers can't live long, we have no children, we need so many holy crystals. What does Jing do? Now this Longshe Mountain has become a well-known practiced treasure nearby. Many warriors without sex and families want to come to seek refuge, but suffer from lack of connections. I am satisfied that Lao Chong and I can enter here. Others you don't need to say much. Yang Kai gave a wry smile, knowing that if he continued to speak, it would probably chill people's hearts. He clasped his fist solemnly and said, Then I would like to thank you too for your kindness. Changqi laughed and said, That's true, we two brothers are counting on this place to retire, and it's the best thing to die here. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm afraid the wish of the two of you will not be realized for the time being. After you break through the Void Return Realm, your lifespan will naturally increase. Void Return Realm. Changqi's eyes lit up, thinking of the 9-curved crystal jade tree, but sighed sadly, even if there is that thing, old Hao and I may not be able to break through. This is on the boy, you two can rest at ease these few days, and try to adjust your own state to the best. Yang Kai smiled. Changqi and Haoan looked at each other, their hearts fluttered, and they didn't say much at the moment, secretly looking forward to it. Longshe Mountain's financial resources are tight, so Yang Kai naturally won't be stingy. He also harvested several million saint crystals in the underground mine, and immediately took them out and handed them over to Wu Yi for her to distribute. Yang Kai also took out the refining materials found in the stone chambers of the Earth Lung Fire Pool, and handed them all over to Yang Yan. When Yang Yan saw these materials, he was naturally overjoyed, and put them all into his space ring. In this way, in a short period of time, Longshe Mountain doesn't have to worry about Shengjing and materials. As long as Yang Yan is not as profligate as he was at the beginning, it will be enough to last for a long time. Because Yang Kai had just returned from the flowing flame sand field, even if everyone had a lot to say, they didn't want to disturb his rest. After chatting for a while about the future development of Longshe Mountain, they left one after another. And Yang Kai returned to the cave where he lived before, meditating and resting. Now this cave has become a forbidden place in Longshe Mountain. It was arranged by Yang Yan and Stone Puppet together, hollowing out all the stone chambers and connecting them into a huge cave. There are also many small stone rooms dug out inside, specially for Yang Kai alone, and those warriors of the Haike family live in the newly built attic outside. Almost everyone has their own satisfactory residence. And the aura of heaven and earth here is naturally stronger than other places. Not long after Yang Kai sat cross-legged, the ground squirmed, and a small head popped out from inside. The head had sharp edges and corners, the nose and mouth looked weird, and looked very stiff, only a pair of eyes were alive and extremely agile. Stone puppet. Yang Kai had a thought, and waved at it, and the naive-looking stone puppet rushed out from the ground, climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder with hands and feet, and sat there, looking very similar to Yang Kai. It is intimacy. Yang Kai carefully looked at the stone puppet, and suddenly found that this little thing had changed a lot after not seeing it for more than a year. When it was first born, its body surface was gray and inconspicuous like a rock, but at this moment, its body surface is crystal clear, as if it was born with a layer of sturdy and exquisite armor. Yang Kai scanned the battle armor with his divine sense, and was secretly startled, because he found that the surface of the stone puppet was extremely strong. Even if he punched it with all his strength, it might not be able to break through this layer of battle armor. Protection. Did the stone puppet evolve by itself, or did Yang Yan make it? While Yang Kai was pondering, Stone Puppet seemed to think of something, scratched his head with his small hand, then opened his mouth. Pieces of empty spirit crystals were suddenly spit out from its mouth continuously, which seemed extremely miraculous. In the blink of an eye, a hill was piled up in front of Yang Kai, at least a few thousand pieces of void spirit crystal. Yang Kai didn't know where the stone puppet stored all these things. Yang Yan said before that the stone puppet's stomach was born with the ability to store things, so it could continuously devour minerals and refine minerals. It is its instinct and innate magical powers. These are the last part of the sky spirit crystal produced by the underground sky spirit crystal vein. A pleasant voice came from the side, and Yang Yan did not know when he appeared in the stone room. Yang Kai was not surprised, he seemed to know that she had come, and after nodding, he took these void spirit crystals into the black book space. But I kept a third, hee. Yang Yan walked over with a smile and sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. What do you want sky spirit crystal for? Naturally, it is of great use. Yang Yan smiled sweetly, and kept it secret. Yang Kai didn't bother to pursue it. Anyway, if he was cultivating space power, these void spirit crystals should be enough to use. Why did you ask me to come here? Is there something good that is inconvenient to take out? Yang Yan had a hint of cunning in his eyes, and he immediately asked the point. Well, there are indeed some, and I don't recognize many of them. Yang Kai nodded, not in a hurry to take out his harvest, but stared at Yang Yan, and asked solemnly, Yang Yan, I ask you a question, you answer honestly. Seeing Yang Kai so serious for the first time, Yang Yan couldn't help but lose his mind, thought for a while and nodded, okay. Are you the master of this body? Yang Kai squinted his eyes were deep, as if he wanted to look directly into the depths of Yang Yan's heart. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1258 Blood Sword Grass Seeds. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang Yan was stunned for a moment, and immediately covered his small mouth and smiled. The flowers trembled, leaning forward and backward. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai was depressed. Yang Yan kept waving his hands, but he still couldn't stop his smile. Tears welled up from the corners of his eyes. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked again, then you are proficient in the art of beauty. In fact, you are not so young on the surface, but an old woman who has lived for thousands of years. This time, Yang Yan seemed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and stopped smiling all at once, glared at Yang Kai fiercely with her beautiful eyes, gritted her silver teeth and said, I can answer this for you, I am definitely nothing a 1,000-year-old woman. Also, Yang Kai nodded lightly. If Yang Yan had really lived for thousands of years, then her experience could not be so simple. Judging from the various things she had been in contact with Yang Yan before, she didn't look like she was alive. Long. Yang Yan's expression also became serious. He didn't know what he was thinking, but a terrified expression appeared on his face, and he said after a long while, you want to ask, did I take away this body? Yang Kai nodded frankly, and only being taken away could explain why Yang Yan was young, but at the same time proficient in the two mysterious ways of artifact refining and formation. A person's energy is limited, although Yang Kai has a lot of attainments in alchemy, but he can't have much energy to study other things at his own expense, unless he gives up his own cultivation path. On the other hand, Yang Yan has great accomplishments in both refining techniques and formations. The secret treasures she refines and the formations she arranges are far superior to the overall level of Gloomy Star in terms of subtlety and practicality. How does she do it? Arrived. There are many geniuses in this world, but no matter how talented Yang Yan is, at her age, it is impossible to reach this level, so Yang Kai asked this question. Did you suspect it a long time ago? Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai and asked. Ever since I found out that you are a formation master, I have thought so, but don't worry, it has nothing to do with me whether you seize the house or not. What I know is the soul in your body, the former soul, I don't care. Yang Kai said lightly. Yang Yan smiled wryly, was silent for a while, and said softly, it's not just that you have doubted like this, sometimes I can't figure it out myself. But I don't seem to be taken away, because I have remembered it from my childhood to the present. The experience exists in the mind exactly, and there is no second person's thoughts. If it is taken away, it is impossible. Then which master did you become a disciple of, so you are proficient in refining weapons and formations? Yang Kai was shocked, and he did not have any doubts about Yang Yan's words. Yang Yan shook his head slowly, biting his red lips lightly, his two small hands were disturbing his black robe a little uneasy, his face was full of hesitation and struggle, and after a while he suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, if I let me tell you, the reason why I know how to refine weapons and formations is because I am born with it, believe it or not. How is it possible? Yang Kai had a shocked expression on his face. Yang Yan smiled wryly, but the fact is like this, I really understand these things by nature. These refining techniques and formations seem to be sealed in my mind. As I continue to refine secret treasures, I continue to arranging formations, these sealed knowledge are slowly unsealed, allowing me to learn more mysterious refining techniques and formations, and, sometimes, I see some rare things, obviously I have never seen them before, but I can recognize them and know their functions, is it strange to you? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This is more than strange, it is simply unimaginable. No one is born proficient in the way of refining weapons and formations for no reason, there must be some reason, and these reasons, I am afraid that even Yang Yan himself can't figure it out. I am afraid that it is precisely because of this reason that Yang Yan himself sometimes feels panic. There is no need for Yang Yan to lie to herself, and she should not lie either. Yang Kai couldn't help with this kind of thing. Although he knew that Yang Yan was a little weird, he didn't want her to be so weird and didn't continue to persecute her on this issue. For Yang Kai, no matter whether Yang Yan was taken away or not. However, did he innately know some fields that other people would spend their entire lives to master? He only knows the current Yang Yan, that's all. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai asked, then what secret treasure can you refine now? Void level high grade should be fine, as long as I have a lot of materials to practice, sooner or later I can refine Zhuang level secret treasures. Mentioning his own domain, Yang Yan suddenly recovered a lot of energy, raised his head and looked proud. Okay, help me refine this again. Yang Kai took out the purple shield with a look of embarrassment. The shield, which was originally flowing with purple rime, is now dim and dull, with a great loss of spirituality. As soon as Yang Yan saw it, a look of worry appeared on her pretty face. She picked up the shield and stroked it lightly, and said, did you encounter some kind of fire attribute restriction? It's just a single blow that knocks the void level away. The defense secret treasure of the middle grade is like this. Well, but it's finally turning the corner. Yang Kai grinned. I see, with the materials you gave, it should be no problem to refine it into a top-grade virtual treasure. With a flash of light in the space ring in Yang Yan's hand, she took the purple shield and rubbed it against her ear with her beautiful hair restored to her former splendor. Her beautiful eyes glowed with joy, and she said, what good things did you get this trip, quickly bring it out for me to see. Quote. Wait, Yang Kai nodded, and searched in his space ring, he got a lot of good things this time, he called Yang Yan here, just to let her see, some things, Yang Kai didn't know what it was, and what it was for. Soon, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a fiery red crystal with the size of a millstone appeared in front of the two of them exuding scorching fire aura. This is. Yang Yan's two eyeballs immediately burst into a different light, and his expression was attracted by the fiery red crystal. It should be a fire spar. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, it's just that I don't understand why it is so big, and the experience I got it was also very strange, it didn't come from the body of a fire spirit beast. At the moment, Yang Kai briefly told about his experience in that weird valley, and this huge flint stone was also his first harvest after entering the flowing flame sand field. When Yang Kai was talking about these things, Yang Yan had been staring at the fire spar non-stop, one hand was still gently stroking. After Yang Kai finished speaking, Yang Yan nodded and said, "It should be the fire spar, but this fire spar has its own formation inside, so it can stimulate the fire spirit energy and form various fire spirits. Beast, hinder your progress." Inner self-contained formation. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he didn't notice this. Well, it's a natural, very mysterious formation. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled. This thing has some uses, but if it's used for refining weapons, it's a bit too expensive. Give it to me. It can be used for decoration of formation. That formation needs something like this as the eye of the formation. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. Not stingy, he waved his hand and sent it out. Anyway, Yang Yan arranged the formation to protect Longshe Mountain, and he could also benefit. What else? Yang Yan put the huge fire spar into the space ring, staring at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, as if looking forward to it. This. Yang Kai Zhang took out a blood-red thing, which looked a bit like a grass seed, but exuded a strange bloody aura. The seeds of the blood-sword grass. Yang Yanyu suddenly turned pale when he saw this thing, and exclaimed. She recognized this seed at the first time. Blood-sword grass, is worthy of its name. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully, recalling what he had experienced after he fell into that weird maze. There were many red weeds that grew wildly as if they were alive, turning into attacks and attacking him. And those blood-red weeds are indeed extremely hard and sharp, even with Yang Kai's powerful body, he dare not let them cut at will. There is such a thing in Luyan Sand Field. Yang Yan's face turned pale. Is this thing famous? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little strange seeing her looking like an enemy. I don't know if it is famous or not, but I know its horror. It can grow infinitely. As long as there is enough flesh and blood for it to suck, its power will continue to grow stronger. When it grows to the limit, it is even a virtual king. Yi's body can also block its cutting. So scary. Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling a little terrified and grateful for an instant. If what Yang Yan said was true, then the blood sword grass that he encountered should not have grown up, otherwise he wouldn't be helpless. This thing was famous in ancient times, and many big sects in forbidden areas would be planted for protection. Yang Yan gently pinched the blood-red seed with a cautious look. It's a pity, there is only one seed, if there are more. Yang Kai was not afraid, but felt regretful. It's a pity, Yang Yan sneered, it's not a pity at all, one seed is enough, the blood sword grass can multiply and grow by itself, as long as there is a seed, give it enough flesh and blood, and it will be able to multiply. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. What do you want to do? Yang Yan seemed to have sensed the dangerous aura in Yang Kai's eyes, and asked in a hurry. Don't do anything. Yang Kai chuckled, took the blood sword grass seed back from Yang Yan's hand, and put it away carefully. Let me tell you first, if you want to plant it, you have to tell me in advance, but don't worry too much, as long as you don't provide it with flesh and blood, it won't grow, and it won't do much harm. Well, I understand. Yang Kai nodded, and took out two things from the space ring. There will be a single chapter update description later, please pay attention. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Update instructions, readers please enter. It's the 12th lunar month, and it's less than a month before the Chinese New Year. After the Chinese New Year, Xiaomo will definitely visit many relatives, so Xiaomo needs to start collecting manuscripts to avoid interruptions during the first month. Speaking of which, in the whole year of 13 years, Xiaomo's days of complete rest did not exceed half a month. You can see this from the update. Wu Lian's self-published book has only been broken for 1 day, and it is still Xiaomo. I was sick and hospitalized, so I had no choice but to cut off the update. The first month is coming. For Xiaomo, it can be regarded as a reason and excuse to relax, so Xiaomo really wants to take advantage of this first month to relax and play for a few days. This has been a wish of Xiaomo for a long time up. Starting today, I will update twice a day in the future. I will save some manuscripts. Please forgive me and understand. Thank you for your support for a whole year, and I implore you to continue to support Xiaomo and Wu Lian in 2014. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come this site to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1259. A piece of bone 3 feet long, the thickness of a baby's arm, like a crystal jade pillar. It is extraordinary at first glance, and a round bead the size of a pigeon egg. The bead is colorless, but there is a small green snake swimming inside it, move like a living thing. and the little green snake exuded an extremely weak soul wave, but it contained a strong majesty. As soon as this round beat appeared, a high-pitched dragon chant came out from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time, another different coercion spread from Yang Kai's body. Yang Yan raised her head in astonishment, and looked at Yang Kai in amazement, but soon, her mind was attracted by the bone and the ball in front of her. After careful observation, her expression also changed, her beautiful eyes flickered with extremely complex expressions, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes suspicious, sometimes shocked. After a while, she took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and looked straight at Yang Kai. Do you see what these two things are? Yang Kai felt that his lips were a little dry, because he got these two things himself, and kept them in the space ring for so long, and he was still inexplicably excited when he took them out. Your luck is really amazing. You can get dragon bones and dragon balls. I really don't know where you have been in the flaming sand. Yang Yan bit her red lips lightly, and she could see that she was also very excited now, but her emotions were suppressed by herself. It really is dragon bone dragon ball. Yang Kai looked overjoyed, although Yang Kai had doubts when he got them from the underground Saint Crystal vein, but when Yang Yan confirmed it, he still couldn't believe it. It is indeed dragon bone and dragon ball. Yang Kai couldn't help grinning, his mood was extremely cheerful. Yang Yan seemed to be happy because Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying opportunity, and he couldn't stop laughing silly with him. After a while, when Yang Kai calmed down, Yang Yan smiled and asked, how are you going to deal with them? Can it be refined into a secret treasure? I happen to be short of an offensive secret treasure. Yang Kai had already planned in his heart, so he asked immediately. He doesn't like ordinary attacking secret treasures. Even if it is a virtual level top-rank secret treasure, it may not be as powerful as his own attack, and the virtual king level secret treasure cannot activate its full power with his strength, but now there is such a section dragon bone, a dragon ball, if it can be refined into an attack secret treasure, then his combat effectiveness will increase again. Although the Bayou map is good, when Yang Kai uses it, he always feels a bit uncomfortable. Difficult. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Yan, who seemed to be omnipotent, shook his head slowly when he heard him ask this question. This made Yang Kai, who was full of expectations, suddenly show a disappointed expression. I'm not saying I can't refine it, but if I were to refine it, the value would be greatly reduced. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned and asked. The keel is the bone of a real dragon, which contains incredible power and supernatural powers. Judging from the color of the dragon soul in the dragon ball, this section should be the keel of a real dragon with wood attributes. I am not too sure about it, but it can be said that it is already a good secret treasure. If I refine it, it will definitely be contaminated with my breath, and if you use it again, it will not be able to exert its full potential. Full power. Of course, if I am a high-grade Void King level refiner now, I don't have these concerns, but unfortunately, with my current level, it is still very difficult to refine it completely. Then what should I do? Yang Kai's fiery heart seemed to be calmed down by a basin of cold water. Wait until you grow to be a Void King level high-grade refiner before refining. Yang Yan frowned, and didn't answer for a while, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, her beautiful eyes lit up, she looked at Yang Kai and laughed. The Saint Yuan in your body is also Yang attribute. Not really, but it used to be. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that the attributes of the magic flame after the transformation of the Saint Yuan are really uncertain, and the changes are very strange, so the question of Yang Yan really stumped him. You push Sheng Yuan and I'll take a look. Yang Yan ordered, and her beautiful eyes looked at him relentlessly for a moment. Yang Kai immediately urged Sheng Yuan to transform the magic flame into the hottest nature. Yang Yan's eyes lit up, he clapped his hands and smiled and said, it's no problem, it seems that your luck is really good. If it is another warrior who gets such a dragon bone and dragon ball, it may have to wait for me to grow to the Void King level top grade refining. Only craftsmen can refine it by hand, but if your Saint Yuan is so hot, you can completely refine it yourself. Refining yourself? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, you can refine it by yourself, and there are great benefits in doing so. With your current strength, although you can't completely refine it, and you can't exert its full power, but as time goes by, as your strength grows, the power that this keel can exert will become stronger and stronger, and at that time, it can even become a secret treasure that connects your soul and life. Yang Yan explained excitedly. But I'm not a refiner, how to refine it? Yang Kai was still at a loss. You don't need to be a refiner, because it is already a secret treasure. You don't need to refine anything. You just need to sacrifice it. I will teach you a set of exercises, no problem. Quote, this is also possible. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and he was alive again in an instant. Well, and you also got the Dragon Soul and Dragon Ball, if you can refine the Dragon Soul and Dragon Ball into the Dragon Bone, hehe. I really can't imagine what this part of the Dragon Bone will become when the time comes. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes are bright, there was a faint sense of madness, as if he couldn't wait to see the scene after the keel was refined. At the moment, she no longer hesitated, and passed the method of sacrificial refining to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully, pondered carefully, and asked immediately if he didn't understand something, and Yang Yan explained it patiently for him. The method of refining is not difficult, Yang Kai only took 2 hours to remember it in his heart, he only waited for time to slowly comprehend it, and after comprehending it thoroughly, he could start refining the keel. After teaching Yang Kai's exercises, Yang Yan thought for a while and said, "If you are not in a hurry, I will lend you my refining furnace, although my refining furnace is not very good, but with its assistance, you can refine it melts quickly, and sharpening a knife is not a mistake for woodcutters." Smelting furnace. Yang Kai raised his brows with a strange expression, "I have one." "Do you have a refining furnace?" Yang Yan was stunned, and laughed, "You are not a refining master, how can you have a refining furnace?" "Oh, I got it in the flowing flame sand field, and it seems to be extraordinary," Yang Kai said while taking out the small refining furnace. When Yang Yan saw this small refining furnace, she didn't show any surprised expression, but felt that the strange bird pattern on it was a bit strange. Just as she was checking the quality of this small refining furnace, the strange bird pattern seemed as if alive, he quickly swam on the surface of the furnace and immediately turned into a scarlet flamingo and flew out. In an instant, the temperature in the stone room soared, and there was a scorching and pure fire aura in the air. "Qi Ling!" Yang Yan exclaimed and covered her small mouth, her beautiful eyes stared at Qi Ling, full of shock, and at the same time showed a look of eagerness to try. And Qi Ling also seemed to see Yang Yan's malicious intentions, and after hovering in midair, it landed on Yang Kai's shoulders, with 3 long tail feathers trailing behind him, combing his feathers with a sharp beak, looking vigilantly at Yang Yan with 2 small eyes, appearing extremely agile. Yang Yan was so shocked that he couldn't speak, his eyes were full of longing. She suddenly discovered that it was a big loss for Yang Kai not to become an artifact refiner. The Saint Yuan in his body is qualified, his spiritual consciousness is strong enough, and he also has the strongest assistant of a refiner such as Stone Puppet. Now he has a refiner with a spirit, which looks like a sham at first glance. King-level quality. So angry, Yang Yan compared what Yang Kai had with himself, feeling discouraged for no reason. Now this artifact spirit was obviously subdued by Yang Kai, even if she wanted the artifact refining furnace, it would be useless. Once the artifact spirit was subdued, it was absolutely impossible to submit to the second person, unless the person who originally subdued it died. With the help of such a refining furnace, you can refine dragon bones, dragon balls and dragon souls with twice the result with half the effort. Yang Yan said sourly, looking at Yang Kai's beautiful eyes full of resentment. Cough. I have collected a lot of refining furnaces this trip, and several of them are of the Void King level. Really? Yang Yan regained his spirit in an instant. Well, but they seem to be a bit damaged, Yang Kai said while taking out the refining furnace collected in the earth lung fire pool, and scattered them in a pile. The boss of Yang Yan opened his mouth and couldn't close it for a long time. After inspecting the refining furnaces one by one, he suddenly became a little annoyed. It's not just a little damaged, the damage is too severe, why are they all burned by the fire spirit power? What? Can it still be used? I don't know, I'll try my best to fix it. Yang Yan waved his hand and put those refining furnaces into the space ring. Next, Yang Kai took out all the other harvests he had gained in the flowing flame sand field, and handed over all that could be handed over to Yang Yan. For example, there are a huge number of flint stones, a piece of Huayao crystal essence, and a piece of flowing flame flying fire. Yang Kai only collected 9 pieces of flowing flame flying fire, and after giving one to Yang Yan, he kept 8 pieces for himself. He really wanted to know if he could use this to enhance his divine consciousness fire. Yang Yan also gave the fragments of the remnant map that she got from killing Meng Hongliang. In this way, she has 2 fragments of the remnant map in her hand. Although they are not complete, they should be able to research something together. Yang Yan also recognized the piece of crystal that could make Yang Kai hallucinate and even dizzy in the 6th floor. It is said that it was a rare treasure called Mirage Stone, which was also taken away by her, saying that it was used the best material to arrange the phantom array. 20 green bamboos that took Yang Kai half a year to chop down were also given to her, and she was asked to find a way to refine them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The previous chapter updated the bulletin chapter. It seems that the mobile base has not forwarded it. Let me tell the mobile reading base and other friends who have not noticed that because Xiaomo is going to start collecting manuscripts for the new year, so I can only update twice a day in the future. The update time is determined to be a chapter after 7 o'clock in the morning, and a chapter at 6 o'clock in the evening, please forgive me. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1260 Placement. He kept the other spiritual grasses and elixir that Yang Kai collected in the flowing flame sand field, such as emerald green grass, purple jade fruit, golden sun fruit, etc. He can use these medicinal materials to make alchemy. Naturally, Yang Yan would not be given. And such as the red candle fruit, the red candlestick, the 9 curved crystal jade tree, the golden yang fruit tree, and the 10,000-year incense, etc. He has his own plans, and he also stayed. Yang Yan got those materials, and naturally left excitedly. With her talent, there are so many good things, so she can let go of her hands and feet to do a big job, and before she left, she even gave Yang Kai a slap big token. The flow of seal script on the token looks very mysterious. With the help of this token, Yang Kai can freely enter and exit this stone mansion of his own, and can also open the restriction in this stone mansion. Once the restriction is opened, no one else in the entire Longshe Mountain will be able to enter except Yang Kai, even Yang Kai. Yan himself couldn't get in, unless he forcibly broke through the formation. For this, Yang Kai is very satisfied. Yang Yan obviously took into account his own desires, so he will use this method to create a residence for himself that no one can break into. He doesn't plan to live in the newly built exquisite attics outside. This stone mansion is very much in line with his wishes, and he doesn't know if he dug his own cave a long time ago on the wall of the Yunlongjian mountain in the Lingxiao pavilion because of this. Yang Kai has a special liking for this kind of stone mansion, and feels that living in it is very peaceful and quiet, and it is most suitable for meditation and cultivation. And Yang Yan paid enough attention to the layout of this stone mansion. This place is the most restricted and most closely guarded place in the entire Longshe Mountain. The aura is the strongest, and when Yang Kai just came back, he used his spiritual sense to investigate, but he couldn't detect the situation inside this stone mansion. After Yang Yan left, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and lost his mind for a while. He had faintly noticed it, not only Yang Yan, but also Wu Yi, Yu Feng, Chang Qi, Haoan, and the dozens of Haike family disciples. They have already regarded this place as a place they can rely on. They even regarded it as their own home, so no matter which one of them, the construction of this place was extremely attentive. This is what Yang Kai likes to hear. After pondering for a while, he took out his alchemy furnace. Kaluo grass and some other medicinal materials. Refined several furnaces of congealing void pills. I don't know if this trip to the flowing flame sand field has made him grow a lot. This time refining the congealing void pill is obviously much easier than the last time, and the refined medicine pill is the best. More than half of them have formed pill patterns. Refining the void condensation pill is naturally used by Changqi and Haoan. Both of them have been stuck in the bottleneck of the Holy King's third layer realm for so many years, and they should only need one void condensation pill to break through to the void return realm. But after the pills were refined, Yang Kai didn't send them out in a hurry, but started to arrange them in his stone mansion. In one of the stone chambers, Yang Kai spent a lot of saint crystals, and even used the spiritual liquid of 10,000 medicines to create a place with extremely rich spiritual energy. With the medicine spirit liquid, the richness of the spirit energy immediately rose to a higher level. And in this stone room, Yang Kai opened up a small medicine garden, carefully took out the red candlestick, and placed it completely next to the pool formed by the dilution of the 10,000 medicine spirit liquid. I believe there are so many spiritual energy and spiritual water supply, the red candlestick should not wither. What's more, its own vitality is extremely tenacious and exuberant. Afterwards, Yang Kai took out the small piece of red candle flesh, even though he knew that after the small piece of red candle flesh was cut open, it could not recover, but Yang Kai still put this piece of red candle flesh on the red candlestick. It is hoped that the rhizome of the red candle fruit can maintain its medicinal effect, or even enhance its medicinal effect. Red candle fruit. Yang Kai can't use it now, and can't refine it into pills, but maybe he will need it in the future. After doing this, Yang Kai used the token in his hand to open all the restrictions in this stone room. The light curtain flashed, and there seemed to be a layer of ripples, and everything in the stone room suddenly disappeared strangely. Not only could the naked eye not see the water pool formed by the dilution of the elixir of the 1,000 medicines, nor the red candlestick and red candle fruit, even with the naked eye. Divine sense searched, but there was no trace. There is nothing suspicious about this place other than the strong aura that is a bit abnormal. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, and after completely sealing the stone room, he went to the next stone room to set up. In the second stone room, he took out the Wanian incense and the incense burner that he got from the 6th floor of Luyan Sandfield, and placed them in it. In an instant, a faint, clear fragrance wafted through the entire stone room. The fragrance enters the nostrils, Yang Kai feels the mind all of a sudden peaceful, it seems that all troubles and unpleasant things have disappeared, and even the sea of AA consciousness has become quiet and peaceful. The effect of Wanian Xiang is well deserved. Meditating under this fragrance for a long time will be of great help to anyone. Using the token in his hand, he also completely sealed the second stone room. The aroma of Wanian Xiang can only float in Shifu, but Yang Yan can think of a way to let the fragrance float outside. In this way, warriors living in Longshe Mountain will not be able to use it when they are practicing, can benefit. Keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai went to the third stone room. After a while, he left the Juku Jingyushu in the third stone room. In this way, as long as someone retreats in the stone mansion, he can use the wonderful energy emitted by the Juku Jingyushu to spy on the way of heaven and martial arts, thereby breaking through the bottleneck. However, Changqi and Hao and are supported by congealing void pill, and if they are paired with Wanian Xiang, they may not need Juku Jingyushu. After finishing all this work, Yang Kai walked to the side again, looking at a strange rock full of pits. This strange stone is the zishi that Yang Kai spent a lot of Saint Crystal to buy back at the auction last time. After buying it back, Yang Kai put the soul-eating insects in it to feed. Yang Yan said that things like zishi are the most suitable for the growth of strange insects. Before going to the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai told Yang Yan and the others don't touch this zishi, it is still lying quietly in the corner just like before. But under the investigation of Yang Kai's spiritual mind, there are thousands of tiny soul-eating insects that are invisible to the naked eye, sleeping quietly in this piece of zishi. And the inside of zishi seems to be quite empty. The soul-eating insects are still growing and evolving, and they cannot be used temporarily. They will only fly out of it when the zishi completely disappears. Moreover, the 6-color warming god lotus in Yang Kai's consciousness sea is also evolving, and the soul eater has no place to stay now, and Yang Kai is not in a hurry to let them out. For the evolving soul-eating insects, Yang Kai reported great expectations. He didn't know what kind of changes they would have after the evolution was completed. In that stone room. Only then did he walk out of the stone mansion, called Changqi and Hao in, gave each of them a congealing void pill, and asked them to choose a spare stone room for retreat. I believe that it won't be long before the first 2 void returning masters will be born on Longshe Mountain. Although it is only a first-tier realm, after all, there will be a void return realm here, and if Yang Kai is not around in the future, they can also cooperate with the many surprise formations of Longshe Mountain to guard this place. In the next few days, Yang Kai was busy, and no one knew what he was busy with, but soon, everyone was surprised to find that a golden sun fruit tree appeared somewhere in Longshe Mountain. Although the fruit on the tree has disappeared, this fruit tree is a tree of spiritual fruit after all. In addition to being used to decorate the scenery of Longshe Mountain, it also makes everyone look forward to it. Yang Kai was scolded by Yang Yan for transplanting Jinyang fruit trees, and after listening to her talking about it, Yang Kai realized that he had taken it for granted. The Jinyang fruit tree is too demanding on the environment. If Yang Kai didn't have such a heaven-defying thing as the Black Book space, he would definitely not be able to bring it out of the flowing flame sand field, and he would have died in the space ring long ago, and even if it is replanted here, the chance of survival of the Jinyang fruit tree is less than 30%. Yang Yan has spent a lot of effort arranging formations next to it, gathering the spiritual energy of the world for it to use. Even so, will the Jinyang fruit tree survive in the end? And no one can guarantee it. But that blood sword grass seed had undergone a change that made both Yang Kai and Yang Yan extremely horrified. Originally, after Yang Yan took the blood sword grass seed, she just randomly found a place to plant it. Because she didn't provide flesh and blood, she didn't expect the blood sword grass seed to germinate and grow at this moment, and only used it as a backhand. Anyone who doesn't have eyes and dares to attack Longshe Mountain, as long as there is a death or injury near the blood sword grass seed, it can absorb the energy in the flesh and blood, break out of the ground, and catch the enemy by surprise. Yang Kai had a whim, and dropped a drop of golden blood on the spot where the blood sword grass seed was planted. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the blood sword grass seeds began to germinate, and then grew crazily, reaching a full height of about 10 feet before stopping. This is not over yet. Suddenly more and more sprouted out of the soil next to it. Although the original blood sword grass is not as lush and tall as the first one, it has grown to a height of about 2 feet. It took only half an hour before and after, with the location where the blood sword grass seeds were planted as the center, within a radius of 100 feet, there were sharp blade-like grasses all over, and Yang Yan's face turned pale and screamed endlessly. Moreover, these blood sword grasses are not the same as what Yang Kai saw before. They are not red like blood, but each plant emits a faint golden light, which is very eye-catching. Such an accident not only stunned Yang Yan, but Yang Kai was also stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that a drop of his golden blood would cause such a big change in the blood sword grass, and the reason why he dripped it down was just to see the effect. As a result, there was an oolong, which almost caused casualties to the warriors who were active nearby. Fortunately, Yang Kai rescued him in time to save the bewildered warrior from the Heike family from being cut by the blood sword grass. Provided by a Defending People A.'s child paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1261 Retreat. Volume 6 Star Domain Chapter 1261 Retreat. But it's strange to say, I don't know if it's because of the golden blood that took root and sprouted, these blood sword grasses didn't have any hostility towards Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai passed through them, they didn't respond at all. But apart from Yang Kai, any living creature entering it would be danced wildly by them, and there would be no corpses left, and the cold light emitted by the pale golden grass leaves that were as sharp as knives made people shudder. After this kind of thing happened, Yang Yan was both surprised and happy, and immediately started to set up around the blood sword grass, preparing to turn this place into a forbidden area, and even use these blood sword grass to make a huge trap. Such a piece of blood sword grass, even if it broke into it at the Void Return Realm, it would have to peel off its skin if it was not dead. 3 days after Yang Kai came back, Shadow Moon Hall Qian Tong took Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner to Longshe Mountain in person, and after confirming that Yang Kai had really returned safely, the three felt relieved. Qian Tong also learned from Wei Gucheng that in the Flowing Flame Sand Field, Yang Kai had saved his life and Dong Xuaner's life, not to mention the original intention of making friends with Yang Kai, just that one helping hand was enough to make Qian Tong grateful. Both Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner are the most talented disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. If they fall into the Flowing Flame Sand Field, the loss will be immeasurable. They all wisely didn't ask Yang Kai why he showed up after Luyan Sand Field was closed for so long, but they all vaguely guessed that Yang Kai should have another chance, so Qian Tong became more and more optimistic about Yang Kai, and his attitude also changed as kind as one's own elders. And now, Longshe Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall cooperate closely. Yang Yan and others continue to purchase a large amount of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, which really makes Shadow Moon Hall a lot of money. For various reasons, Qian Tong has already regarded Longshe Mountain as a cooperative partner and ally. After some chatting, Yang Kai learned from them the gains and losses of the major forces after the opening of the Flowing Flame Sand Field. The loss was really not small. There were more than 10,000 warriors who entered the Flowing Flame Sand Field, but less than 70% of them were able to return safely. A full 30% to 40% of the elites of various forces were killed. Although this kind of loss saddens every force, the gains brought out by being alive are enough to make up for the loss of those casualties. Almost everyone has gained more or less, especially those sect disciples who brought out the flesh of the red candle, all received a lot of rewards from their respective sects. The appearance of the red candle pulp also set off a gust of wind and heat waves on Gloom Star. Several alchemy masters of the Yeoden sect frequently ran among the various forces, trying to spend a lot of money to buy these red candle pulp but failed, so they proposed to let them the request to refine the elixir. However, no one is at ease in handing over this heaven-defying spiritual fruit to other forces, not even the medicine pill sect, so the alchemy masters of the medicine pill sect can only return angrily after running away for half a year. This is probably the first time that the major forces on the Gloomy Star have not sold the face of the medicine pill sect so forcefully. This incident caused a lot of trouble half a year ago. A few traders even appeared in the Shadow Moon Palace, trying to steal the red candle pulp, but they were all exposed and wiped out on the spot. The situation of other sects is roughly the same, but after half a year, the turmoil caused by the red candle pulp has gradually subsided, but how the major sects deal with the red candle pulp has not been revealed at all. After chatting about this, Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask Qian Tong a lot of questions about the Saint King realm. Qian Tong didn't mean to be self-absorbed, and immediately told his own experience. Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, Dong Zhon'er and others focused listening, all gain a lot. Half a day later, Qian Tong and others bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Wei Guchang and Dong Xuan'er told Yang Kai that when they go back this time, they will retreat and attack the Void Return Realm. In the Flowing Flame Sand Field, they have all grown up, so this moment is the best time to attack the Void Return Realm. Good time. Yang Kai knew in his heart that if they hadn't been waiting for news from him, they might have started retreating a long time ago. It was precisely because they couldn't determine their own life and death that they had been procrastinating until now, and missed the best time. Yang Kai was well aware of this, and did not point it out. Before leaving, Dong Xuan'er suddenly approached Yang Kai mysteriously, and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Yang, Sister Daiyuan has sent me many letters asking about your situation in the past half a year, but unfortunately you haven't found it yet. I can't tell her the exact news. Now that you've returned safely, Sister Daiyuan must feel much more at ease." Daiyuan. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and an extremely ugly face appeared in front of his eyes, and his expression suddenly became extremely weird. What does she care about herself so much? Although the contact time was not long, Yang Kai felt that with Daiyuan's surname, it was impossible to care about him so much for no reason. Moreover, when the fourth floor was separated, Daiyuan seemed to have said a word, which was very intriguing. She said that she would come to the door to thank her in the future, and it seemed that she didn't just say it casually at the time. Just when Yang Kai was thinking secretly, Wei Guchang chuckled lowly. Obviously he misunderstood something, thinking that something happened between Yang Kai and Daiyuan in the Flowing Flame Sand Field. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. Not to mention that he really has nothing to do with Daiyuan. Even if Daiyuan is a beautiful woman like a flower, Yang Kai will not be tempted. He has seen too many beauties, and since he entered the star field, he has been thinking about the other two beauties, so he has no intention of flirting with women. Dong Xuan'er suddenly bit her red lips, and said softly, "Actually, Sister Daiyuan is not what you seem." After saying these nonsensical words, Dong Xuan'er quickly caught up with Wei Guchang in front and left with him. Yang Kai was left standing there in a daze. He didn't know what Dong Xuan'er wanted to say. He was in a daze for a while. Yang Kai shook his head secretly, returned to the stone room, and spent a month to refine the herbs that he could refine, all refined into pills, and immediately called Yang Yan and Wu Yi, and told them that they had to retreat for a period of time. If there was nothing serious, don't bother him. Longshe Mountain, they just look at it and deal with it by themselves. And those refined medicines are naturally given to them and let them handle them by themselves. These medicines are huge in quantity, and most of them are to help people increase their cultivation base. With the help of these medicines, everyone's strength will be improved rapidly. Promote. Yang Yan and Wu Yi naturally nodded in agreement. Immediately, Yang Kai entered his own stone mansion and began to retreat. He has too many things to do, to see if the flowing flame and flying fire can enhance the power of the fire of his divine consciousness, refine dragon bones and dragon balls, comprehend the magic blood thread secret technique, etc., to consolidate the two holy kings he has just promoted. Realm cultivation base, everything is time-consuming, and it cannot be accomplished overnight. However, to refine the dragon bone dragon ball, Yang Kai had to complete the refining furnace first. Yang Yan is right, sharpening a knife is not the same as chopping firewood. As long as he thoroughly refines the virtual king level refining furnace, he can save a lot of time in refining dragon bones and dragon balls. Moreover, the refining furnace gave birth to a weapon. The spirit can also be used as an offensive secret treasure. After carefully sorting out what he had to do, Yang Kai began to get busy. The first thing he did was to refine the refining furnace. Although in the earth lung fire pool, he subdued the spirit, but subduing the spirit and refining the refining furnace are two different things and cannot be confused, but subduing the spirit is of great help to him refining the refining furnace. He refines faster and more efficiently. Taking out the refining furnace and placing it in front of him, Yang Kai closed his eyes. The holy energy in his body surged and turned into magic flames, wrapping the refining furnace in front of him, letting his aura permeate it. Time passes by little, there is no time, and in the blink of an eye, it is half a year. Since Yang Kai entered the stone mansion, he has never come out, and no one knows what he is doing inside. Even Changqi and Haoan, who succeeded in attacking the Void Return Realm from the stone mansion, and their cultivation base's sword, did not see Yang Kai himself. With the help of Juku Jing Yushu, they broke through the Void Return Realm one after another without any suspense, and came out of the stone room within half a month. After breaking through to the Void Returning Realm, the Shadow Moon Hall actually sent some information about the Void Returning Realm, which made Changqi and Haoan overjoyed. Both of them came from small families, and they couldn't get these precious materials before. Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai's face and helped them, which naturally made them grateful, and now they also entered their attic start to retreat, and comprehend the power of momentum that can only be understood by void-returning realm warriors. Within half a year, everything in the entire Longshe Mountain was orderly and well organized, with Wu Yi taking care of it outside, handing over and cooperating with the Shadow Moon Hall, and Yang Yan inside responsible for arranging the restraining formations, and the protection ability of Longshe Mountain was improved. The warriors belonging to the Heike family are also working hard, working extremely hard. If it wasn't for Yang Yan's need to use refining tools and formations to comprehend a lot of knowledge in his mind, with the current situation of Longshe Mountain, there is no need to arrange anything at all. In the past 6 months, Yang Kai has also completely consolidated his realm cultivation base. After refining the Xuanian sunflower water, his realm has been promoted to the peak of the Second Order Saint King realm. With some help, he can hit the 3rd level of the Holy King. The refining furnace has also been completely refined into his body by him. After refining the refining furnace, the Firebird artifact spirit can even freely enter and exit Yang Kai's body, and no longer can only stand on Yang Kai's shoulders like before. Up. This little thing and the stone puppet seem to be a bit difficult to deal with by nature, and they often fight when they meet each other. Yang Kai knew for the first time that stone puppet's combat power should not be underestimated. Its body armor was not afraid of the fire spirit of the weapon spirit. It looked simple and thick, but once it started fighting, its speed was amazing. It was extremely fast. If it wasn't for the ability of the weapon spirit to fly, the stone puppet would definitely not suffer, and so, every time the stone puppet and the weapon spirit fought in a tie, no one could do anything to the other. To be continued. This article is provided by the update group at CAC Copyright, C Copyright C Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1262 God Tree Awakens. Thanks to the Lord AAA999AAA for another reward of 100,000 coins, Xiaomo is very grateful. In half a year, Qiling and Stone Puppet fought more than a dozen times, and ended in a draw almost every time. Yang Kai was too lazy to care about them, and never intervened in the battle between them until the end. The two little things actually have a little sympathy for each other, and sometimes get together. I don't know what they are communicating, looking very mysterious. In half a year, Yang Kai, in addition to stabilizing his own Saint King 2-layer cultivation base and refining furnace, also slightly refined the Dragon Bone and Dragon Ball, and now the two heaven-defying materials of Dragon Bone and Dragon Ball have been collected into the refining furnace, and the refining furnace was taken into Yang Kai's body, so that even if Yang Kai didn't deliberately refine it, the artifact spirit itself could use the Saint Yuan in Yang Kai's body to activate the refining tool. The efficacy of the furnace, coupled with its own pure fire aura, continuously refines the Dragon Bones and Dragon Balls. However, these two things are worthy of being the materials in the real dragon's body. The artifact spirit refined them for 2 months, and did not see much change in them, but they were slightly contaminated with Yang Kai's breath, and they could not be used by him. It seems that it is impossible to completely refine them within 3 to 5 years, unless Yang Kai takes time to stimulate the power of the refining furnace. It is possible to speed up the process. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He took the opportunity to comprehend the magic blood thread secret given to him by Deng Ning, a disciple of the demon blood sect. Originally, he wanted this secret technique just to have an excuse to deal with Yi Yangrong. By the way, Deng Ning would not betray himself, so he didn't take this secret technique to heart, but when he returned to Longshe Mountain within a month, he discovered that the magic blood thread secret technique was incomparably wonderful, and it was very suitable for his own cultivation. This made Yang Kai extremely surprised. The Devil's Blood sect is an extremely evil force, and it has a close relationship with many forces on Gloomy Star. Moreover, it has a small chaos within 5 years and a big chaos in 10 years. Most of the credit for not being wiped out is because of this demon. The Blood Thread secret technique, the elder priests and guardians in the Demon Blood sect have all practiced this kind of secret technique. It is very strange to use this kind of secret technique when fighting with people, and it is hard to guard against, so most people are too lazy to find them. As long as the Demon Blood cult doesn't do anything that angers the heavens and others, there won't be any worries about exterminating the sect. And if you want to practice this kind of secret technique, you must use your own essence and blood as the foundation to practice. The essence and blood in every warrior's body is extremely precious. Once used, it will seriously damage the vitality. It can be said that if any drop of golden blood is used, the warrior will have to cultivate for a few months at a time, and a few years at a time. Recovery, and in the demon blood sect, there is another set of secret techniques that complement each other with the magic blood thread, allowing the disciples in the sect to use blood essence as the foundation to practice the magic blood thread secret technique without being too severely damaged. Once you are successful in cultivation, you can use it to fight against the enemy, and your combat power will soar. Because it is refined from your own blood, it is more handy than using any secret treasure. The magic blood thread is also called a secret treasure that is not a secret treasure. Essence blood is equally precious to Yongkai, and he dare not use it easily, but he has countless golden blood, and the huge vitality and surging energy and blood power contained in golden blood are unimaginable. It is simply the best way to cultivate magic blood. Rely on. Yongkai couldn't help but be overjoyed when he discovered this at the time, and before that, he had been considering the pros and cons of practicing the demon blood thread secret technique, and he decided to start practicing it some time ago. Because of this set of secret techniques, the more essence and blood you pay, the more magic blood threads you can cultivate, and the more powerful it will be. This is simply a secret technique tailored for Yongkai. Where is he willing to miss it? Now when he is fighting against the enemy, he mostly relies on the 9-day magical skills, and his own ability to control and comprehend the holy yuan. It is supplemented a lot. If he practices this kind of secret technique, he still has a huge advantage, that is, the power of the magic blood thread obtained from the practice will be stronger than the magic blood thread of the disciples of the demon blood sect, because the foundation of this secret technique is blood essence. The stronger the blood essence, the magic blood thread is naturally more terrifying. During the 6 months of retreat, he spent most of the time cultivating the magic blood thread, and now there are some signs of small success. Inside the stone mansion, when Yongkai thought about it, a faint golden on appeared on the tip of his finger. The golden on was like a silk thread, several feet long, flickering back and forth under the control of Yongkai's divine sense, extremely agile, and sent the sound of chi-chi piercing the air, seemed to be able to cut apart the space, as if holding an invisible golden whip in his hand. After testing the power of this magic blood thread secret technique, Yongkai is quite satisfied. After all, it was something that cost him a drop of golden blood to cultivate, and it has such power without cultivation, will increase a lot. This is just a magic blood thread. If you practice dozens of them, Yongkai can hardly imagine how much trouble they will bring to the enemy. The senior master, who realized the creation of the magic blood thread secret technique, is indeed a genius, and he thought of using his own blood to cultivate this kind of secret treasure that is not a secret treasure, but he probably couldn't predict that there would be Yongkai in this world. There are people who can use countless golden blood, and given time, they will definitely be able to carry forward the magic blood thread secret technique created by him. But, now this thing can no longer be called a magic blood thread, and it is much more appropriate to be called a golden blood thread. Yongkai grinned, took the golden blood thread back into his body, and continued to practice. During this period, he also consumed the void spirit crystal, drawing energy from it, and enhancing his own space power. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed, and Yongkai still showed no signs of leaving the customs, but there was no place for him to come forward at Longshe Mountain, so everything was safe and sound. On this day, Yongkai, who was cultivating the golden blood thread, suddenly changed his expression, and quickly opened his eyes, revealing a deep surprise, and then closed his eyes again. His mind escaped into the black book space, and his soul and spirit body manifested. After seeing the scene in front of him, Yongkai swallowed the words he was about to say, his face showing a stunned look, staring blankly at a big tree with a strong yang attribute in front of him. This big tree is exactly the sacred tree that Yongkai took into the black book space many years ago. The last time it swallowed 2 drops of Yongkai's golden blood, it fell into a deep sleep evolution, and now 2 or 3 years have passed before it wakes up from the evolution. It was precisely because he was aware of its message that Yongkai manifested the spirit body into the black book space. It's just that the appearance of the sacred tree looks a bit weird now. Yongkai remembered that before it evolved, it was still a towering tree with very dense branches and leaves. Every leaf and every branch contained a strong yang attribute energy. But now, after the evolution is complete, it has become smaller several times, becoming only 7 or 8 feet tall, but at this moment, its leaves and branches look a little different. The whole body is like pouring gold, shining golden light. It is really eye-catching, and among the branches and leaves, there are some young fruits that are only the size of longan. If these fruits are ripe, they will be a great tonic for people like Yongkai, but they have just come out now. What surprised Yongkai was not only the changes of the sacred tree, but also the appearance of a face in the middle of its trunk. It was a very strange face, with eyes, nose, and mouth, but no eyebrows, and because the face was too big, it looked a little distorted, looking like the old face of an octogenarian. And on both sides of the trunk, there were actually two forks that looked like arms, and the branches on the palm were separated, looking like fingers. It's just that the two arms and two palms of the sacred tree are extremely large, and they are very powerful at first glance. The rhizome of the sacred tree has also turned into many tentacles, supporting its huge body, as if it had grown countless legs out of thin air. When Yongkai came in, the sacred tree seemed to be adapting to its own changes, and the tentacles moved slowly. Walking in the black book space. After noticing Yongkai's arrival, he immediately raised his two huge eyes and seemed to smile at Yongkai before standing still. You. Yongkai looked at it in astonishment, not knowing what to say for a moment. Don't worry. What surprised Yongkai even more happened. Shenshu actually spit out human words, but the voice was very forceful and extremely dry. It seemed that it was the first time he spoke like this, making him a little uncomfortable. The divine tree communicated with Yongkai before, relying entirely on the transmission of spiritual thoughts. This is the first time Yongkai heard it speak. Yongkai stared out his eyes in an instant, with a look of disbelief. After a long pause, Shenshu continued, although I don't quite understand why it became like this after evolution, I can feel that this is a good thing. It seems that your golden blood has helped me a lot. It's not the same before. Hearing what it said, Yongkai was relieved, and asked with concern, there is nothing wrong. No, not at all, I feel wonderful. Shenshu's articulate gradually became clearer, as if after saying a few words, it had mastered the trick of communicating with people in this way, and began to speak slowly again. Walking in the black book space, if there is anything wrong, I feel that this place is no longer suitable for me to stay, it is very depressing, and it is not conducive to my growth. Yongkai was startled, and immediately understood what was going on. In the past, when the sacred tree didn't evolve, it could only be regarded as the spirit of heaven and earth that had opened up its intelligence, so there was no problem in placing it in the black book space, but now, it has become a strange creature, and it can be seen in the black book space. It is indeed inappropriate to stay inside, and it may be fine in a short period of time, but if it is unable to accept the laws of heaven and earth outside for a long time, some bad changes are bound to occur, and it is not impossible to wither and die. If this kind of thing really happens, then Yongkai will be to blame. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AA2AQD listening to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Chapter 1263 Double Happiness. Thinking of this, Yongkai apologized and said, I have wronged you all these years. When I brought you out from that mysterious small world, I promised you that one day I would definitely find a place for you to settle down, but after so many years, I have been running here and there is no stable place. Hearing what he said, Shenshu waved his two palms in a gesture of waving. I know, you don't have to worry about it. Yongkai nodded lightly, then suddenly grinned and said, but now it's all right, now there is finally a place to stay. If you want, you can come out temporarily. If I leave here in the future, I will take you again. Take it away, of course, all of this is up to you. Shenshu stopped his steps, and there was a hint of joy on his delicate face, and he asked, can we go out now? It seems that because it has been placed in the black book space for too long, it misses the sunshine outside. Yongkai nodded heavily. Then go out. If you leave here by then, I will be with you again. After the discussion, Yongkai immediately walked out of the stone mansion. It was quiet outside. Dozens of Haike family disciples seemed to be in the state of cultivation, and even Chongqi Haoan was nowhere to be seen. Still active. Seeing Yongkai leaving the customs, these people looked terrified, and came over one after another, taking the initiative to salute. Although they followed Wu Yi and left the Haike family, they all knew who was in charge of this place. Where's Yang Yan? Yongkai turned his head and looked around, but found no trace of Yang Yan. Even when he searched with spiritual mind, there was no sign of Yang Yan, and Wu Yi was also absent. Miss Yang Yan and Miss Xiaomo went to Mohai City together. One of the warriors who looked extremely clever quickly replied. Mohai Chung, which faction is that? What are you doing there? Yongkai was stunned. Mohai City is a city under the jurisdiction of Qiantianzong. They used to participate in the auction of Jubaolo. Another auction. Yongkai raised his brows. Seeing his puzzled look, the martial artist quickly explained, and after listening to his explanation, Yongkai realized that it seemed that it was because Yongkai was at the auction last time. Yan Pei of Jubao Building remembered many good things for auction, so before the auction this time, Qian Tong specially asked Qian Tong to send an invitation. But Longshe Mountain happened to be short of materials to purchase Saint Crystal, so Yang Yan brought a few secret treasures that he had refined to send for auction in order to raise some funds. After learning about this, Yang Kai frowned secretly. Yang Yan spent too much Saint Crystal too fast, and the several million Saint Crystals and some materials he brought back last time must have been exhausted by her. Yang Kai is not. She frowned because she was so extravagant. No matter how much Yang Yan consumed the holy crystals and materials, she was still setting up guardian restrictions for Longshe Mountain. What Yang Kai cares about is that it is not a long-term way to send things to raise Saint Crystal. Yang Yan can take out the secret treasures he refined to auction once or twice, so that the funds can circulate, but if things go on like this, something will definitely happen, and the pills he refined can't be sent for auction for a long time. After all, there is no big power to protect Longshe Mountain. Although the relationship between Shadow Moon Palace and this side is good, it is because of Qian Tong's dominance. It is not guaranteed that someone inside Shadow Moon Palace will stare at this side and make an idea here. If too many high-grade secret treasures and elixirs flow out from here, it will definitely attract the attention of interested people. Others don't say. It is Xie Hongwen's father. Yang Kai guesses that he will not relax his surveillance here. Xie Hongwen died in the flowing flame sand field. Although Xie Hongwen's father didn't know who killed his son, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Once he finds an excuse, he might come here to make trouble. How many days have they been there? Yang Kai asked again. It's been 3 days, and it's almost time to come back after calculating the time. Does young Master Yang need to find them? If so, let's go for a run. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand. You go on your own. Yes. A few people responded, and they were about to disperse. Yang Kai suddenly said, by the way, after they come back, tell them not to take the secret treasure out for auction in the future. After finishing the order, Yang Kai flew up into the sky and danced wantonly in Longshe Mountain. He had the token given by Yang Yan in his hand. The token can not only open the prohibition in the stone mansion, but also all the large formations of Longshe Mountain can be opened and closed. So the token is in hand, and the restriction formation of Longshe Mountain has no effect on Yang Kai. He saw all kinds of amazing formations arranged by Yang Yan, and she also placed the mirage stone in the eye of a phantom formation. If it wasn't for the token given by Yang Yan in his hand, Yang Kai might not be able to escape after breaking in. Can't get out. Also, the area where the blood sword grass is located is also wrapped in a layer of maze, making it difficult for people to see the situation inside, but once an outsider breaks into it, they will inevitably be strangled by the blood sword grass. There is another area, which is unremarkable, but Yang Kai found that the huge fire spar was protected by layers of formations, and a halo of light circulated nearby, and a giant formation was engraved on the ground. Although I don't know what formations and restrictions are arranged in this area, Yang Kai probably isn't a good place to break into. There are so many other messy formation restrictions, but Yang Kai, as the owner of Longshe Mountain, is also shocked by the layers of protection and hidden dangers here. Yang Yan is going to turn this place into an iron wall. But Yang Kai knew that she was using these arrangements to unlock the seal in her mind, so even if it was a bit extravagant, there was no problem. As long as Yang Yan masters more and more things, the formations and restrictions arranged in the future will become stronger and stronger. Yang Kai flew on Longshe Mountain for a while, and then returned to an open space several tens of meters away from the attic. There was no trace of being arranged here, and it was obviously an open space. After falling, Yang Kai's spiritual sense connected to the black book space, communicated with the sacred tree for a while, and his spiritual sense burst out like a tide. In the next moment, the power of the divine consciousness in the consciousness sea suddenly decreased, a golden light flashed in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and a 7 or 8 feet tall divine tree suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was secretly startled, with a hint of surprise on his face. He realized that he had underestimated the power of his spiritual consciousness needed to release the divine tree. Back then, when he took the sacred tree into the black book space, the power of his spiritual consciousness was exhausted, and the sea of AA consciousness was completely dried up. If it weren't for the treasure such as the 5-color warming spirit lotus, his spiritual consciousness would have been damaged. Even so, he had cultivated it back then. It took a long time to gradually recover. Now his strength is far from what it was back then. He thought it would be an easy task to release the sacred tree, but he didn't know that most of the power in the sea of AA consciousness was emptied in an instant, which really shocked him. But after thinking about it, Yang Kai smiled again. He has been growing all these years, so why hasn't the divine tree grown? It is not surprising that the spiritual power required to get it out will naturally be much more than before. As soon as the sacred tree appeared, the human face on the tree trunk showed an extremely happy expression. The two eyeballs slowly turned and looked around. After feeling the strong aura of heaven and earth here, they looked extremely refreshed. Buzzed, okay, the conditions here are simply too good. Yongkai knew in his heart that it was the first time for the divine tree to come into contact with the aura of heaven and earth in the star field, so he was so happy. Compared with the mysterious Shaoji where it lived before, the aura here is like the sky and the earth, completely incomparable. It's fine if you like it. Yongkai chuckled, I don't put you in a specific position, you can walk by yourself, you can go wherever you like, but I have to tell you in advance that there are many places here. They are all set up with restrictions and formations. If you rush into it, you may have some troubles, so pay more attention when walking, don't accidentally be trapped by the formation. Well, I can feel the traces of those formations. Don't worry, I won't rush in. The tree of God agreed, and immediately the tentacles-like branches under the root of the tree squirmed, and the ground rolled, and it was only a blink of an eye. The tree actually took root in place, with an ecstatic sound in its mouth, and a pair of eyes half closed in enjoyment, with a lazy look. Yongkai didn't bother it, just waited quietly, letting it enjoy the joy of seeing the sun again. After a while, Yongkai suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, 2 drops of my golden blood can make you evolve, what if I devour some more? Shenshu opened his eyes at once, showing a longing expression, but quickly said, your golden blood should be extremely precious, although it has greatly helped my growth, but it is impossible for me to evolve in a short time, devouring it will only make me stronger, so there is no rush, let me devour it when you have more golden blood in the future. Yongkai grinned and said, although it's not much, it's okay to give you a drop now. Saying this, he directly forced out a drop of golden blood, flicked his fingers, and that golden drop of blood flew slowly towards the sacred tree. The sacred tree opened its mouth and swallowed it directly, and let out another ecstasy sound. The big mouth is squirming, and it seems to be still tasting. After a long while, Shenshu opened his eyes and said, okay, I still need to get used to it for a while, so you can do it yourself. Okay, Yongkai nodded, told it some things, and then left. Call the warriors of the Heike family and let them take care of the sacred tree carefully. By the way, when Yongyan and Wuyi come back, tell them about the existence of the sacred tree. Presumably they will properly place the sacred tree. After finishing these, Yongkai once again entered the retreat. I don't know if it's luck that can't stop it. 1 month after the evolution of the sacred tree, there was movement from the zishi that Yongkai had kept in the stone room, and all the soul-eating insects had awakened. A piece of zishi has been consumed and disappeared, but the soul-eating insect after awakening seems to have been fully nourished and has grown tremendously. It can be described as double happiness. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1264 Exit. Inside the stone mansion, Yongkai sat cross-legged on the spot. His face was cloudy and uncertain, his eyes seemed to be empty and lifeless, but his energy was rolling non-stop, and the wind and waves rolled up were raging and violent, and the momentum was astonishing. Not far away, there was a hole in the ground. Stone Puppet poked his head and looked this way. A look of surprise appeared on his naive face, as if he didn't understand what happened to Yongkai, and Qiling had already entered Yongkai's body, disappeared. After seeing Yongkai's 2 eyes, the Stone Puppet suddenly seemed to have been frightened by something, and shrank back into the hole, using both hands and feet, and fled dozens of feet in an instant. And at this moment, if someone stands in front of Yongkai and looks into his eyes, he will find that there are 7 colored rays flowing in the depths of his eyes, and if he observes carefully, he will find that the 7 colored rays are actually from a reflected from the budding lotus. It seemed that 2 colorful buds had grown out of the depths of his eyes. Yongkai was still sitting in the same place. Time passed by little, and the colorful rays of light emanating from his empty eyes seemed to be getting stronger and more violent. And gradually, at the top of Yang's head, a phantom of a budding lotus appeared. The lotus was covered in colorful colors, and it looked very beautiful. Spread out towards the surroundings. With the spread of Yongkai's spiritual power, the phantom opened little by little, and the petals of different colors slowly spread outward, like a shy woman who was slowly taking off her clothes, revealing her self-carcass. The whole process was extremely slow, but Yongkai himself didn't know about it. His soul and spirit body were immersed in the world of consciousness feeling the mysteries and profundities brought by the warming god lotus before it bloomed. I don't know how long it took. When that phantom of the 7 colored lotus flower fully bloomed, the lotus flower became extremely huge at some point, and the phantom almost filled the entire stone mansion, and at this moment, the phantom of the lotus flower, the shadow suddenly shattered and turned into dots of fluorescent light, like fireflies flying all over the sky, and then under the traction of some kind of force, they rushed towards Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Yang Kai's body trembled, his empty and lifeless eyes regained clarity in an instant, his complexion was extremely strange, he didn't move at all, he sat there and meditated. Since the soul-eating worm had completely evolved half a month ago, he tested the power of the evolved soul-eating worm and was very satisfied, but when Shenlian also completed the evolution immediately after, and finally turned into the final 7-colored form. What Yang Kai didn't expect was that Wen Shenlian's evolution made him comprehend a magical soul skill. Although Wen Shenlian is a treasure of heaven and earth, it can nourish the soul, but according to the records Yang Kai has read, it does not allow warriors to comprehend the effect of soul skills. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about it at the time, and immediately immersed himself in the perception of the soul technique. Now that Wen Shenlian has evolved, and he has a thorough comprehension of the soul skills, he has the time to think about the reasons for it. Since it is not Wen Shenlian's credit, it is very likely that it is the colorless crystal. In the pool of soul-cleansing water, Yang Kai accidentally obtained the colorless crystal, and after the soul-warming lotus swallowed it, he began the process of evolution. Now the colorless crystal has disappeared, and the soul-warming lotus has also successfully turned into 7 colors. Yang Kai reckoned that the divine soul skill he had comprehended this time was very likely to have something to do with that colorless crystal, maybe there was something mysterious inside that crystal that made him comprehend this supernatural power by chance. Although there is no experiment, Yang Kai knows that this move is extraordinary, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is his trump card. During this period of time, there were many happy events. First, the divine tree woke up from a deep sleep, and then the soul eater completed its evolution. Now, even the divine warming lotus has become colorful. It seems that all the good things have been caught up by Yang Kai. A few days ago, he was still worrying about how to place those evolved soul-eating worms, but now this problem has been easily solved. Thinking of this, Yang Kai waved to the side, and he grabbed a dusty mist-like thing, and the mist twisted and changed, looking extremely weird. Although this mist is not very eye-catching, if you observe carefully, you can see that this dusty mist is actually an insect cloud composed of tiny insects that are almost invisible to the naked eye. Soul-devouring worms were originally invisible to the naked eye, but after evolution, they gathered together to form such a gray mist, and the lethality of each soul-devouring worm was greatly improved. Yang Kai estimated that they could easily kill them now. Ordinary warriors at the Saint King realm, even if they are infected with the Void Return realm, they won't be able to get rid of it for a while. Yang Kai was not afraid of them at all, his spiritual mind was released, and as soon as the gray mist wrapped around them, they were wrapped into his sea of AA consciousness. And these soul-eating insects also went straight to the island transformed by the 7-colored warming lotus, and soon settled down in it. After such a long time of retreat, Yang Kai did everything that should be done. Refining furnaces, refining dragon bones and dragon balls, refining flowing flames and flying fire, enhancing the power of the fire of consciousness, comprehending the magic blood thread secret technique, etc. Yang Kai can't use dragon bones and dragon balls for the time being. He can only wait for time to settle and make them useful to him. He only practiced the golden blood thread secret technique transformed from the magic blood thread secret technique of the demon blood sect. It's just one, although it hasn't been used against the enemy yet, Yang Kai also knows its power is extraordinary. This kind of existence that is similar to a secret treasure refined with his own golden blood is more handy than any weapon. As for the 8 flowing flame flying fires, he used 6 of them. Just as he guessed, flowing flame flying fires can give a warrior a mutated consciousness, and it can indeed enhance the power of his consciousness fire. However, after fusing the 5th flowing flame flying fire, the enhanced effect was not so obvious, so Yang Kai kept 2 pieces, which might have some other uses in the future. After more than a year of retreat, although Yang Kai's realm has not changed much, his own combat power has been raised to a higher level. The golden blood thread and the newly realized soul skills can only wait for opportunities in the future. Verify power. It's time to get out of the customs, the way of cultivation. Blindly building a car behind closed doors is not enough, although the realm of those ascetics grows fast, but their own combat power does not match the realm. This is the reason Yang Kai has been fighting all the ways since he practiced. I am naturally familiar with this truth. Moreover, he had to go out now, because someone had come to Longshe Mountain a month ago, and was waiting for him, but the 7-color warming god lotus was about to complete evolution, and he had to comprehend the soul skill, so he couldn't go out. Thinking of that person, Yang Kai frowned secretly, wondering what the other party was looking for him to do. Judging from his friendship with her, it was too strange that she cared about him so much. Thinking like this, Yang Kai walked out of Shifu. After a while, Yang Kai appeared outside, releasing his divine sense unscrupulously, and soon found the location of Yang Yan, Wu Yi and others, and after sending them a message, Yang Kai went straight to an attic in front of him. A moment later, just as Yang Kai was sitting in the attic, tasting the spirit tea that Yang Yan and the others had collected from somewhere, two beautiful figures flashed in from the door. It was Yang Yan in black robe and a dark green, the charming clothes of the palace. Both women were smiling, as if something good had happened. They looked happy, and when they saw Yang Kai, they immediately trotted over a few steps. "You're finally out of the gate." Yang Yan looked Yang Kai up and down, and found that he didn't show signs of becoming stronger, which was a bit strange. What happened to make you so happy?" Yang Kai asked again, taking another sip of his tea. Wu Yi showed a smile, and said, "It's not that the reputation of our Dragon Cave Mountain is getting bigger and bigger. Many warriors who don't have the protection of sects and families want to join here. There were not too many people who came here before, but this for several months, more than 10 or 20 people came here every day to inquire. At most there were 30 a day, and there were even experts in the Void Return realm among them. Sister Yang Yan and I were discussing whether we should create a small sect woolen cloth." Small sect? Yang Kai glared at her angrily. "You guys are thinking too simply. We don't have masters here. What kind of sect can we create? Moreover, we can stay here safely because of Qian Tong's care. If one day Qian Tong loses power or falls in some battle, do you think that Shadow Moon Palace will rest assured that we will grow up under its nose?" Hearing what Yang Kai said, the smile on Wu Yi's face suddenly subsided. He hesitated for a while and said, "No way. Elder Qian seems to have a lot of power in Shadow Moon Palace, second only to the existence of the Palace Master. Quote, everything is possible, especially for these big forces. Although nothing happens normally, once something happens internally, there will be great turmoil. People who seem impossible to fall or lose power may encounter something unexpected. Moreover, Qian Tong, although it is good for us, but I don't want to take advantage of his prestige and take shelter under his wings, otherwise I always feel that the dwarves are a little bit, and if there is no Void Return 3-layer powerhouse to sit here, don't think about creating any small Zongmen." Wu Yidai frowned, thought about it carefully, nodded and said, "What you said makes sense, I thought it was too simple." Yang Kai had the idea of creating a sect, because he wanted to pave the way for people from the Tongshuan continent, but it was definitely not now. And now this idea must have been brought up by Wu Yi. Yang Yan only likes to refine weapon arrays, and will not think about these things, but the Heike family from which Wu Yi came from is not big, so naturally he didn't think carefully, thinking that there is a money with protection, Longshe Mountain can be worry-free all year round. "What about the people who came, have you rejected them?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "Of course I refused, you have been retreating, and we dare not make the decision." Wu Yi nodded. "That's good." Yang Kai rubbed his chin, then suddenly raised his head and asked, "Did Dai Yuan from the Lulaman tell me why she wanted me?" "Provided. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation."